Good morning. Welcome today to the 2025 Townsend Town Meeting. Normally I would open with the Pledge of Allegiance. However, we're missing an American flag. So we'll just jump right into the festivities. Right? I don't see one. Okay, so we'll just jump right into the festivities. Okay, warning for the Town of Townsend 2025 annual meeting. The legal voters of the Town of Townsend are hereby notified and warned to meet at Dutton Gym located at 2030 Vermont Route 30 on Tuesday, March 4th, 2025 at 9 a.m. to act on the following articles. If there's no objection, I will refrain from reading the entire warning. Thank you. Hearing no objections. Again, welcome to the Townsend Town Meeting in Dutton Gym. Town meeting is a special tradition, and I'm honored to be part of it with you today. I would like to extend a special welcome to those who are new in Townsend or those who have never attended a town meeting before. My name is David Lebo. It is my privilege to have served as your town moderator for the past year and will be continuing serving as town moderator until Article 1 today. Let us review some of the information about basic Robert's rules, which will be the rules for the meeting. The role of the moderator is to keep the meeting organized and explain any procedural questions. Please ask any clarifying questions before you vote. You have the right to challenge any decision a moderator makes. So please raise your hand and challenge my decision if you think it is improper. Voters should check in at the entrance and receive a green sticker. The sticker must be worn at all times to identify you as a registered voter. We need that when we vote on items, on articles. I guess you don't have to leave it in the basket when you leave. Please leave it in the trash can when you leave. Non-residents are not allowed to participate in discussion or voting. You can participate in discussion if we suspend the rules with a 2/3 vote, but are not allowed to vote. Did I say that right? You're allowed to speak with 2/3 majority, but you are not allowed to vote. When making a motion or seconding a motion, please state your name clearly for the record. Articles must be moved, seconded, and restated by the moderator before discussion may begin. When a motion is on the floor, and discussion is occurring, I will try to call on hands as they are raised. When called upon, please stand, state your name before speaking, speak loud and clear, and we have microphones. I'm thinking maybe I'm going to leave a microphone in the back, just so you guys in the back can pass it around as needed so we can hear you. A motion may be amended, and amendments amended once, with voting to proceed from the last proposed amendment in reverse order. We'll get there if we need to. All motions and remarks should be addressed to the moderator. There should be no discussion between residents. There'll be no personal attacks, and you will be ruled out of order. The constable can remove you from the meeting, and there can be a $200 fine if you are disruptive. After you've spoken once on a particular article, unless there is a direct question, you will not be recognized a second time during discussion on the article until other voters who wish to speak on the issue for the first time have been given the opportunity to do so. Robert's Rules allows a given speaker to speak twice on any given motion unless we suspend the rules. Debate may be cut off by calling the question, which requires a 2/3 majority. Calling the question without having the floor will be ruled out of order. Again, you have the right to challenge any decision the moderator makes if you feel the ruling is improper. During elections, if there is no objection, only the person nominated will be allowed to give a brief introduction and background on their qualifications. When voting by paper ballot, please come up through the center aisle and exit the sides, although it's not as bad in Dutton Gym. And if you cannot get to the ballot box, please say so and we can bring the ballot box to you. Please silence all cell phones. This year we will not be breaking for lunch once again. There is a grab-and-go food provided in the back. Thank the ladies of Town Hall for all that delicious food there. This meeting is being recorded by Brattleboro Community Television. You can watch it later on cable channel 1079, I think, or online at brattleboro.tv.org. Again, anyone speaking at the meeting, please stand, state your name, and speak directly into the microphone so viewers can hear you. Thank you. Can you hear me? I should have asked that in the beginning. Yes, we're good? Okay. Up front, we have Selectboard, Allie Evans, Catherine Moreau, Nick Suarez, and that's it. And then various sprinkled around is Justices of the Peace that will be helping with the voting today. Papers that have been sprinkled around. There's a petition being circulated for the Convention of States Action. If you're interested, please read the form, fill it out, and return. There's a sheet on how to read your tax bill to help you understand that better. And there's information on the Brattleboro Development Credit Corp., an impact statement that they provide for the Town of Townshend specifically, and its annual report. And then I believe Girl Scout cookies are also being sold in the back for future snacking. Emily Long emailed me and said she may be along around 10:30. If we're interested in hearing from her, we would have to suspend the rules, seeing that she's out of town, but she did express interest in speaking. Restrooms are in the back here, 2 upstairs, 2 downstairs, if you need to use the restrooms. After that, I have no other announcements, and if there are no other objections, I'll move on to Article 1. Okay. Article 1. Hang on, I'll get there. To choose a moderating for the ensuing year. I'll now entertain nominations. Thank you. David Lebo has been nominated. Do I hear any other nominations? Thank you. Nobody wants to do it? Okay. Well, thank you very much. That doesn't mean somebody else can't do a wonderful job either. Okay, this is what? I think this is 17 or 18 years. Yes, sir.
Move to that, close the nominations, and have the clerk cast one ballot.
Thank you. There it is. Yes, if there are no objections and hearing no more nominations, I declare the nominations closed and instruct the clerk to cast one ballot for town moderator for David Lebo. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. Thank you very much. You're stuck with me for another year. Okay, moving on to Article 2. I wanted to say a few words before we got to Article 2. This has created a kerfluffle for many, many years. Again, I was looking back at my notes. The first time I did this, I have notes on this article. I have some in 2012. I have some in 2016. I know we got into a big discussion about this last year. So, what this article means, normally what would occur is somebody would move to approve it, because moving not to approve is a negative motion, and that's generally ruled out of order. If you move to approve it, you can always vote that down. That would be your disapproval, okay? That's generally the way that would work, depending on how you wanted to do it. The voting on the auditor's report, let me read to you what Vermont Leagues of Cities of Towns. Although an annual auditor's report is required, there is no statutory requirement for the voters to do anything about the report, and no specific consequences if the town votes not to accept it. There is simply no legal requirement that the voters act to accept the town report at town meeting. While the report may certainly guide the voters' decision in terms of how money how much money to authorize for the ensuing year, it is not specifically subject to town approval. If the report is voted down, it may very well signal voters' dissatisfaction, but is of no legal consequence. So, we leave this here so we can have a discussion about the auditor's report, which is absolutely fine, and then it's the town's pleasure to accept it or not. But it really provides guidance. It doesn't provide, there's no legal consequence, okay? There was some question about that at the pre-town meeting. So hopefully that clears up what this article is all about. I will now entertain a motion for Article 2. So moved to approve the auditor's report. Okay, got it? So moved. Who's second? Craig. Okay, now let's have some discussion about the auditor's report. Which is different from the town report, and I should have mentioned that, right? So this book is the town report, and we're not voting on that per se. But I would like to thank those who put the town report together. I think you did a bang-up job this year. Yes. So, is there any other discussion on? Yes. Right. We're going to have to do this.
I'm just wondering, there's a lot of concerning statements in this report, and I'm just wondering what the select board is planning on.
I got it. You got it. Just go. You got it.
Okay. Oh, yeah. I just found a lot of concerning things in this report. I mean, highlighted everywhere, and I'm just wondering what the select board is planning on doing about these issues, if anything.
Microphone.
State the issue.
Okay. Basically, everything that's in capital letters, in the report. I mean, they've just got a really long list of concerns. I could read them out individually if you like. Want me to read them individually? Okay, the trash bag inventory reconciliation, fraud risk assessment, fraud policy, documentation of internal control system, incomplete accounting system, which they do say is further along, that the treasurer is trying to deal with this. Procurement policy, uniform guidance policies, the accounting and procedures manual, overbilling on property taxes, budgeting on the remittance of solar credits. One of the things I thought I saw in here was about conflict of interest policy, that sort of thing. So it seems like a lot of these things are very pertinent to what I've seen going on in the town, and would like to see them all addressed, basically, mostly because of ethics.
I'm Allie Evans. I'm the chair of the Select Board, and I'd like everybody to note that the document that Laura is referring to is dated June 30th, 2024, and the heading is deficiencies in internal control, material weakness, none noted. In listening to Laura, I can address two of the issues. The trash bag, we have set up a very strong accounting procedure where we give out trash bags to only 3 entities: the Harmonyville store, the Riverbend Market, and the town clerk. And they're accounted for, and they're secure in their place that they're stored. So that has been dealt with. The other one that I thought of when Laura was speaking was the overbilling. That was $10,000. We researched that in the past at some point, I don't recall the date, the town had, the warning asked for a $10,000 allotment, and the town declined that $10,000, and it was raised anyway in error. And what happened to the $10,000 that the taxpayers raised? It was put into the surplus. So it was, in essence, given back to the town. But it was an error that had happened. And, we're being more scrupulous in not making that error again. So does any of the other board want to speak to any of these other?
Any other discussion? Yes, sir.
Sir, so is the select board ignoring all the other findings?
Is the select board, everybody hear that? No. Is the select board ignoring all the other findings? Yeah.
We are not.
You turned it off.
Is that fine? Okay. We are not ignoring the.
Can't hear you.
Just give it a second when you.
Test? Yes.
We are not ignoring anything. We have gone through these one by one. I invite anybody to come in and talk to us at Town Hall. We can also not accept the auditor's report until we do that, or you can go one by one through each one and we'll respond. The treasurer is here to respond to some of the money issues that we've talked about. I met with the treasurer and I'm satisfied that everything has been accomplished or is going towards accomplishment. So do you folks have anything else to say?
Can we expect these to be finished by the end of March?
I'm not going to commit to that. I said you can come in. I gave you two choices. You can come in and meet with us individually, and it can be a matter of the minutes in a select board meeting, or we can do it here at Town Hall and go through each one of these. It's up to the public.
So we can expect these to be on the agenda next year?
Bob, that's arrogant. If that's your intent, then you're getting there.
I'm asking for a reply. There are any number of suggestions here that are important, and you're telling me you're kicking the can down the road.
I think it's a valid question per se. Are we kicking? Are you kicking the can down the road? No.
When can we expect these to be answered?
I just said that we have read all of these. We have accomplished a lot of them. We are working on others. I don't think kicking the can down the road is a very professional statement. And if you want to use that statement, no, we're not kicking the can down the road. And come into a select board meeting, or we can deal with it item by item here. That's the choice. And moderator, I have addressed the question.
Yes.
Mr. Moderator. Craig Hunt. I worked for the Select Board as clerk for 5 years and then for another more than 5 as administrative assistant. During that 10-year plus tenure, we worked on any number of these policies and hammered them through by pulling conflict of interest policies, fraud and abuse policies, personnel policies, purchase and procurement policies. Most of those have been abandoned, and you won't find them in the files. You won't find them being exercised. The reason those were put through over 10 years was to give the select board boilerplate opportunities to tweak town hall rental policies, common use policies, was to give the trash bag policies that were very, very strict. And with regard to trash bags, there's an open box in the highway department's on the floor in Jeremy's office. Those boxes hold 200 bags at $350 a piece, it's $700. It's just an open box sitting on the floor. They're not that secure in 3 places. I was there on Saturday when you had the open house. There's a box of trash bags just sitting there for anyone to take. That having been said, the board has ignored these policies or rescinded them, but there's nothing in the minutes that says they rescinded the personnel policy, and yet there's no personnel policy available for the public to look at, as was hammered out, as was signed by select boards. That being said, I don't see anything in the minutes for the last year that you've had to look at these notes by the independent auditors that these issues are being addressed. That having been said, the auditor's report is a 2-part report. The financials are very good. There are no real flags that pop up other than the auditor's report. The auditors can only do the job that they're given to do with the information they have, and they find any number of problems with regard to financial controls and accounting, which has to do with administration, has to do with management, and it has to do with having policies in place to prevent fraud and abuse, to prevent petty cash from not being accounted for. So I would hope that these policies that are intact, that are still on the books, but which have been buried and are no longer being used, would either be resurrected or would be tweaked and modified, and or that the board would craft new policies with VLCT's help and the help of our lawyers, but to get this down so that the town can run with a structure and not just get made up, decisions get made in the spur of the moment.
Okay. I think you're giving the select board some direction. Any other discussion? Yes? Back? Can you pass the microphone back? No, please use the microphone. If you watched last year's, it didn't work very good. You may have to turn it on. You may have to turn it on, press the button, and it'll come on.
Basically, I have seen at least one policy in particular be ignored over and over and over again, which is the common use and the town hall use policy, which was well-written, very thoughtfully put together, put before the town, and it's just being totally ignored, and it has been for a while now, like a few years. It's not just new with this select board. But policies exist so that people that are doing the work have something to go by. So there isn't endless discussion or things that people can question about the ethics behind it or the choices behind it. They're there, they're solid. Follow them, and there's no problems. So I'm just pointing that out.
Any other discussion on the auditor's report? Yes, sir. A microphone right there. Microphone right there. Microphone. No, please use the microphone.
Brian Schmidt. I would argue the accounting practices, if you turn to page 21, where it says fire pond reserve account, I've been told that there's no money in the account. It states there's $1,715 in there. And if you look at the next line item, it says there's $17,244 in that account. And I keep being told that there's no money in that account. So where did it go?
We're speaking of the auditor's report right now.
It's my understanding that the auditors went over all the accounting.
Right. I think we can discuss this during the fire pond reserve discussion. There is an article about the fire pond reserve.
I understand, but aren't they going over all the funds, all the accounting? Isn't that part of the accounting?
Yes, it's part of the accounting. I mean, it's up to the town. Do you want to discuss the fire pond reserve now? No? Okay, you want to quickly speak to it?
Brian, I would suggest that we talk about that when we talk about the budget, because it's a line item in the budget.
I'm talking about accounting practices.
The public, if you'd like, we can have Elaine speak to that.
I guess it's just accounting practices. There's a question about, in the auditor's report, he's questioning why there's money in the fire reserve pond when he thinks there shouldn't be any. He's been told that there is no money in the fire reserve pond. Hang on.
Hello? Okay, so for the last year and a half, I've been working with NEMRIC, updating the different fund and fund type maintenance accounts with the town so that we have the accurate numbers. And the fire department, we've just recently set up an account for that. It's the 350 account. And within that 350 account is going to be the fire pond and any grants that the fire department gets will go into that particular account. And I've been working with NEMRIC in order to get the 350, the fire reserve account, properly set up. And with the changes in the numbering system, the select board decided with the auditor's report to combine the 2s and the 3s into one account, and then all new numbers were assigned to that account. And we did the same thing with the general fund. To be transparent, we added new line items, new accounts. So I've been working very diligently with NEMRIC to get everything on board where it needs to be so that it's transparent to everybody. Anybody that walks in.
Okay, any other discussion on the auditor's report? Dale? Yes. You got the microphone back there?
My understanding, the fire pond account was created, reserve, was a separate line item voted to which it would be a self-standing account, which wouldn't have other grants included, because that's actually, that's fluctuated through the town and not the fire department. In a sense, it is a town item article.
It's the recommendation of NEMRIC to set them up this way. So that's what I've been trying to accomplish with the accounts.
Okay, it's just that it should be money in, money out just for the ponds.
Correct.
Is correct. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, going to nudge this back to the auditor's report. Nudging this back. Any other discussion on the auditor's report? There'll be a whole nother section on the fire pond reserve. Yep, yes, sir. Okay, if there's no other discussion, seeing no other discussion, there's a motion before us. The motion is to approve the auditor's report, the July 1st, 2023 to June 30th, 2024 independent auditor's report. The motion is to approve the auditor's report. A yes vote approves the auditor's report. A no vote defeats that. Any questions? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Okay. Moving on to Article 3. Shall the voters authorize the treasurer pursuant to 32 V.S.A. 4791 to collect current taxes and to add $1,500 for the treasurer's salary? I will now entertain a motion.
Who was that?
Craig. Craig. Second? Chris? Oh, Eugene. Okay. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Discussion. Yes, sir? You want to? Okay. Thank you for getting the
Thank you.
microphone.
This is basically restating something that has been approved in the past years to authorize the treasurer to act as the tax collector. So the first part of that is an update of what we have been doing. The amount of the compensation to the treasurer to act as tax collector is basically being reduced. It had been $5,000 going back a number of years. And so in the last year, we added an additional $2,500 to the budget for treasurer's assistance as well. So when essentially, we're reducing the compensation that the treasurer as tax collector receives by doing this. I know that there, at pre-town meeting, there was a statement made that we were basically rearranging things so that they were better presented. But if you look there, it comes up to being $4,000 in the taxpayer assistant account and $0 in the tax collector account. So no matter how you look at it, it is a reduction. With that said, I would make a motion to amend this article to say that to collect current taxes and to add $5,000 to be added to the treasurer's salary.
Do you wait? Okay, it's been moved. It's been already amended. Do you want an answer to the question before you make the amendment?
No.
No. Okay. So the amendment's been made. It's been seconded. I think Craig did. Who was the second? Bob. Okay. Discussion on the amendment, not on the main motion. We're not discussing the main motion. Right now, we're discussing the $5,000 increase amendment. Okay. Yeah. Anybody would like to speak to it? Yeah.
We spoke to Elaine. We found out that how much time she spent collecting the taxes and how much time Anita spent collecting the taxes, and that's where those figures came from. Before, it was in this amorphous account that didn't have Elaine's name tied to it. It was just there for Anita or Elaine to take monies out of for the work they put in. And we thought that this way we looked at what was needed, we pared down what wasn't needed, and we put names to it, like the assistant and the treasurer would get these things instead of, just people saying, oh, this week I'm going to take some money out of here because I worked it. And I'm not saying Elaine didn't work it, but it was not describable sometimes. So we thought it was more transparent to do it this way. Any other comments?
They are indeed.
And I would just add, when we did go back through the old figures, I believe it was around like 700 or 800, Elaine, that you were saying you were taking kind of regularly year after year. So we felt this 1,500 reallocation of that 5,000 was fair, considering that it was greater than what she was normally taking from it. And so we were just kind of reallocating that, as Ali said, to kind of make it a little more transparent instead of having this one fund that can just kind of be pulled from without really knowing how that was distributed.
Yes, correct.
Craig Hunt. If this is voted down, well, I have a couple of questions, but if this is voted down, who collects the taxes? As you have it right now, you have a treasurer who collects the taxes. She is bonded. She carries the responsibility for all the taxes, $2 million worth of taxes, collected on her shoulders. If you transpose my tax check that I put in by a few numbers, that ends up being on her bookkeeping, and she has to figure that out and reconcile that with the bank. If she is not the tax collector, who are you going to hire in town that has access to the computers, access to the NIMRIC accounts, who's going to have everybody's names and numbers and all the sensitive private information about income sensitivity and state payments, and do that for $1,500? As it is now, that $5,000 allows the tax collector, who is currently Elaine, to hire someone to help her. And in this case, Anita, who has been collecting taxes for 10 years, who knows everybody in this town, who worked with Joe Dano in collecting taxes, and is a pretty good and very reliable and very responsible person. But at the end of the day, when Anita takes the checks, puts them in an envelope, hands them to Elaine, Anita goes home. And Elaine is responsible for that and responsible for whatever Anita kicked into the computer. If you do not vote this article through to have the treasurer collect the taxes, then I don't know who you're going to hire to do it.
Yes, we're talking about the $5,000 right now. We're on the amendment. Sorry.
I understand that, but it's
Okay.
part of a package deal. Shall the treasurer
I
collect
know,
the
but
taxes
he amended
and 5,000?
Right, he amended
Okay.
it to say 5,000. It's okay. We're talking
Okay.
about the amendment. It's all good.
Part of that is to
Right.
give the tax collector the latitude to hire somebody that's competent and capable of doing it.
Okay, we're speaking about the amendment, which is the increase of the $1,500 to collect the taxes to the $5,000. We'll get back to the main motion after we vote on the amendment, but we're not voting on the amendment. We're still discussing the amendment. Is there more discussion on the amendment in the back? Wait for the microphone. Pass it on back there, Craig. Thank you. Press the button. You turned it off. Think about leaving it on the whole time. Just press the button. It'll say off, or it'll give you numbers. That's it. Now I hear it.
Yeah. Wow. I just wondered if Elaine would be willing to weigh in on this. I mean, basically, she's the one that's affecting, and do you feel comfortable letting us know how you feel about it?
You want to speak or no?
I'm good? Hello? Okay. Well, the additional $5,000 that was in the tax collector piece, and as I explained to the board when we were doing budget, that money has always been there. And as I explained to the board at the time, I did not have a current account set up in the finance office to pay my assistant. So I used that $5,000 so I wouldn't go into deficit spending to pay my assistant Anita for the hours that she did. We had a discussion with the select board where they felt that that Anita worked 90% of the time collecting the taxes and I just did 10. Well, that truly wasn't a true statement. Anita comes in maybe once or twice a week, and not only does she collect taxes when taxes are due, she also does the reconciling of the books. So, the $4,000 or the $5,000 was used to pay her. And again, I explained to the board that they felt that I was going in willy-nilly and saying, okay, I'm going to take $750 out because I did quarter one and quarter two taxes. And then at the end of the year, I've never collected more than $1,500 in my salary. And that's just the way it was. I'm not really nitpicking. I'm not here to run the taxes of the town up with regard to my salary and what everybody's paying me. I just want to be compensated for the work that I'm doing. That's all I'm asking. So if you choose to amend the $5K to the treasurer's salary, fine. If you choose not to, that's fine too. But I have to have money, as Craig pointed out, to pay somebody to come in and do the books with me, because I cannot solely do the books. That's what's in the auditor report. There has to be transparency. There has to be more than one person doing one thing. One person can't do one thing. It's got to be a combination of people doing the items in the town. So, and that's what I use Anita for.
Any other further discussion on the amendment to increase the $1,500 salary to $5,000 salary increase? Hearing no other, yes, sir, in the back.
Was the original article
They're not going to hear you. They're not going to hear you. Sorry, I apologize.
Warren Beatty. I was wondering if the original article was written in mind with the $4,000 needed for Anita or somebody else, and then the $1,500 was actually for Elaine. Is that how it was written? Yes. So the money's already been accounted for. So instead of giving Elaine $5,000, you still need the $4,000 in the budget. So.
Yeah. Okay, no touch. No touch.
So if you look at budget 25, we have 5,000 and 2,500. Then you go over, and I'm looking at page 12, then you go over to proposed 26, and you have 0 and 4,000. So if you add the 1,500 from the amendment, what we're talking about is 7,500 last year and 6,500 this year. And we felt, as with every line item, we were paring down to make it realistic, not over bloated for tax reasons. And we were also trying to give Elaine money that went directly to Elaine as part of her salary, the 1,500, not if there's money left over, Elaine would get it. It was more of a given that she would get it. And also more transparent to you. As I said, nobody ever questioned that Elaine was willy-nilly dipping in. She was dipping in when there was extra money, and she was compensating herself for things that she hadn't been compensated for. And this, in our opinion, made it more straightforward.
Okay. Thank you for the explanation. Any other discussion on the amendment increasing? Yes, sir.
Taking a look back at page 12, what we had budgeted for the current fiscal year that we're in was $2,500 for the finance office assistant and $5,000 for tax collector services. What we're proposing to budget for 2026 is a total of $4,000. So $7,500 to $4,000, that is a bigger difference than what is being suggested here by the chair.
The $1,500 is still going into the treasurer's salary.
Are you saying that we're going to amend the amount to be raised by taxes to add that $1,500 to this?
The article is still part of that package.
Right, so it's included in the $4,000 already.
No, it's not. It's not included in the $4,000. The general things that we vote on in separate articles are not listed in the general fund yet. If they're listed in the general fund and you vote a special article, you voted twice. So there's twice as much money. You're raising twice as much money. Does that make sense? It can't be in the general fund and then you vote on a separate article. Because that's double, actually, we've actually spoke to VCLT about that this year.
Okay, so what you're saying is when we get to voting on the general fund, we'll have to amend the number because this article had passed to increase it by the 1,500.
No, this is an increase in the above the salary that's listed for the treasurer. This is a $1,500 increase in the salary that's listed in the general fund in the town report above that. It does not change the number that's in the general fund for assistant fees for the treasurer. That's already there. You'll be voting on that in the general fund. So
Okay.
This is just increasing the salary of the treasurer $1,500. But there's an amendment on the floor to change that to increase the salary of the treasurer $5,000, not $1,500. And that's what we'll be voting on shortly. Make sense? Ish? Okay. Any further discussion on the amendment? Okay, seeing no further discussion, we have an amendment on the floor to change the motion to read, shall the voters authorize the treasurer pursuant V.S.A. 32 to collect current taxes and to add $5,000 to the treasurer's salary. A yes vote increases it to $5,000. A no vote keeps it at $1,500, and then we go back to vote on the main motion. So this is just on the amendment. Any questions? Yes vote, no vote? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. No vote? No. I believe the noes have it. Everybody agree with that? Okay, the amendment fails, and now we're back to the main motion that says, shall the voters authorize the treasurer pursuant 32 V.S.A. to collect current taxes and to add $1,500 to the treasurer's salary? That motion is still on the floor. We can continue to discuss.
If I may, to respond to Craig's comments earlier. So the reason why we're including this article this year and why we're voting on it today is because when we spoke with VLCT, they instructed us that by the statutes, the town can only authorize either the treasurer or the constable to collect current taxes. And they need to have an article where that is explicitly stated. As I went back through minutes and agendas from previous town meetings, it seemed the last time we had voted on it was in 2018. And in those votes, it was really only listed in the elections as treasurer/tax collector, which wasn't quite as specific as the article here. And so as we kind of spoke with VLCT, they were really kind of pushing us to kind of go along with this specific article language. So that's why we're voting on it today. It might seem redundant because in the past we might have done it in a different way that was understandable by most folks. But in our records, it didn't quite meet the criteria that we were given. So that's why we're having it today. If this were to fail, who would collect current taxes? It would default to the constable. Those are kind of our only options. We're not allowed to hire a tax collector that isn't an elected official. We're not allowed to authorize other folks. That is just how the statutes are written as we've been instructed by VLCT.
Yes, it actually does say in statute that if nobody is elected to do the taxes, it actually defaults to the constable. And Warren is saying no way. Okay, any other discussion on the main motion that's in front of us? Hearing no other discussion, we have a motion before us that says that the voters shall authorize the treasurer pursuant 32 V.S.A. 4791 to collect current taxes and to add $1,500 for the treasurer's salary. A yes vote passes the motion, a no vote defeats the motion. Any questions? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. The motion passes. Thank you. Next is in the town report is just some informational issues. Again, explain what's going on here. Back in the day, we used to vote on those salaries independently, and they were also listed in the town report. In actuality, what we were doing back then was voting twice for the salaries. So theoretically, they should have been paid twice, even though we never really did that. So now what we're doing is we're just providing that information. Discussion on those salaries can occur during the general fund. But because we used to vote on them, we put that information out there. Everything's been raised 2.5%, except the select board numbers. Those are flat, right? Those are flat, the select board numbers. Yeah, there's no discussion on this. Yes, you just got a general question? Discussion on this is in the general fund if you want to discuss actual numbers. Excuse me? Right, well, yes, we can discuss this in the general fund. Okay? No, I'm just saying that's the appropriate place for that discussion. Okay, moving on, elections. Right, Article 4. To elect all town officials for the ensuing year. Town clerk, 1 1-year term. Town treasurer, 1 1-year term. Select board, 1 3-year term. Select board again, 2 1-year terms. Lister, 1 3-year term. Delinquent tax collector, 1 1-year term. First constable, 1 1-year term. Second constable, 1 1-year term. Cemetery commissioner, 1 5-year term. Library trustee, 1 5-year term. And I can never say that. School board representative, 1 3-year term. Okay, I'm not going to read that again, but those are the town officials. Elections, how they work. State law requires paper ballots for select board and listers. All other elections can theoretically be handled from the floor. Any voter can ask for a division of the House if they're not satisfied with how I've called the election. Seconding a nomination is acceptable show of support, but not necessary. You do not have to second a nomination for election. Again, there'll be no personal attacks, and if there's no objection, if somebody wants to give a brief background and qualifications, I'll allow that. A voter may move to close nominations, but generally we allow as many nominations be allowed, as many as are needed. If there are 3 or more candidates and no majority, we'll talk about what happens with that if that occurs. And any newly elected officials, please stay for lunch or after. Oh, and there's no lunch anymore. Please stay after the meeting to get sworn in. So if you are elected, please stay after the meeting to be elected. Oh, yes. Good. Ready to rock and roll? Okay, elections. I will now entertain nominations for a 1-year term for town clerk. Please. Alenka Wilson is holding it right now. Alenka, I got Craig right there. We don't need a second. So Alenka's been nominated. Any other nominations for a 1-year term of town clerk? Hearing no other nominations, and there are no objections, I declare the nominations closed and instruct the clerk to cast 1 ballot for Alenka Wilson for a 1-year term as town clerk. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Thank you for your service. Town treasurer. I will now entertain nominations for a 1-year term for town treasurer, currently held by Elaine Hill. Anita has nominated Elaine Hill. Sean Morrow has been nominated. Okay. Yes, state your name if you can, please. I guess you have to state 2 names. Your name and who you're nominating. That's okay.
I nominate Sean Morrow.
Okay, thank you. Awesome. Any other nominations? Okay, we have 2 nominations for town treasurer, Elaine Hill and Sean Morrow. This is not one of the requirements for a paper ballot. But if there are 7 people, I'm not pushing the issue, but if 7 people would like a paper ballot, please raise your hand. If not, we'll do it from the floor. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We got 7. I believe we do have 7. Okay. So the way we're going to work this is it's a paper ballot. Where's the little pieces of paper? Do we have those? There's little pieces of paper, pencils. You're going to write. Ready? The 2 nominees are Elaine Hill. Yes, sir. Oh, do you want to hear from Sean? I don't know if Sean wanted to say something. Oh, you are? Sorry, you should have waved harder. Sorry. Microphone. Come on up front, Sean. Come on up front. Thank you for stopping me. Is it on? Might not be on.
I'm Sean Morrow. Most people know me from the post office as postmaster. Being elected to go for accountant, I do think I have some qualifications where I run the post office at a great budget, usually in negative columns. I have a lot of accounting history with the post office. That's basically the main part of my job is timekeeping, inventory control, fraud prevention, stuff like that. And so I'd happy to be the town treasurer if people would have me.
Thank you. Elaine, what? I saw a hand pop up. Did you want to say something, Bob? Elaine, you want to add? No? Okay. Yes.
Kathy DeGrenier, is there a conflict of interest with
Treasurer and
the select board member?
Because of husband. I have the conflict of interest list here. Select person and town treasurer, no. Chart of incompatible offices. So I would say no. There is no conflict of interest. Is that, does that somebody else say no or no? Yes, sir.
There is also might be federal rules for it.
Okay, I have the incompatible offices list, 17 V.S.A. 26472456. Right here, the Vermont League of Cities and Towns stating statute. And it says town treasurer and select board, no. No conflict, not incompatible. Right, right. Okay, any other, okay, we have an election coming up in front of us. Any other discussion? Okay, Sean, how do you spell your name? S-H-A-W-N? A-U-N. S-H-A-U-N. S-H-A-U-N. So some form of Sean and some form of Elaine. Okay? Those are the two options. Any other discussion? Okay, ballot box will be open, and then if you need it brought to you, please make a ruckus. Okay, I now declare the ballot box open. We have the results of the election for town treasurer. Town treasurer election. There was 96 ballots, 63 for Elaine Hill, 33 for Sean Moreau. Elaine Hill carries the treasurer's position. 63 to 33 is the number. Thank you very much. Thank you for running. Next, we'll move along to election for select board. Wait. Good. I know you're excited. Hang on. So it's a good thing. It's not a bad thing. We have 3 positions available, 1 3-year term and 2 1-year terms. Right now, I'll entertain nominations for the 1 3-year term.
And I nominate Nick Suarez.
I nominate Steve Frisk.
Okay, we have Steve. Yep. What? Steve Frisk and Nick Moreau. I mean Nick Suarez. Sorry. Nick Suarez. Yes, got it. Okay. Any other nominations? And we'll let them speak in just a moment. Any other nominations? Rob Wright?
Wait, hold on. We got Anita. Who just nominated Rob Wright? I'm blind. I'm sorry.
Kevin. It's dark up there for us in the back. Sorry. No, it's okay. You're backlit from the window. Okay. Sorry. And that was Rob Wright. Okay. We have 3. Any other nominations? We have 3. We can keep going. It's okay to have more than 3. Okay, seeing no other nominations, would we like to have a little introduction? Who wants to go first? Nick, you were nominated first. You want to go first? I'll play with this one. This one. Huh. We got one in the audience? Oh, yeah. Actually, that's a better idea. We'll have you stand up so people can see you while I try to figure this out.
Nope, not working. Not on. How about now?
Wait, give it a sec. Now speak. Oh, I know why. It's my fault. I turned it down because there's one out there that was on. Go. Try it. Hello. Now turn it on. Turn it on. Is it on? Make sure it's on.
It's on. It is on now. Okay. Hi, everyone. I've been on the board for the last year. I've really enjoyed my time here. And then I've also been working for federal government for the last 6 years. So I have quite a lot of experience working with public bodies, working with contracts, grants. And so, yeah, if you like what we've been doing the last year, appreciate your vote. Thank you.
Steve was nominated next. Steve, you want to come on up and...
Good morning. My name is Stephen Frisk. I was on the select board for 6 years. I ran the highway department for 5.5 years, and I now have the ability to return. And I would be more than happy to serve on the select board again for the town of Townsend. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Rob, you want to say a few words?
Happy to let Steve go for this one, and I would gladly take a nomination for the one-year seat.
So you're taking yourself off the list for the 3-year term?
3-year term, yes.
Okay. Rob has declined the 3-year term. Okay, any other nominations then? Select Board requires a paper ballot. We have 2 people running for the 3-year term. We have Steve Frisk, so some form of Steve, or Nick Suarez, some form of Nick. Okay, so Nick or Steve. Any other questions? Hearing none, I declare the ballot box open. Please come on up front, and the ballot box will be brought to you if you need it. We have the results of the election for the 3-year term for Select Board. There were, Select Board, 3-year term, where are we? 39. There were 102 votes, 39 for Steve Frisk, 63 for Nick Suarez. Nick Suarez has been elected to a 3-year term on the Select Board. Congratulations. I will now entertain nominations for one of the 1-year term for the Select Board. This will say this one was held by Nick Suarez. It is now, I will now entertain nominations for a 1-year term on the Select Board.
Nominate Dale West.
Dale West. And then I heard Steve Frisk. Yes?
Yeah.
Anita was Steve Frisk.
I'd like to nominate Shiloh Tedrow.
And I got a hand over here. Wait, let me do the hand first. I have Rob Wright. And I have Shiloh Wright.
Shiloh Tedrow.
Tedrow.
Tedrow. T-E-D-R-O-W.
Tedrow. Okay. Shiloh Tedrow, Rob Wright, Steve Frisk, and Dale West. Do I hear any other nominations? 1-year term on the Select Board. I will. And we're going to have them do a little speaking if they want to speak. So, any other nominations? Okay, let's start from the top. I had Dale West first. Dale, you want to say something? Wait, and here, this is what you got. You want to come up front so they can see you. It's just better that way. Steve Wright and Shiloh, get ready to come on up.
Is this on? Can you hear me? I'm Dale West. I've been in town here for 14 years now. I'm born and raised in the Valley, and I've held positions in town. I've actually been on the Select Board prior, and I've been on the school boards, and I've been on the planning commissions. And actually, both towns I was raised in Jamaica, and I have quite a good knowledge of that, and I'd be willing to help serve this town. Thank you.
Okay, that was Dale West. Next on my list was Steve Frisk. Steve, you want to say anything? Okay, we heard from Steve a little earlier. Rob Wright, would you like to say something? Come on up front. Okay, Rob Wright. Shiloh, would you like to say something?
Hello, I'm Shiloh Tedrow. Probably you all don't know me. Most people know me as the Serendipitous Shepherdess. I founded a nonprofit. I rescue small farm animals. I've never been on a select board before. I am very community oriented though. the auditor's report. I have concerns about most of those things. There's something that I want, if I ended up on the board, I would kind of hopefully drive and work with the others to get those settled. The community use of community areas, as townspeople, are another big thing for me. I have lots and lots of ideas for community events. I actually have a stack of papers about 8 inches thick with ideas for community functions that the benefits from those would run towards cemetery commission, the road crew, to all the different things that we pay taxes for. But instead of, making us pay more taxes, it would be community functions, because I think, especially in this day and age, community is so important. So that's my main goal, is to get us functioning more as a community and celebrating as a community. Even if we don't get along or don't agree, we can still be a community. So that's my main goal, is to make everyone happy as much as I can.
Thank you. Okay, so we have an election, has to be by paper ballot, for Select Board 1-year term. The names are, ready? Dale West, Steve Frisk, and I'll do it slower in a second. Dale West, Steve Frisk, Rob Wright, or Shiloh Tedrow. How about Dale, Steve, Rob, or Shiloh? Okay, let's do those. Dale, Steve, Rob, or Shiloh? Yes, sir, Rob. It's okay. Rob is going to pull his nomination. Okay, Rob is going to, wait, ballot box not, okay. Hang on, that's okay. Yes, sir. No, just one. You're going to vote, yeah, okay. This is for one of the 1-year terms. You're not voting for 2 people. I got to move fast. Dale, Steve, or Shiloh? I now declare the ballot box open. I don't know what I did. Did I do it wrong? Hello, testing. Okay, we have, this is going to be a while. We have results of the vote. There was a total of 90, can you hear me? Mic is not on? Okay. Try that. There you go. Ooh, now we're way too high. Okay, how's that? There we go. Okay, we have the results of the vote. There was a total of 99 votes. That's what I got. You guys know? 99 votes, which means, okay, so there's more than 2 people. So in order to, there's 3 people, so there has to be a majority. 99, where's the majority? 49 would be a majority there, or 50. Anyway, 40, 50? 50 would be 50, right? Plus 1. Right, okay, 50 would be the majority. Dale West received 30. Steve Frisk received 39, and Shiloh received 28. Withdrawn Rob received 2. Okay. But nobody received a majority, so we have to do it again. Does everybody know how this works? So the way this works when there's more than 2 and somebody doesn't get the majority is we vote until there is a majority. We'll do this again. We have Dale, Steve, and Shiloh. If somebody doesn't get a majority again, we do the election a 3rd time, and at that 3rd election, we end up dropping the least vote getter for the next one, for the 4th one, so there will be only 2. Okay? We'll see if somebody gets a majority this time. Does everybody understand my ramblings? Okay. So again, we have an election for a 1-year term on the Select Board. The 3 nominees are Dale West, Steve Frisk, and Shiloh Tedrow. Questions? I now declare the ballot box open. Any other ballots? Going once? Going twice? I declare the ballot box closed. Okay, question, everybody. Question. Our state representative, Emily Long, is here. We have an option, and I don't know if it's disrespectful to the nominees. Do we want to allow Emily to speak now while the votes are being counted, even though this election, we're kind of in the middle of an election? Or do you want to wait until after this election? After? Okay. I think that's fairer, too. I just wanted to ask. Okay. Okay, results of the second election for the Select Board, one-year term. We had a total of, what'd you say, 45, 95?
90, yeah.
Is that 95, right, 95. Divide 95 in a half, that's 47.5. So you would need 48 votes in order to have a majority. Shiloh has 20, Dale has 28, and Steve has 47. So we do it one more time, at least one more time. Okay. So on this election, what's gonna be happening? Oh, I didn't write down those numbers. I need those numbers. Steve had 47, right? That's what I said. I know that. I'll write them down in a sec. Okay. So we do it again the third time. At the end of this election, if somebody doesn't have a majority and win outright, we will drop the lowest vote getter and then do it the fourth time, and there has to be a majority at that point. Okay, so once again, third election, we have Dale West, Steve Frisk, and Shiloh Tedrow. I now declare the ballot box. Any questions? I now declare the ballot box open. Okay, I have the results of the third election for one-year term on the Select Board. Oh, we have a total of 94 votes. I believe 47, 48 would be... Man, I'm glad you're good at math. 48 would be... 47 exactly would be 50%. Doesn't count. 50 plus 1. Right, 48. So we do have a majority on this one. Dale West had 23, Steve Frisk had 60, Shiloh had 10, and withdrawn Rob had 1. So we have, so Steve Frisk did get a majority on this election. So Steve Frisk has won the one-year term on the Select Board. Thank you, Steve, and thank you, everybody, for doing that. Okay, we have now the opportunity to hear from both our state representative, Emily Long, and one of our state senators, Wendy Harrison. They are not town residents. We would need a 2/3 vote to allow them to speak, but we don't have to do it that way. We could do it by objection. If there's no objection, is there any objection to having our state rep and senator speak? Seeing, and then we'll get back to the elections as soon as they speak. We can limit their time to, say, 5 minutes. Would that be acceptable? 5 minutes, okay? I'll have the clock and I'll kind of poke in when we need to. Emily, Wendy, come on down. Thank you. Okay, ready, set, I'm only kidding. Does it work?
Don't start it.
No, I'm only kidding. Make sure it works too.
It works.
Okay.
Thank you. So we're being timed. Wow. This is great. So I'm going to introduce myself first. Emily Long, Representative Emily Long. I live in Newfane, born right here in Grace Cottage Hospital, so I'm pretty familiar with your town. Just going to quickly share a little bit about myself. We're not going to talk about policy. We're going to just open it right up to questions. But I have spent the last 8 years in leadership in the House. This is my 6th term. And I spent the last 4 years as majority leader and have now stepped down from my leadership positions in the House so that I could get back into policy. And I am now back into a policy committee. In fact, I am now on the Education Committee again, which is where I started when I first entered the House. So I went from fire to fire, actually, because now I'm back in the Education Committee, and it's quite a year to be in the Education Committee. So I'm going to turn it over to Senator Harrison.
Thank you. So I'm Wendy Harrison. I live in Brattleboro. You have 2 state senators. You have me and Nader Hashim, and we both represent 19 towns in the Windham district. Senators serve on 2 committees. I serve on the Transportation Committee. In the morning, I'm the clerk of that committee. And then in the afternoon, I'm the chair of Institutions. And what Institutions does is it takes the recommended capital bill that the governor provides us and looks at it and analyzes it and makes recommendations. And so the capital bill that's the bill that funds long-term assets of the state. So we have water, wastewater, we have housing, we have corrections, all the state buildings are in that. And the one thing that I do want to let folks know is a bill that I've been working on that was voted out of institutions, because institutions is now also IT, is the Kids Code bill. It's S69, and I'll leave some information. It's just one page at the desk, but it's Kids Code is the name of the bill, the informal name. And what the bill does is it prohibits large corporations, these are mostly internet corporations, social media, from using algorithms and methods that are harmful to children. They know who is using their services, they know the ages of these folks, and they deliberately use algorithms to hook kids in and get them addicted to the internet, and there's a lot of evidence about that, and we took evidence. So I'm really pushing that and working hard on that, and so we got it out of committee. It's going to the Senate as soon as we get back. So I think I'll stop there.
Do you have something to hand out? You want to mention? You did?
I
Okay,
do have
good.
a handout, yes.
Okay. Any other? Okay, so we're keeping it short. Questions? Yes.
I'd like to know each of your positions on the governor's proposal for redoing education districts and administration.
Okay, my answer will be probably shorter than Emily's. I'm not on an education committee. I think we need to move really slowly. At one point, the implementation was going to be next year, which I think is really not reasonable. Nader Hashim is on the education committee. He's focusing on the districts. We have to get the governance right. Public education is a foundation of democracy, so this isn't something to fool around with. We obviously do need to lower taxes, and I'll leave it at that for.
And I will speak in vague terms because what we have in front of us is fairly vague. The rollout of the governor's proposal has been incredibly slow this year. In fact, we only just received the bill in committee on Thursday or Friday this past week. And that's just a couple weeks before crossover, or even a week before crossover. We will probably get a crossover exemption for whatever we do, we think. That there's an agreement on crossover, which is moving a bill from one body to the other. How do I feel about it? The governor's proposal is pretty extreme and takes 119 school districts down to 5 in the state, removes pretty much all local control, expands school choice to every child in the state, and many other things. What I have not been able to confirm is that it actually saves money. In fact, from what we can tell, it may even cost money. So with the testimony we've been taking, we haven't waited for the governor's bill to hit our committee, and have been taking testimony all session, but not on a specific piece of legislation, because like I said, we didn't get the bill. But the feedback we're getting from everyone, it feels like almost no one is saying anything different, is this is huge. It is a significant change to something that is, as Wendy just said, a cornerstone of our democracy, and it can't be done in school districts and in communities that fast. So please take your time. We've been told over and over again, please take your time, think about this and all the impacts on it. I will just say from my perspective, the first most important piece is always what I've always felt, and that is that every child in the state of Vermont needs to have equitable access to a really high quality public education system. And I'm going to keep fighting for that no matter what. But we were told Vermonters told us they want lower property tax rates. So our committee, the House Education Committee, is working on this. Ways and Means is also hard at work in their committee to try to find out the impacts of the governor's proposal on shifting our funding formula from what you know as it is today to a foundation formula, and whether that will save us money, whether that will meet Brigham, because Brigham, the law that put Act 60 into place, Act 60 and then 68 into place, and a law on equitable access to education, it has to meet that as well. So we're looking hard and trying to figure out a path forward, but I do believe we'll see a change in the governance of our system. How it's all going to play out, I don't know. Yeah.
Okay, just to let you know, we're at 6 minutes and 45 seconds. More questions?
This is for Wendy. Housing, affordable housing for the working poor in our community. I find it unconscionable people are I find it unconscionable. It's about housing and for the working poor in our communities. They are working and the wages don't reflect in terms of housing rents. And housing is, most young Vermonters can't even dream of owning property or a house. And that needs to be addressed, as well as, and this is for, it would be on lunches for children. I find that we are a nation that has so much waste in terms of food, and all children, they're precious and they should be fed.
I completely, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Yes, I support universal school meals, and it actually saves our schools money while it feeds our kids. It's critical. Regarding housing, I was on the housing committee in my last term, and we did a lot. We revised zoning that towns can have. Probably the most impactful one is that wherever single-family homes are allowed, now by statute, by state statute, so it doesn't matter if the town has updated its zoning or not, duplexes are allowed anywhere where single-family homes are allowed. And so what that means is Vermonters who have a home can renovate their home so that now there are 2 units, which is helpful for families, and it also provides a source of income for Vermonters. Generally, the middle and low-income housing that is subsidized by the government, that takes longer to develop. But we've put a lot of money in. Emily would probably know that because it was before I was there. A lot of our COVID money went into subsidized housing. We are making sure that can't be zoned out, or if there is water and sewer, there's a certain amount of density that's required, and we're getting some pushback from towns, which is, it's important to have that conversation because some towns don't want it, and it's important to actually bring that into the into the open rather than just having it being underlying, because then we can do something about it. The changes that we made are resulting in new housing. And on the sheet that I have on the backside is an article that I wrote that talks about that housing is being constructed. And to me, I really appreciate what we did with Act 250 because it kept what's important about Act 250 so that we don't end up with a lot of suburbs and housing that just doesn't work for Vermont. But it does have temporary exemptions that encourage housing to start now, but in the long term, we will have more housing, and that will help everybody at all levels because folks need starter homes, and then they move up.
I just want to quick respond to the question as well, the universal school meals. The governor's proposal that you asked about does not include universal meals, nor does it include school construction aid. Those are two things that I am going to continue to fight for. I did vote in support of universal school meals, and I will stay in support of it for all the reasons many of you know, and I'm happy to share them outside of this moment. But the school construction aid is also super important to the communities I represent and to the state of Vermont. So we're still looking at how we can add that into whatever bill we come out with. We remain committed in the Education Committee to school construction aid program.
Okay, we're at 11 minutes and 22 seconds. Yes, sir, in the back.
I have a question. With the recent territory with Canada, is the state doing anything to protect the 25% of our electricity we get from Canada?
We are, in the state, we don't have a huge amount we can do to change what is going on beyond staying in close touch with our representatives in Congress, as we hope all of you are as well. But we are staying on top of that and trying to make sure that it has the least amount of impact on Vermonters in whatever way we can. I'm super concerned about what's going on in Washington. I'm going to admit it. It's very concerning that we're seeing not just these tariffs, but I'm worried about funding for education. I'm worried about funding for, I'm worried about Medicaid, Medicare, Social Security, in fact. So the Hydro-Quebec is a very big part of our electric programs here in Vermont, and I'm hoping that something will get straightened out really quick in Washington so that we aren't seeing the impact in our wallets, but I'm very concerned about that. I mean, even fuel prices are going up right now. So one thing I'll just quickly share about this, somebody asked us at our last town meeting, what are we doing to influence the governor to have a voice? And we do, as a legislature, we do have contact with the governor in whatever way we can, but what I shared there, and I'll share it here, I, as a citizen in the state of Vermont and as a legislator, I really want the governor to speak out against what is going on in Washington because of how it's going to impact the people I represent and all of Vermonters. So I'm looking to the governor for leadership on this, and I'm hoping all of you will reach out to him as well.
Anything to add? No?
No, that's,
Okay.
I agree.
Okay, in agreement. Any other questions? We're at 13 minutes and 41 seconds. Yeah, I got two more hands here. Yes, sir.
Where do you see the Affordable Heat Act going in this section?
Well, I'll quick answer and let Wendy do hers. I don't see, there are proposals to repeal the Global Warming Solutions Act and other legislation, affordable heat, but I don't see us repealing. I don't see that's going to happen. But I do think that we're looking very thoughtfully about how we move forward with our climate policies, because we don't, again, want to impact the wallets of Vermonters, but we don't want to roll back the work we've done. Flooding in Vermont, along with heat and drought and all the other things, are very serious, and we need to make sure that we stay focused on climate resiliency, and maybe look at deadlines in our legislation that we've done on climate to see whether there's any shifts that need to be made, but I don't see it rolling back.
I'll just say the Affordable Clean Heat Act is part of global warming. Probably folks know that. And that's the one that was the most controversial one in this past election. And if we do nothing, then it does not go into effect. And that's what I think is going to happen. And at this point in time, I think that's a reasonable thing for it to happen. I do agree with the goals of that act, which were to have lower income Vermonters be able to afford the alternative heat sources that folks with money are able to afford. And it was not to force folks to use electricity if they don't want to use electricity. In my house, we have multiple sources of heat, and I think that's a good way to do things. But lower income Vermonters typically don't have the resources to have multiple sources of heat. So that's where I stand.
Yeah, I saw another hand in the back. Any other questions? Seeing no other questions, I thought I saw a hand. We're good? Okay. I think a big thank you is in order to our state senator and representative.
Thank you for your
Thank
time.
you. Huh?
Thank you for your time.
Oh, thank you for our time. Thank you for coming. We appreciate being able to question you. And thank you for keeping it brief and answer the questions. Thank you. It's nice to see you. And there'll be a handout left in the back there. On your way out, you can pick that up. Okay. Back to our regularly scheduled program. Okay. We just had an election for a one-year position on the Select Board. On the Select Board, one-year position, won by Steve Frisk. We now have another one-year term on the Select Board. I will now entertain nominations for that one-year term. Yes, sir. Dale West. You getting this? Good. Let me go up front here.
I nominate Shiloh Tedrow.
Shiloh Tedrow. Wait 1 sec. I saw a hand. Steve.
Rob Wright.
Rob Wright. Okay. That was your hand too? Rob Wright. Okay. So we have Dale West, Rob Wright, and Shiloh Tedrow. Do I have that correct? Any other nominations? Hearing no other nominations, I declare nominations closed. We will now have a paper ballot election. We have Dale West, Rob Wright, and Shiloh Tedrow. This is for a one-year term on the Select Board. I now declare the ballot box open. Okay, we have the results of the one-year term on the Select Board. I have to add them up. 7, 8, 9, 96. What's the 50% of 96? I can do it real quick. 48. 48, thank you. You would need 48 in order to win. Rob Wright got 40. Shiloh got 30. And Dale got 26. So nobody received the majority. So we do it again. Wait. Dale's withdrawing. You sure? He's good? Okay, Dale has withdrawn. So now we have an election. The election continues. This time, though, however, since Dale withdrew, we have Rob Wright and Shiloh Tedrow. Rob Wright and Shiloh Tedrow. Questions? Just those two, and this will be the last vote because somebody will have the majority. Any questions? We got Shiloh or Rob? I now declare the ballot box open. Shiloh or Rob? Okay, we have the results of the one-year term on the Select Board. There were a total of 90 votes, if I correctly added 90 votes. That means 46 for a majority. Have I got this right? Rob Wright, yep, Rob Wright received 48. Shiloh received 40. Dale West received 1. And an unknown Rick Hagee also received 1. Where's Rick? So Rick also received 1. But total of 90, so that means we would need 46, okay, to win. And so Rob Wright wins the one-year term on the Select Board with 48 votes. Thank you, Rob. Okay, Select Board is finished. We'll move forward with further elections. Next up is a one 3-year term as a lister, currently held by Helen Holt. I will now entertain nominations. Helen Holt has been nominated. Any other nominations? Seeing no other nominations, If there are no objections and hearing no more nominations, I declare the nominations closed and instruct the clerk to cast one ballot for Helen Holt for a 3-year term as a lister. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Helen Holt has been re-elected, 3-year term as a lister. Next up is an election for delinquent tax collector, a 1-year term. I will now entertain nominations. It's currently held by Becky Riley. Becky Riley has been nominated. You see that, Irv? It was Irv. It was Irv. Irv. Recommended. Becky, any other nominations? If there are no objections and hearing no other nominations, I declare the nominations closed and instruct the clerk to cast one ballot for Becky Riley for a 1-year term as delinquent tax collector. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Becky has been reelected delinquent tax collector. I will now entertain, next up is a first constable. It's one-year term is available, currently held by Warren Beatty. I will now entertain nominations. Warren has been nominated. That was Irv again, just so you know. Any other nominations? Warren Beatty has been nominated. Seeing no other nominations, and if there are no objections, I declare the nominations closed and instruct the clerk to cast one ballot for Warren Beatty for a 1-year term as constable. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Warren has been reelected. I'll now, next position is second constable. One-year term is available. It's currently held by Michael Cutts. I'll now entertain nominations for a 1-year term as a second constable. Mike Cutts, that was Glenn. Glenn. No, Warren, sorry. Where's Glenn? I saw him before, but that was Warren. I'll get him straight. Okay, Michael Cutts has been nominated. He's not here today. I know I spoke to him not too long ago. He was fine with it. Oh, there's Glenn. See, I got it. Where am I? Second Constable, Michael Cutts. Any other nominations? Hearing no other nominations, and if there's no objections, I declare nominations closed and instruct the clerk to cast one ballot for Michael Cutts for second constable 1-year term. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Next election is for cemetery commissioner. There is one 5-year term available, currently held by Paula Newton, I believe. I will now entertain nominations for one 5-year term as a cemetery commissioner. Paula Newton Diamondstone has been nominated. Any other nominations? Hearing no other nominations, and if there's no objection, I will instruct the clerk to cast one ballot for Paula Newton Diamondstone for one 5-year term as a cemetery commissioner. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Believe the ayes have it. Paula has been reelected. Library trustee. One 5-year term is available, currently held by Jean McIntyre. I will now entertain nominations for a 5-year term as a library trustee. Miriam Sholden Fry. Okay, got it. Sholden Fry. That was Kathy DeGrenier. For Miriam Sholden-Fly. Any other nominations? Hearing no, is Miriam here? Where's Miriam? Where's she at? There she is. You want to, well, there's no, do you want to say anything? No? Okay, that's fine. Any other nominations? Hearing no other nominations, and if there are no objections, I declare the nominations closed and instruct the clerk to cast one ballot for Miriam Sholdenfly for a 5-year term as library trustee. Did I get it right? Close? Sorry. We're talking about her right there, Miriam. Okay. A yes vote passes, votes Miriam in, a no vote doesn't. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Thank you for doing that. I will now entertain, nope, there is now a 3-year term available for the West River Municipal Union Education District. Did I get it right? Modified. West River Modified Union Education District Representative. It is a 3-year term currently held by Joe Winrick. I will now entertain nominations. Joe Winrick's been nominated by Al. Got that? Okay. Who nominated? Or Al nominated Joe? Al Clausen? Yeah. Any other nominations? Hearing no other nominations, and if there are no objection, I will instruct the clerk to cast one ballot for Joe Winrick for a 3-year term as the West River Modified Union Education District Representative. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Thank you for all those who have ran for office and will be working this next year. Let me remind you to please come up after the meeting to get sworn in. Okay, elections are finished. Moving on to Article 5. To see if the town will authorize the Select Board to set a tax rate sufficient to cover all monies raised for municipal entities for the period of July 1st, 2025 through June 30th, 2026, and to borrow money in anticipation of taxes. Okay. You're too fast for me. Craig? Eugene? Got it. Sorry, I have to come up with names. I'm slow with that. Okay. Discussion. We now have a motion before us, Article 5. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing no discussion on the motion, we have a motion before us to authorize the Select Board to set a tax rate sufficient to cover all monies raised from municipal entities for the period of July 1st, 2025 through June 30th, 2026, and to borrow money in anticipation of taxes. A yes vote will pass the motion. A no vote will defeat that motion. Questions? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. Ayes do have it. Article 5 passes. Moving on to Article 6, to see if the town will authorize its property tax collector to receive its real property taxes quarterly, August 25, 25, November 25, 25, February 25, 26, and May 26, 26. Monthly interest will be charged at the rate of 0.5% or fraction thereof. Interest of 1% or fraction thereof plus penalties will commence on May 30th, 2026. Now entertain a motion. Craig? Craig made the motion. Second. Got it? Yes. Okay, I guess we're good. Moved and seconded. Discussion. Yes. Come on up here. Or here, I got a microphone for you. We're back to this. Yes, we're back to this.
Elizabeth Martin. At the pre-meeting last week, I mentioned this, although the dates look like it may already reflect what I proposed, and that's that we always pay our taxes in that particular quarter on the last Friday of the month. It kind of gives everybody a little bit of time, as opposed to like sometimes we're paying before Thanksgiving, so we've only got a couple weeks in that month. Select Board saw no problem with it, so I thought I'd put it out there for everybody to comment on.
Okay. Any other further? Are you amending the dates at all?
I have to look at the calendar, but it should be the last Friday of those particular months. The 25th is pretty close to the end of the month as it is. I didn't look at the calendar.
Okay. Okay. Any other discussion? Something's reverberating, is it me? Okay. Is it better? No. That's okay? That's okay, that's fine? Okay, discussion. Discussion on the dates of the tax rate. Anything there? Okay, we have a motion before us to see if the town will authorize its property tax collector to receive its real property taxes quarterly, August 25, 25, November 25, 25, February 25, 26, and May 26, 26. Monthly interest will be charged at a rate of 0.5% or fraction thereof. Interest of 1% or fraction thereof plus penalties will commence on May 30th, 2026. A yes vote will pass that motion. A no vote will defeat that motion. Questions? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Article 7. To see if the town will vote to appropriate $646,435 to pay for the running expenses and liabilities of the town, of which $278,312 to be raised in taxes. That is between pages 10 and 16 in your town report. I will now entertain a motion. So moved, Greg. Second. Anybody? Chris again. Got it? Moved and seconded. We are now allowed to discuss the running expenses and liabilities of the town. Yes, sir.
Given the earlier discussion about the amount for the tax collector not being included in this, do we need to add that here, or does that automatically get added in the amounts to be raised by taxes?
Yeah, right. You want to say?
As we stated before, anything that is an article is added to the line items, the budget. So it's over and above this. You've already voted on the 1,500, it will be added.
But he's asking about the other monies. Is that right? That's what you're asking?
I'm asking whether we have to specifically ask for the 1,500 to be raised.
No, we've already approved that, and it will be added.
It's already in the budget, I think.
Any article is over and above.
No. What he's asking is, not the $1,500. The $4,000 for the assistant. No. Oh yes, no. We don't have to vote on that again. Yes, it does have to be raised by taxes, but we've already voted for that. It is not in this general fund.
That $1,500.
Right, that $1,500 is a separate article, and we've already voted on that. That's already going to be you're already going to be taxed for that. Right, yep, okay. Good question. More, yes, in the back, you're going to have to wait for the microphone. Who's got it? We got one up here. Where's the other one? You got it. Oh, go ahead. That's too much.
Okay. Hold on, everybody. Is it working?
Yes, yes. Just speak close to it.
Okay, so I'm assuming that this is the time that we discuss anything in the budget that we had questions about. Is this the time now?
Yes. This is the general fund. We're speaking about the general fund.
Okay. So the first thing I wanted to ask about is in the wages for the select board, they actually dropped for each member this year. Did you all decide that you're just going to be nice to us and just drop your wages?
Did you know that?
It was $5,200 last year for the select board total, the members total. And
I understand what you're saying.
Oh, okay.
In this box was for information only, and an error was made. It should have been 1,300 times 4. However, in the line item, which is what you're actually voting on in the budget, it's correct.
Okay. So the next line item. It's going to take a while because I have to find my highlighting here.
Can't hear you.
Yeah, speak. Bring it close to your mouth.
I'm just muttering, so you don't really want to hear me anyway. Okay. I noticed as a select board assistant has gotten a $6,000 raise. which I'm just kind of curious as to what the rationale was behind that.
Page number?
Page number 11. Are you increasing your hours, or are the hours being increased? Or?
Yes, so we did vote to increase the select board assistants' hours for the following year. So that is part of that increase on top of the 2.5% that across the board that was applied.
Mm-hmm. So is the select board assistant still helping the highway foreman with grant writing?
Yes.
Okay.
I believe that was 5 hours allocated.
One of the things we did, as well as raising the hours, is we have 25 hours for select board and 5 hours for the highway, so that we can be totally transparent where the monies and the hours are going.
Okay, so then further down on page 11, I think there's a typo. It said that the wages grant coordinator were $1,250. They were actually $12,500.
Yeah, except for the fact that if you read the minutes, we took money out of the economic recovery grant to pay for 6 months of the grant writer position, so that.
So you deducted that?
So we deducted that. This is
Gotcha.
what the town actually paid.
Well, speaking of the grant writer position, there was a little blurb in the book about.
Page number?
Hang in there, I haven't found it. 29. So on page 29, the grant coordinator annual report has a few statements that I find rather maybe misleading. The first statement was about getting a $50,000 V-Trans paving grant and a $20,000 ditching grant and another $31,000 ditching grant. Those grants all worked, as far as I know, those all went through in 2023. So the grant writer really didn't have anything much to do with it because she wasn't doing grant writing then. And Connie, as far as I know, is working with the highway department and has been for a while. And it seems as if, I think she's the one that probably did most of the work on this. And I will finish my what I had found in this, and then if you're willing to talk about it, you can. The $20,000 economic recovery grant from the state of Vermont, as far as I know, that was given to all towns, and it wasn't something you had to apply for. It was just given. So why would you say that you got it when you didn't actually apply for it? And then the $12,000 946 Vermont State Preservation Grant, which is the one that the grant writer actually did apply for. If you think about it, half of it went to wages. Actually, all of it went to wages because we paid $12,000 for the grant coordinator position. In a sense, it was $6,000. So I'm just wondering, it just seems that this whole report is pretty misleading, and just wondered how one would want to address that.
Let me ask the question. The questions about the grants for the highway, should be discussed under the highway department? I mean, I don't know. Do you want to discuss it now, or do you want to bring that up during the highway discussion? I don't know. This is grants for the highway department, not grants in general. Speak about grants in general.
Grants in general
Right.
should be discussed here because this is where our grant writer position salary comes.
Okay, about the grant writer position, sure, okay.
Okay, so for the ditching, the 21,000 and then there was a 31,000. We had 2 outstanding grants that required research. We weren't sure what we were allowed to use them for. We needed to figure out, speaking to the different people from the departments, how we could utilize them, their time frames, everything like that. We were given some extensions in order to use them, and they were both managed and implemented this summer. So I worked with Jeremy. We worked on timelines. We meet with the V-Trans people pretty regularly. The V-Trans representatives, they meet with us to discuss the grants that are available to the towns, where we fall on the list, what we need to do in order to be compliant for those grants. I attended several different types of trainings having to do with these grants. And then we're given these timelines to implement them, and there's some management that goes into that. So yes, they were awarded previously, but we were managing them this year. The paving grant is similar to that. We do a lot of work with VTrans, a lot of corresponding and meeting and putting together plans that helps us build our budget for the coming year as well for the highway. In terms of the economic recovery grant, that was something that was sent to, you're right, it was sent to all municipalities. We were given no information on how to use it. We had no idea what it was for or how to use it. So I had to talk and deal with VLCT, I had to deal with the state. We had to figure out exactly what we were allowed to use it for. And we were finally, I think it was the VLCT that was able to look into it further for us, and it was suggested that we use it for some wages, some unexpected wages, if we had done any hiring in between when the new fiscal year started. So that was our impetus to allocate some of that funding towards my wages. That way, the impact to the town was not going to come out of the budget. So that's why we did that. I'm sorry, I'm trying to figure out where the rest of it is. The state preservation grant, that has to do with the slate roof for the town hall. I worked with the planning commission. And we were awarded that grant to fix or repair 56 slates on the town hall roof. So.
Okay, any other further, good? Further discussion, yes, ma'am. Just speak. Just get really close to it and talk. Yep.
I apologize, but that was a rather long explanation. Are we still in Article 7?
I'm sorry, yes, Article 7, we're talking about the general fund?
Okay. The question that some of us rose at the pre-meeting was in regard to that $10,000 we were overtaxed. I had wondered if that was going to be rebated to the taxpayers, but according to what something Ally said earlier, it just went into the general fund. How is that benefiting the taxpayers?
Well, I said it was in the general fund because it was raised improperly. However, at the end of the year, there was a surplus. So the said $10,000 was included in the surplus and thereby used to reduce the taxes the next year, which is returning it to the taxpayer.
Which we've already given you authority to possibly raise in July, so that $10,000 might offset it the tiniest bit, $10,000 times however many homeowners.
You're bringing up the $10,000 and now you're negating that it's an amount to discuss.
No, I'm not. Okay. What's going to happen to the $10,000? Do we get something taken off our taxes?
It went into the surplus. Stop by town hall and I'll explain the bookkeeping.
I think maybe more than just me would like to know the answer to the question.
I just gave the answer.
It's in the surplus. Stop by town hall.
It's in the surplus.
It seems like it's that $10,000 was put in the surplus and because it's in the surplus, it will be returned to the taxpayers.
Oh.
Is that was
Excellent.
the answer? Yeah.
That's what I just said.
But it doesn't show up in the bookkeeping per se because it's in,
well, it would be about $5.
It's in the surplus. Right. It's just that much less that has to be raised by taxes. Okay. Hopefully that answers. Yep. I have other people that need to speak. You've already spoken. We have other people to speak. Yes, sir, in the back. Two of you. 1, 2. Dale, when you're done, can you pass the microphone? Thank you, sir.
So my question is, I notice in your general fund revenue section, could you explain to me, I noticed last year we budgeted for in this year, but I still never understood what use of fund balance monies are. Is that considered like surplus?
Yes, sir.
So you're anticipating a surplus of a budget year that you have not completed yet. Am I correct?
Elaine, do you want to speak to that on page 10, the $175,000?
Okay. So every year when we do the audit, the auditors come back and they tell us, you have a surplus in the general fund of $350,000. And of that $350,000, they recommend that the town keep a percentage of that money, 10 to 15%, so that when taxes are no longer collected, so from June until the next tax collection, which would be in August, we would have funds available to pay the running expenses of the town. And so when they go to do the budget, they're looking at 375, we're going to keep 200,000, and we're going to use the fund balance to lower the tax rate. So instead of collecting, we're just lowering the tax rate by that amount so that it benefits everybody. So that's what use of fund
I was
balance
assuming
is.
that might have been it, but I think a lot of people would want to like to know what and how that process is done.
Correct. And the select board makes the decision from what we have as a surplus. They make the decision, oh, we're going to do 200 or we'll do 150. Each year it's a little bit different, and that's how it's relayed in the town report.
Okay, thank you.
I just have a point of order on the previous article. It was stated that the dates that are published for Article 6 are the last Friday of the month, and I looked at the calendar. That does not appear to be correct.
No, we knew that she was just mentioning that that's generally when they were.
All right, so some of these are on so the information then is some of these are on a Monday or a Wednesday or all times during the week. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry for the
No, that's okay.
confusion.
That's okay. Okay, any other discussion? Article 7-ish? Article 7, general fund. Somebody wants to speak twice? Anybody want to speak for the first time? No? Okay, where? Warren. Okay, there you go, Warren. Sorry, I didn't see you. Yeah.
Just messing with you.
Okay.
Special projects, does that fall under our general budget for you guys?
That's under highway, I'm being told.
The special, okay, that's.
Yeah, no, that's okay.
Just wanted to clarify.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
Yep. We got up in the, right behind you, past that behind you.
Chad Greenwood. Just a couple clarifications. We're adding some money for the select board assistant to help the highway foreman. That's what you said, around 7,000. And then when we have 14,500 for the wage grant coordinator. Didn't the town highway foreman used to do all that work on his own?
Okay, I can't touch it. What I know is that the job is getting much more complicated looking for the grants. And I think all of us want to avail ourselves to every available grant that's out there to better serve our town and to soften our tax impact. So that's why, and I personally feel that Townsend's having growing pains. A lot of the information we get from the state talks about big towns and gives us advice as if we have a town manager and all sorts of different layers of bureaucracy, which we don't have, and nor should we have because we're small. But this is our way to get everything done effectively. So,
Thank you.
Any other first-time questionnaires? Wait, okay, yeah, that's fine. Any other? Yep, she's gonna, right behind you is the microphone. Anybody else want to speak for the first time? Okay, second-time speakers, go right ahead. No, somebody press the button off. No touchy the microphones. I got them set up. There you go,
There
good
it
job.
Okay, this is pertaining to the library.
No, library's Article 9.
Oh, okay, so that's, so I don't do that.
Yes, this is not, we're talking about the general fund.
I thought that was a general fund.
No, we have the
Okay.
library.
In that case, I don't have
Has
anything
its
to
own
say.
fund. Okay, good. Any other discussion? No, thank you. That's okay. Any other discussion on the general fund? We're going to have an election in a moment. Election? Yes, a vote in a moment. Any other discussion on the general fund? Okay, seeing no other discussion, we have a motion before us to see if the town will vote to appropriate $646,435 to pay for the running expenses and liabilities of the town, of which $278,312 is to be raised by taxes. A yes vote passes that motion. A no vote defeats that motion. Any other questions? No. Somebody has requested a paper ballot for this. Do I have 7 other people that want a paper ballot to vote for the, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, we're going to have a paper ballot for the general fund. Okay, so the motion before us is to see if the town will vote to appropriate $646,435 to pay for the running expenses and liabilities of the town, of which $278,312,000 to be raised in taxes. A yes vote, a yes, yes, passes that motion. A no defeats that motion. Yes on the paper or no on the paper? Any questions? Seeing no questions, I now declare the ballot box open. Okay, we have the results of the election on Article 7. There was a total of 62 votes, which means 32 in order to pass. 31. Yeah, 32 in order to pass. 48 was yes. No was 13. Spoil, because we couldn't see yes or no, was 1. So the Article 7 passes as we discussed. Yes? Article 7 passes. 48 yes, 13 no, 1 spoil. 48, 13, 1. Okay. Okay, I'm going to yell at you now. We've had some complaints about noise. As Vermont's population ages, I moved here over 30 years ago. I used to have hair. All our hearing is getting worse. And so I've had some complaints in the back that they're having trouble hearing because of the individual conversations that are going on and people coming in and out. So if we can, please keep it down as much as possible. And those that have the mic, those that are speaking, please wait for the microphone. If I stand here, you can barely hear me. Please lean into the microphone, get it close to you so we can all hear you. Wait for the microphone. People are having trouble hearing you. Thank you very much. Okay, and in the future we may do something about that. But for now, Article 7 passes. If you didn't hear, is 48 yes, 13 no, 1 spoiled. Moving on to Article 8. To see if the town will vote to appropriate $1,039,752 to pay for the running expenses and liabilities of maintaining the town's roads, of which $834,455 is to be raised in taxes. I will entertain a motion. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Craig? Second, Christine? Okay, got it. That's on pages 17 through 20 is the running expenses and liabilities of the town roads. We now have a motion on the floor. It's been seconded, so we can have some discussion. Any discussion? Yes, in the back, but you need the microphone. Who's got it? There you go. Thank you for doing that. Thank you for doing that. Yes.
Okay, I don't know if many of you know, but the Plum Road, Taft Road, over the hill to Brookline, there's going to be a Green Mountain Power project to bury the power cable this summer. And I didn't see anything in here that dealt with any contingency. They're going to use a great big ditch digging machine and directly lay the cable. And my experiences with those kinds of projects is the road is never put back the way it came out. And I'm very concerned about that.
Discussion? Go ahead. Please state your name when you get the microphone.
Al Howman.
Okay, that's okay. Do we want the town, wait, okay, yeah, hang on. Is the town foreman the road foreman the best person to speak to this? Yes or no? Is that the best? Yes, okay. He does not live in town, So we would need to suspend the rules in order for him to speak. If there's no objection, yes, sir. Objection. We have one objection, so we need a 2/3 vote in order to allow the road foreman to answer the question. Normally, we have to divide the House for a 2/3 vote, which means generally you stand up. Let's see if we could do it by hands rather than standing up. All those in favor of allowing the road foreman to speak, please raise your hand. Okay, all those against? I can say that there are more than 2/3 allowed. Would Justice of the Peace agree? That's really who needs to count them. Justice of the Peace agree? Where are the Justice of the Peaces? Yes, yes, yes? Okay, so we do have a 2/3 vote to allow the road foreman to speak. Sir, you have the floor.
So as of today, this is the first I'm hearing about this project. We did have a foreman's meeting last Wednesday. We met with GMP about upcoming projects, and they were going to contact towns individually to plan these such events. But after the first West Hill experience, it's going to be on doing an ironclad contract with Green Mountain Power on what the scope of work is, and then, having to basically hold them to that. So because of the last project, I came in the middle. I wasn't sure what was going on. So there was a lot of miscommunication there. Hopefully this project and future projects will go a lot smoother. I haven't heard. I know we're planning one on East Hill, Harmonyville to Deer Valley Road, but nothing's been presented to us yet. I don't know if the select board's heard anything about it, but we have nothing from Green Mountain Power as to when these projects are going to commence.
As a resident, I received a message in the mail while I was on the phone. So they have maps and drawings and everything.
Like I said, I have not received any of that yet, so.
I'm very concerned about that. We really
I understand your concern, sir.
As a resident and you that received that, now maybe contact them and say, you haven't even spoke to our town yet. So, okay. Any other discussion on the highway budget? Yes, sir. Wait, microphone, come on up front. Something? Oh, wait, we have it right here.
Bob DeServo. I live off of West Hill. When they did that work, it was a terrible, terrible inconvenience. They didn't always abide by the hours they said they were going to be there. But for the most part, when you talk to them, they allowed you past. There were one or two instances where I had to make an excursion, but I'll tell you this. This winter, I lost my power for a few hours once, whereas a typical winter, I lose it for days. So it makes a huge difference in terms of what gets done. And in terms of the road itself, it's the best it's been in 25 years.
We'll do it. Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion on the highway fund? I see.
I'm gonna, yes,
Jeremy,
West Hill actually has held up really good the last two winters after this project went through, which was pretty awesome in my eyes. We haven't had to do much maintenance up there at all in the last two summers. So I've heard other towns of having not so good experiences. So that was a big discussion last week at our foreman's meeting and how to prevent stuff like that. It's mostly just doing our due diligence when we bring the contract to light and make sure that hold them accountable through the process.
Just further discussion. Andrew, your hand's up.
Back to the specifics of the highway fund. On the general fund, we recognize the $175,000 surplus from 23-24. But we also have a deficit on the highway fund of $79,504 that is not accounted for in the budget for the highway fund. And I'd like to know how we're going to treat that.
Connie's a resident. She's also our administrative assistant, and I would like her to speak to this.
So
We ended fiscal year '24 with an $80,000 deficit in the highway fund. We anticipate $128,000, over $128,000 of FEMA and federal highway money from 2021 to come in this fiscal year. And so we plan to use those funds to cover the deficit that came from the end of fiscal year '24.
Okay, can I just summarize? So you're utilizing anticipated surplus in the current fiscal year to offset that?
Not surplus, it's undesignated funds that haven't been budgeted for because the expenses were incurred in 2021 during one of the storms, but the money is coming in fiscal year '25, so they are undesignated, so we have the ability to use them towards the deficit.
Okay, thank you. So 128 minus the 79, so you would actually have more than that.
Thank you, Connie.
Okay, right behind you.
Patricia Hatch. So given the current, how do I want to say this? The fact that they're ceasing a lot of payments out of Washington, including most likely FEMA, how can you count on those funds coming in?
Do you want to answer that, Nick, since you work for the federal government?
I do not speak for the federal government or for FEMA, and I don't work anywhere near FEMA. But what I can say is that these are monies that have already been appropriated. So that money has already been designated for us, and it is just coming in. We cannot make any guesses as to what's going to happen, and someone could just undo a whole lot of stuff, and that's out of our control. But from the information that we have, this is money that has been appropriated, and it is just waiting to come in.
Am I allowed to follow up?
Sure.
They've already stopped appropriated payments for other agencies, so I don't know that we can rely on this.
Yeah. The best we can do is change course when something happens, but we can't start, going into bonds and other ways to make up for the deficit if the money is still slated to be coming towards us, and we have not heard otherwise yet. I'm sorry. We don't have any more control over that, but that's the best we can do right now.
Okay, any further discussion? Yes, sir. Have you spoken once already? No. Bob, you haven't spoken yet, have you?
I have.
You have? Okay,
but
wait.
it's a different subject.
Huh?
It's not about the
No.
road work.
If you've spoken about this article yet, yeah. Any other first-time speakers want before the second-time speakers? In the back, one person wants to speak before you. Really loud because it's going to take a while good for you guys. Thank you.
Is this the correct article to talk about the old grader, just the status on what the plan is?
Is this
for
the
that?
correct time to speak about the grader? You want to? Yes? Talk about the grader now? I don't see why not. Yes. Go ahead and speak about the grader, sir.
No, I would like to know.
Oh, I don't know. He would like to know, the question, I guess,
What are we
is...
doing with it?
Why don't you ask the question again? Just...
What?
Yes, Jeremy's still approved.
We wrote up the bid process, which went out Friday for opening bids for sale for it. It'll be concluded on the 24th.
So it was determined it's unfixable and we're putting it out to bid to sell?
Correct. Excuse me?
How much is it?
Well, from what they had quoted us, it was just under 5,000, but there was a lot of other issues with it that needed to be addressed, which would have cost a lot. So, I mean, you're talking about a 23-year-old machine with 11,000 hours on it. So it was time.
Right, but at a select board meeting earlier this year, I asked when I was there for you to come up with a budget so the taxpayers would know how much it would cost to fix it, right? We spent $10,000 on a turbo that blew up and grenaded the motor. Maybe that's on the tech's fault. We're still paying that bill. And then you can't tell if it's $20,000 to fix this thing, to put it back on the road for a couple of years, and then get the taxpayers to approve $400,000 for a new grader? I mean, isn't that your job?
Well, I mean, we had tons of meetings about this, Warren.
Right, did you come back with an actual budget number? To fix the grader that blew up on East Hill?
No, I'm sorry. I mean,
That's what we asked for at a select board meeting. The select board all agreed that we would get one. Because I said, come March, if you got a 1-year lease on this thing and you can turn it back, the taxpayers may tell you, well, we're not going to support this lease anymore. So have a budget number so the taxpayers would have known what it would have cost them to fix it.
I guess that's on me then.
It's informational for us. I mean, we're all in this together, right? And we got to come up with $400,000 to keep our roads graded, and understandably so. But the alternative to at least give us that information would kind of be prudent. So,
I mean, we went through multiple meetings and decided that the machine was just not worth the
at the
headache.
one last meeting I was there, I was summoned to be there by Ally for other reasons, and I brought this up. We talked about it. The select board all agreed that, yep, that probably makes sense. It sucks to spend $4,000 to figure out how much it's really going to cost us, but at the end of the day, it's due diligence for the taxpayers. It's not your grader. It's not their grader. It's our grader. Right?
Correct.
Sorry, I'm not trying to belittle you or be mean, but I think it's something that should have been done.
Okay, let's do Craig. Bob, you're still on the docket, but hang on. We got Craig up front here.
I was going to talk to you, Warren, on your piece. It was decided that it was going to cost more than that to ship the machine over there to get the quote, and the select board voted not to do it. And we still own it. If the townspeople want to change something about it, come to our next meeting. So.
We can vote on all of that budgeting numbers as we process through the day. This thing is over and gone. Just trying to make a better decision next time, or at least better inform people. I guess before I'm asking. Sorry.
Okay, where did the microphone go? Wait, okay, you got it? Yeah, okay, correct.
Yeah, if this is on. Motions were passed at the table. I have the minutes to have Jeremy look at the scrap value on that, to have him look at the repair value on it, the repair costs rather from United. The board coalesced and a majority of the board asked him to do it. It never got reported the following weeks as to what those numbers were. If things were decided, they were decided out of meeting. If you decided not to ship it, then that was decided out of meeting. There's no motion. There's nothing in the minutes that reflect that. Well, yeah, but I mean, it's in the minutes, and the minutes get approved, and they're either accurate or they're not. But none of that came back. Additionally, you have the grader up for sale right now on Front Porch Forum. And your legal paper of record is the Commons. And for 2 years, you haven't spent a dime on putting any legal notices in the Common. That is the legal paper. That's where everybody has to go to see a legal notice, to see what is up for bid or what the RFPs are or any requests for proposals, whatever. Anyway, that's your legal paper of record, not the Front Porch Forum, which only 300 people in town get, and not the 3 obligatory places. This is a big machine. You're also asking $15,000 as a minimum bid when the machine is probably worth considerably more than that. And I noticed that we put new tires on it right before we retired it. So I think that the grader needs to be a little more transparent. The numbers need to be broadcast a little better. We need to look at the records and the paperwork that came back with the quote on how much it was going to cost to fix it. I'm sure there's paper for it, and I'm sure Connie's got it, but that needs to be put out. The other question, highway, new department, what happened to the backhoe? Where is the backhoe? How much did we get for that? When did that go out for sale? Who ended up buying it? And when did the board approve it? There's absolutely nothing in the minutes on the backhoe. The old 410, the 2007 that we finished off. And now that we're leasing a new one. Thank you.
No response? Okay. Anybody else? Anybody else want to speak for the first time? Yes, Steve in the corner over there, then we'll come back. Microphone, sorry.
All right. If Jeremy can answer to location
up the special projects budget. Special projects.
Say it again in the microphone. Sorry.
So
Thank
the
you for
special
doing that.
projects for this year were...
Jeremy, if you could explain, please, the budget numbers in special projects account.
Okay. So special projects this year are $20,000 for ditching materials, stone mining stuff, $20,000 for culverts, and there was something else I don't recall. Connie and I had discussed, but I don't have my notes in front of me. So it was mostly for material stuff. We have $150,000 in contract retreatment line for paving Route 35, which we have a $50,000 grant, and then we were just informed we got another $150,000, so that will be completely covered coming up.
Any other, first time? Eugene, your first time?
Yeah, Route 35, how much of Route 35 are you going to pave?
Roughly 2,800 feet
from
pretty much the worst spot, from East Hill to Deer Valley.
Any other first timers? Go ahead.
I can
Jeremy.
answer Craig's question on the
Yeah, go
backhoe.
ahead.
Yeah.
They took the backhoe in trade. We got about $18,000 for it.
That doesn't show up in revenue then, or as an offset for the cost.
Oh, I don't do that.
Oh, okay, I
end of
know,
it, so
I'm just saying, the bookkeeping.
I'm sorry, the bookkeeping doesn't reflect that.
First-time speakers, yes, in the back. We'll go there. Just pass that back there.
Send me.
Right behind you.
Thank you. We have to identify ourselves each time.
Please do. It makes it better.
Elizabeth Martin. Last year, when these conversations were coming up, I think I was one of the few people who said, why aren't we leasing things? And I've only heard the word used once here. And I understand what I've heard about trading things in and putting money against new purchases and things, but why aren't we doing the straight and narrow and doing more leasing and less purchasing and swapping and shipping and repairing?
So since last town meeting, we leased a grader and we leased a backhoe. I want to just quickly go back over the backhoe. That was originally, there was a proposal to the select board in November of 2023 talking about the many, many things that were wrong with the backhoe. It needed $44,782 in repairs, plus about $5,000 worth of tires. And to get it roadworthy was going to be just under $50,000. So the decision was made to replace that piece of equipment, taking the trade-in. And the new backhoe, I believe, came in somewhere around 140. Jeremy, do you know that number? And so that was the lineage of the discussion of the backhoe. That was actually being discussed with the board again in March. I want to say maybe our first meeting back after town meeting last year, and then that continued. Immediately after that is when we started to have the issues with the grader and have to, over the next 12 meetings, make these decisions. So to answer your question about leasing, yes, we have leased 2 pieces of equipment. Part of the mentality of the leasing had to do with the exorbitant price to rent this equipment while we were figuring things out. The monthly rentals on them could be anywhere near $10,000, $12,000 for those 2 pieces of equipment each, which when you are renting that equipment, if we were to wait all the way until this town meeting to make that larger decision on replacing the piece of equipment, you have to add 4 months to that because our fiscal year doesn't start until July. So that would have been 16 months of renting. The leases are set up friendly to municipalities, in my opinion, in the way that if the money doesn't get voted in, you can discontinue the lease without penalty, from what I understand. The leases are 5 years, 1 payment per year, which our payments happen in July. I believe we received the equipment in July. And what? Oh, September, you're right. And what we're able to do with those leases is after that 5 years, we can buy the equipment for $1. We can choose to upgrade the equipment if we needed to. I don't know why we would need to. And we own it. And we were really feeling like we didn't want to be renting these pieces of equipment for a year, 16 months, whatever it was going to take, and then have nothing to show for it at the end, if that were the case. So we made the decision over several meetings, warned meetings, and proposals in between to replace both of those pieces of equipment utilizing leases.
I recall all the rent and the lease conversations, but did you just tell us that even though we're leasing them, we're responsible for tire replacement and all repairs? What does the lease agreement include?
No, what I was just talking about was the problems with the backhoe that we had before. The backhoe before needed tires and it needed all of this other stuff.
But that's not what I asked.
She's asking if tires come with the lease on a brand new piece of equipment.
I'm asking if we're leasing. I believe I've
We
been
are.
told, yes, we're leasing.
Yes, we are.
So why are we talking tires and repairs when we don't even own the equipment and we've got a 5-year lease?
Yeah. That was the old one
But
that we
why
were
are
talking
you
about.
offering that?
That's actually good information to understand their purchasing of the new backhoe. That's all they're asking for the grader as well. Sorry to see that turn.
So-
That's information which is justifiable.
It's helpful.
$50,000, don't waste the money.
Right.
Okay, if you understand to do your job, that's what they're wanting to hear with the grader, so then we wouldn't be all a little discouraged. Trying to see that happen.
So do I now understand that we're abandoning leasing and we're buying new equipment?
No, the nature of the lease is you pay a yearly payment for 5 years. After that 5 years of the lease, you have paid off the piece of equipment. You can then choose to, symbolically buy it for $1, or you can upgrade it, enter into a new lease and upgrade the equipment and get a different piece of equipment. So basically, we're making one payment a year for 5 years on each piece of equipment, right? One payment for each piece of equipment, 5 years. And then after that 5 years, we own it, if we so choose.
Is there a downside?
Well, I mean, this is just my opinion as one of 5 and one of many of you. I thought that leasing was the best way, and it's basically, to me, glorified renting. We get something at the end of it. And there was no down payment involved either. We were able to enter into the lease for a set amount of money, and it also helped us capture that price. Because what we're seeing, especially during COVID and post-COVID, is that these pieces of equipment, the prices of them are skyrocketing. And yes, it would have been better to have made a plan that we could say, and actually in your town report, I think there is a chart that we had made about the different pieces of equipment that we do need to replace over time. However, those prices are constantly going up. At least we know right now that when we had to make this big, difficult decision, we were able to capture it at that price on that day, and that's how much it's going to cost us by the end. So thankfully, there was a little bit more interest than if we had taken out a municipal loan, but we did not have that down payment in order to take out a municipal loan. And in my opinion, and my recommendations that I made several times to the board were, if we could lease this equipment, that would be the best way to get what we need, get it on the road, pay for it in 5 years if the town so chooses.
All right, so one final question. Are we going to continue to lease the equipment that we need?
That's up to the town.
Additional equipment?
That's coming later.
Okay.
In an article that I can explain then.
Yeah, Dale? Yep, Dale hasn't spoken. We're getting to you, Bob.
I'm sorry, Bob, but I think where some people are confused with equipment leasing, we're basically buying, it's a lease buy. It's like buying a car. It's a loan. And in the term of a lease in a car, you turn it in and you're only financing a certain value. In equipment and the municipal vehicles, a lease is basically buying it. And I think some people get confused and think it's like a car, and it's not. It's financing through them and doing it that way. I just wanted to help some of the confusion is where people are with this. So we're basically financed it for 5 years to pay it all off. And we can own it for another 20 if we want it for $1.
Turn around, Dale. I think there's somebody. Have you spoken to this yet?
No.
No, okay.
Just a quick question. On the lease agreements, I presume the question that was placed earlier, does the lease company pay for the maintenance on that, or do we pay for that?
We pay for it. We pay for it is the answer.
We pay for the maintenance as an ongoing expense. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, that's what the select board is saying.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, want to bring that all the way up front here? Dale, keep passing. Where's it going? Okay, just bring it forward. Pass it to somebody, and it's coming forward. Oh, Sean wants to speak? Okay, Sean, you haven't spoken yet. And it's eventually going to come over here. Don't touch it was on.
It's dead battery.
No. Just hold it and it'll say on. You're holding it too long.
Sean Morrow, West Townsend. One thing I do want to bring up in the maintenance thing that a lot of us know with heavy equipment, we are in a time of right to repair. And so that is something to remember when it comes to maintenance, is that the dealerships or the manufacturers are the only ones allowed to repair vehicles in this new current system. Deere has a lot of lawsuits going against them for it. You can't even do an oil change on these machines. So that is, I just wanted to bring that point up.
Everybody, go ahead. You want to answer? Go ahead.
There was an option to have maintenance involved, included in it, but it comes at an additional cost. So we just budgeted for, routine maintenance, basically, whatever maintenance, tires. I mean, a brand new machine, it shouldn't need a whole lot of maintenance for the next 5 or 10 years, other than oil changes and tires. So, and then you have consumables, which are cutting edges, wear items, basically, which nobody's going to, cover that cost, except for who's responsible for the operation of the equipment. So the maintenance, we could have done that, but it's a significant addition to the price tag. So
I can add to that as well. I'm looking at the backhoe lease in front of me right now. Section 5, letter C says that we perform at your expense all maintenance and repairs necessary to keep the equipment in good condition, as when it was delivered to you, reasonable wear is accepted. That's from the lease itself.
Okay, anybody else want to speak for the first time? Seeing no other first timers, Bob, you're up for the second. Let's go around again.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Just to be clear, I appreciate each and every member of the select board, as I know everyone in the room does. So thank you for that. Your time is valuable and we appreciate it. One of the things that we look at in terms of budgets is I see that the select board has tried to contain cost. One of the things that should be recognized is that in a claims run from our insurance company, we've got $116,000 in claims in the last 5 years. 4 of those are worker comp claims in the highway department. Just about all the rest is also highway department in terms of accidents we've been having. Now, there's a human cost to these accidents, and that's really important to understand. Someone could lose their eye. We've had a crushed finger. We've had a sprained knee. These are things that should be addressed. I have attempted to address this with the select board, and I'm not going to use the term kicking the can down the road or brushing it under the rug like other residents have. But I'm going to say that the select board never has gotten back to me, even though I've made numerous attempts to address this. So highway department-wise, we're fortunate to have Jeremy. He's a new person. He needs direction. Safety should be important to Townsend. We had an incident back in August where our excavator hit a car that was driving by. The car happened to be a postal worker, and I understand she had her infant in the car. There were no injuries. We're counting on luck. Luck sometimes runs out. We need to address safety. It's not being addressed, and it's the responsibility of the select board to do that. We need to manage, we need to give direction, and we need to hold people accountable. I could go on for a long time. I'm going to leave it at that.
Okay, direction on safety. Yes, Jeremy, got a microphone or no?
She had an infant the car?
He said infant, yes, he did say infant.
An infant or an injury?
Infant.
I heard from Sean, I think.
No, there was no injury or no infant.
Okay.
Speak to that.
No injury, no infant.
We were lucky.
Select Board has heard you, I assume? Something to be addressed.
That's the point, is the insurance cost. The insurance cost last year was $46,000. It's going up to $51,000. $5,000 in a single year, more than 10% is a big deal. These are costs that are controllable if we pay attention to safety. We had an inspection a year ago from someone from the loss control department of our insurance company. They had 11 recommendations, all of which pertain to the highway garage. None of them, so far as I can tell, have been done. I asked Jeremy during our open house about the hazardous communication program. Everyone here in this room that's got a business know what HAZCOM is. Jeremy didn't understand it. They have training on these subjects. There's lots of ways of getting educated and trained about this. And I was trying to point the select board in that direction. And once again, the can didn't get kicked down the road or brushed under the carpet. I just never got an answer.
I did a bunch of the research on the issues at the town garage, the report that you're speaking of. I tracked down through, actually, Craig gave me the name of the company that built the garage, and I was able to get some information from them about the specs that they need, that the insurance company wanted, load limits, different things like that. And that's a list that we've been working on. Some of the issues had already been resolved by the time it was brought to my attention, and the rest of the issues we are actively pursuing the different manuals that we need, putting together the schedules for the training. All of those things are in the works. So it has been happening over the past 2 months, I would say.
3 or 4 years ago, I asked the select board to have the alarm system in town hall inspected. The tag on it was out of date by 3 or 4 years. After multiple follow-ups, it was done. And I said at that time, this is something that needs to be diaried. Guess what the inspection tag at town hall and the garage says now? That's right, 2023. We're not following up on things.
Okay. We're talking about the town appropriation for the highway fund. I believe the select board has heard you. I don't need a response. Any other discussion? Warren, Warren, did you want to say something? You go first. You have the microphone.
I wasn't going to talk about the fire alarm, but I brought it up at the town garage, and it needs to be replaced. I go down there monthly and reset it. We got $2 to $3 million worth of equipment sits in there. If something happens, we're SOL. Hopefully that's on your outside repairs for 2026. It was like 20,000. So anyway, with the fire alarm, one of my questions was going to be about the mower. Are we going to buy one? A roadside mower?
No, we're renting.
Okay.
But that cost has gone up substantially in the last 5 years.
Yeah, it just didn't show that we even rented one for the last 2 years.
Actually, yeah, we rented it under Pete's mower. Pete's rental was the roadside mower, and then we put another different line in for mower rental. It's on the top of one of the things.
Okay. Yeah, because I didn't see it. I guess it's under a different line item, actually, where we rented it, instead of under the highway expenses and mowing. But, okay. Yep.
Okay. Yes, Eugene.
And the last thing I was going to say.
Yes, wait, Warren.
I was going to give him the
He
microphone.
has one more thing to say.
I was going to give him the microphone. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay.
The money that we're going to get in surplus, or that we're waiting for FEMA, have we not already really spent that money somewhere to pay the bills that it took to get that money?
Microphone.
Was expensed in 2021, and we've been waiting to get it now.
Understood. So we, in 2021, because I've lived here since I was born, 2021, we had to pay money for what you're receiving in credits now.
Correct.
So you tell me it's a surplus. As a taxpayer, I've already paid it, right? You had to pay for the funds that you're actually getting back.
I'm going to ask Connie to respond to you.
I want to apologize. It's 2023 storm, not the 2021 storm. And Townsend, we did all the repairs, all the costs came in 2023, and this money's coming in 2025. And so Elaine may correct me, but I was told by Nemrick that if the money comes in the same fiscal year that you've spent, it has to go towards those expenses. But if it comes in subsequent fiscal years, it's called undesignated funds.
Right, understood, and that's fine. I guess what I'm still trying to ask and get the answer is that we paid for it already. This money is coming back to us as taxpayers, but we ultimately had to shell out that $120,000 as a taxpayer, regardless of what year it was. And now you're saying you can allocate it where you want. I've already given you the money once to pay that, and yes, the FEMA's graciously given it back to us, but that surplus isn't really a surplus. I mean, you're now
It's undesignated funds going to negate the deficit.
Okay, but it's not a surplus in their account, right? I mean, you're going to give it to them for that, but it's just kind of weird how we've already spent it. We're finally getting repaid for it, but you're going to allocate it to a deficit of $79,000 from the highway department.
Correct.
That you shouldn't have had to begin with, but you did. So now the money we've already spent, that now we're getting rewarded for, you're actually going to use that rewarded money to the deficit you created.
When you look at the highway funds, most always we have a deficit. It's very, very hard to figure out which account is going to overspend in the highway, what's going to break. We do our best. And I think also when you folks say we haven't done this, that, or the next thing, look at the board. We have 3 people here. We've had 2 illnesses this year. We're down to a 3-person board, and we are working overtime to do all of these things.
This clarification, I mean, I think people, it was our money, it was our money.
It's my money.
Okay, Eugene.
With regard to the inspections, who does this inspection that you say hasn't been done?
Who does those inspections for the fire alarm? That's what they're asking. Who's supposed to do that? Say that again? VLTC. Fire marshal.
So do the... Usually you have a contract with a company and they're supposed to come back automatically.
Well, you might need to call Countryside. They've given you the quote for a new
Okay,
alarm.
let's. This has been going on for a while. I believe the select board has heard the complaints. How it actually occurs, if they can't answer quickly, I'm sure they're going to look it up.
Well, they should have a contract with a company that's going to come and service it automatically.
Okay, we hope they do, and they will look into that.
That's usually the way that works.
Okay.
The answer is Countryside maintains your central monitoring. They're also there to handle your inspections.
Well, apparently they haven't. I understand the tag says what, 2023?
Somebody might have to remind them.
Well. Okay. Next.
Yes, you have been. Yes, you have been. Okay, and yes, in the back. That's the second speak. Wait, you want to speak first time? Go ahead, Charlie.
Mr. Moderator, these questions, to me, should be brought up at select board meetings, not in this forum where we're discussing the concept of the budget.
Okay, I kind of agree, but this is the forum for answers for the townspeople. Yes, Dale.
So my question would be to Jeremy or the board. I noticed we put 22 in the warrant said for mowing. Is it at a point now to where I noticed last few years we only got a few of the roads taken care of, that we contract it out or look at contracting and looking at having them do it as a contractor? Because I see renting the machine is fine, but I'm a person that works for the state and runs an overrail mower. It takes me a few days to get the hang of it if I'm not in it every day. That's an efficiency deficit. And for us to spend this much money now to rent it for, 2 weeks, maybe it would be best to look at contracting. Just wanted to say.
Okay, use the microphone.
Can I try to?
Yeah. No.
What we have talked about, we haven't made a decision, is talking to other towns who own one and getting into like 3 towns share one, because you don't need it in the winter, and you only need it, for maybe a third of the season to kick back the sides of the road. So I don't know that that'll work, but we're trying to do collaborations with other towns in various other things. So this is just one more thing that we're considering.
As far as the contractor goes, is there any companies out there? Because I'm not aware of any other than the ones that the state use, but what's the chance of them to come do our stuff?
Pretty likely.
Well, I'm more than happy to get that.
I'll get you the contact.
Thank you. And yes, I do agree with you on the efficiency point. I have experience in a roadside mower, but I can't be in every piece of equipment all the time. So I got to send one of the guys to do it. So I don't, I agree. And I have money for a month this year is this year's budget. Previously, we've been doing 2 weeks, and it's not enough time. So.
Any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, we have a motion before us to see if the town will vote to appropriate $1,039,752 to pay for the running expenses and liabilities of maintaining the town's roads, of which $834,455 is to be raised in taxes. Okay, is there any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, again, a paper ballot has been requested. I need 6 other hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, paper ballot. A yes vote passes that motion. A no vote defeats that motion. Any other questions? Hearing no other questions, I declare the ballot box open. Okay, we have the results of the election. Article 8, to see if the town will vote to appropriate $1,339,752 to pay the running expenses and liabilities of maintaining the town roads, of which $834,455 to be raised in taxes. There was a total of, I didn't add them up yet, 3, 19, 20, 63, 62 votes, 43 yes, 19 no. The Article 8 passes. Okay, moving on to Article 9. To see if the town will vote to raise $77,850 by taxation for the running expenses and liabilities of the library. Entertain a motion. So, Craig. And second. Kathy DeGrenier, you can say. Charlie. It's on page 23, just so you know, and now we'll have some discussion. Discussion, yes, in the back. Wait for a microphone. Where's the microphones at? Kathy seconded it. Craig made the motion. Yes.
Okay. Just checking. Okay, so we have a $14,377 increase in the library budget from last year, which already had a big jump in a bit of an increase because we increased the librarian's hours, I think, to 40 and gave her benefits. But we're not getting any more hours at the library. I did the math, and the library's only open like 22 hours a week total. Of those hours, 18 hours is the average that the librarian is actually there. We have assistants when the public is available to go to the library. Saturdays, usually there's no librarian there. There's the library's assistant. We also have assistants that are there pretty much every time the library's open, I think. There's also something to do with a bequest, $15,000 to handle a bequest. I'm kind of not quite understanding what that's all about. But I just feel that if we're going to keep on increasing the benefits and the wages for the librarian, that as townspeople, we should have more hours available to be able to use the library. That seems only fair. if you average out the wages over the course of the week, if there's only 18 hours of actual time that the librarian is available in the library for the public during the week, it's like $60 an hour. And I know that they last year when I brought it up, I was told that that she's doing a lot of things at home, a lot of things, online, arranging activities, that sort of thing. But 22 hours a week to do this stuff seems excessive. So I just wanted to bring it up.
I will let library trustees answer those specific questions, but Laura, could you just clarify? You said it was a 14,000 increase from last year?
Let me check again. I might have looked at the wrong line. $14,377.
And where are you seeing that? I'm looking at the bottom line, total library expenditures.
It was $77,000 this year.
Back here, look at last year's warning. Approve that amount. 63,473.
Page 23, wages library.
Yes, it's page 23.
Budget for 2024 was 32,350, and then this year we're going for 46,970. That's the difference that they're talking about.
Well, also, I'm talking about the total costs went up.
Okay, wait, yeah, library trustee, yes.
So that 14,000, folks, last year you approved an extra day for our librarian, so part of that was is what that total is. We're actually only asking for about $1,300 or $1,400 more for the total budget this year than last year. Laura brings up the idea that the librarian is not there all the time. She actually is working on all these programs. A few years ago, we went and interviewed many members of our community, and they said, we want more things to do here. So Karen has been just working like crazy to provide evening programs. I don't know if any of you were there last night, but there was a sky viewing thing with telescopes and binoculars. It was kind of amazing. There's painting, there's book clubs, there's all kinds of stuff. And in order for her to plan that, to get the grants and things that are necessary to make that happen, she needs some time where she's not dealing with face-to-face trying to help patrons as it goes. I hope that if you haven't been over there in a while, you'll stop by and see some of the amazing things that she's doing and that are happening. We have a sheet back there of a whole page full of things you can do here and take advantage of in March. I feel like it's a great value for the money. You asked about the bequest. That was not, we don't incur any kind of charges to the bequest. That was an expenditure of some money that we spent from a bequest that we got. Yes, and there's also programs that come over from the school, the Laughter, the Pause program, on days that the library isn't open, but we open it so the kids can come in and get a chance to be there with Karen and see what we have to offer. I think it's a really good value for your money, folks. There's not a lot of things right now in our town that we can all kind of join in and take advantage of, but I think the library is one of them. And I think it's worth an extra $1,400 from last year. We're just trying to keep it as tamped down, as level funded as we possibly can.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, wait, yes, Laura?
Just a point of clarification.
Yes, sir.
Article 9 last year was the 63,473, and then the next Article 10 is when we were awarded the 13,000
The more.
for the extra time. So
Right.
that justifies their line and why
Right.
this year it seems like it jumped 14,000.
But it didn't, right. I mean, if you look at what we voted for in 2025, not budgeted, if you look at the voting is 17, right, right. It's only up $1,400 this year, right, if you look at it appropriately. It was 2 years ago that it was the 14, but then we voted extra, right? Okay. Any other discussion about the library budget? Library fund, library budget. Seeing no other discussion? Oh, no. Okay, no, you're just pointing at me. We have a motion before us to see if the town will vote to raise $77,850 by taxation for the running expenses and liabilities of the library. A yes vote will pass that motion. A no vote will defeat that motion. All those in favor, any questions? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. Ayes do have it. Article 9 passes. Voice. Article 10, to see if the town will vote to raise $2,100 by taxation for the old cemetery fund. Again, page 24, I believe. I'll entertain a motion. So moved. I got a Charlie and a Irv for second. Discussion. Discussion about the old cemetery fund, $2,100. Seeing no discussion, it's been moved and seconded that the town will raise $2,100 by taxation for the old cemetery fund. Seeing no further discussion, a yes vote passes it, a no vote defeats it. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. I'm going to pause for a second because Charlie would like, as the cemetery commissioner, the real cemetery commissioner, he would like to just say a few words. And that did pass. Thank you very much. We'll move on in just a moment.
I'll be very quick. Please look at page 34, which is the cemetery report. Last year, we had some difficulty getting all the cemeteries mowed in what we've traditionally felt like was a good system. So we proposed an idea that I got from another town called an adoption program, where someone would take on one of the cemeteries and adopt it, and then report back to the commission. And also we have employment opportunities if anybody's interested in doing some mowing and trimming. I had one person speak to me today. That's a good thing. So just come to Scott Nystrom or myself or Paula or Bruce. Bruce is over here. And tell us what you can do. We have equipment, and we pay for gas and string and all that good stuff, and brush cutters. We did have a tree fall in one of the cemeteries, and the town also cut some trees around some of the other cemeteries. So we hope we don't have any more damage. We won't know for a while because we're not going to be mowing for a few days. But thank you.
Yes, we actually have some snow this year. It may be a bit. Okay, thank you for informing us. We will move on to Article 11, right? 10, 11. 11, to see if the town will vote to establish, okay, here we go. Article 11, to see if the town will vote to establish a highway reserve fund to be used for highway infrastructure projects, as well as the purchase, current, and future leasing and repair of highway equipment in accordance with 24 V.S.A. 2804. I'll entertain a motion. Okay, Eugene, second. I didn't see. There you go. Sean is the second. Okay, discussion. Eugene didn't want to discuss? Okay.
Hand over.
There you go. Well, yes, the maker of the motion gets to speak first. That's why I look to you guys to make the motion. That's okay. Andrew, you have the floor.
The maker wants to speak to it.
Right, he didn't want to.
Okay.
The select board wanted to, but they didn't make the motion. You win.
Oh, okay.
There you go. Go speak in a second.
I want to talk about this because it seems redundant to me. Perhaps it's clarifying things in the past. Last year, the language we used in the article was that we were going to see if the town will vote to raise $200,000 by taxation to be held in a reserve account for the purchase of new highway department equipment. That is the same language that we have used for many years. We used that similar language for the bridge work. We also last year used that same language for the maintenance and restoration for the town hall. We have several other reserve funds that are established. The language in V.S.A. 2804 says that an annual or special meeting duly warned, the municipality may establish a reserve fund to be under the control and direction of the legislative branch of the municipality. The reserve fund shall be kept in a separate account and invested as are other public funds and may be expensed for such purposes for which established or when authorized by a majority of the voters present and voting at an annual or special meeting duly warned for other purposes. The question here really is by doing this, you may be being cautious, but the action I see that was expressed at the special pre-town meeting was that the reserve fund was not established last year, and that the funds then had to go to the general fund and could not be treated as a reserve. The only difference here is it said we had a town meeting, we voted to basically put the money into a reserve fund, which we did not use the word establish, and we did not cite V.S.A. 2804. Those are the two significant differences. But in reading the V.S.A. 2804, it doesn't say you need to reference it. It just basically says you have to have a meeting duly warned and the municipality may establish. So based on that, I would take the position that it was established last year, as was the prior times we've used reserve funds, and as it was for the town hall maintenance, that was also established by the vote and will of the people. One can also get into the pros and cons of whether you want to have a reserve fund or not, but I'll let somebody else speak to that.
Okay, any further discussion? Oh, you want to respond?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I wrote this article under the, I consulted with the VLCT because the feedback that I received over the past year was that we did allocate $200,000 towards highway equipment, but we did not actually establish the reserve. And when it came to putting that in a line item in our accounting, it wasn't there. And I spoke to the VLCT to find out exactly what wording I would need to use in order to make sure that we established that reserve fund once and for all, because it was, I do agree that we voted on that money last year for that purpose, but the feedback I received was that we did not actually establish the reserve. So this was the recommendation of the VLCT. Their recommendation was two-part. You can establish the reserve and then separate article fund it, or you can put it all together. And my opinion that I brought to the board was let's put this out there as clear as day, establish the reserve using the language recommended by the VLCT so that it's there. And then we can talk about funding it after that. So that was the motivation we all agreed upon.
I'm not concerned about the trying to create clarity by doing it this way and actually funding it separately. I'm concerned about the view that the actions taken last year were being negated, or actions that were taken in prior years saying that they were not official because it did not follow this exact language. The people were pretty clear in their vote that they wanted to establish a reserve fund, and by V.S.A. 2804, that's what's required. It was a duly warned meeting.
Well, I can't speak for years when I wasn't here. All I know is that last year we tried to do a thing, we did it, but we didn't actually establish the reserve according to the feedback I received from the VLCT. The money is still there. The money is still there and it's still allocated for what the town voted to allocate it for. Elaine, do you want to talk about the way that?
It's there, it's just not in a special fund. And again, you know.
It's there, it's just not in a special fund. Go ahead, I'm repeating what you're saying. It's earmarked?
And until it was a gray area as to how to interpret what the article said. And so it's in not a specific reserve account, it's the money's there. I will have to go in and make up the reserve account and put it in there.
Does that make sense? Did you hear? No? The money is there. It's sitting in a line item, but it's not in a reserve fund. It's not in a reserve fund because they did not create the reserve fund because according to VLCT, this is what's required to create that reserve fund. Even though your interpretation, I understand, is such that it was created, but it sounds like the direction from VCLT was to do it this way. And NIMRIC, the accounting program.
Well, we have other reserve funds that were established in that same town meeting. What's the nature of those? Should we be reauthorizing those as well?
Yes, we can't. They can't speak to that.
In front of me. So, the only thing I can do is ask you to either call me, email me, or come in. And we can sit down and we can go through it and we can get the answers that you're looking for.
Call come in about again, we're speaking about the creating a highway reserve fund. Other reserve funds, if you want to, you can speak with Elaine at other office hours, at her office hours.
We can also do it in the treasurer's report in a select board meeting. So if somebody emails me, calls me, then I can look into it and then I can put it in the treasurer report at a select board meeting and it can be.
Can be done in a future select board meeting, so it's in the minutes of the select board meeting. Okay. Eugene. We're coming, we'll go around. I saw a lot of hands.
This sounds like it's really just a bookkeeping thing of having the $200,000 is there. It's just a question of how do you label it.
Right.
Okay, so if there's $200,000 in this that's going to go into this reserve fund, and now you have an article that says you want to raise another $500,000, is that right?
Wait, we're not there yet. We're not there yet.
Isn't that what this article said?
No. Right now, all we're doing is creating a reserve fund.
No money.
Okay,
Oh, we're just creating a
talk
reserve
about
fund.
right. Let's talk about the philosophical ideas of creating reserve fund. That's
Okay.
that's kind of what this one is for. Monies to fund the reserve fund are coming.
Okay,
Do we
well,
even want do we want the reserve fund?
Watch this space, because I'm going to ask for the next meeting.
Okay.
Are we going to end up with $700,000 in
Okay,
this
that's
account?
next. That's we'll talk about that next article. Absolutely.
Okay. Stay
Yes.
tuned.
Any other discussion? Yes, I saw that. I saw 3 in the back there.
How you doing, Irv? Hey, it's hard to hold everything, talk, and think at the same time. So last year, Article 13, we voted to raise $200,000 by taxation to be held in a reserve account for the purchase of new highway department equipment, correct? Okay. You're telling me as a select board, you did not touch $1 of that $200,000 for any of the grader, the backhoe? No, I'm asking you now, did you touch any of the $200,000 that was supposed to be put into a reserve account last year for future highway equipment fund? Did you use any in your debacles that you had this year? Okay, so yes. How much is left?
About $75,000 is left.
Okay.
Hence the article coming up in the near future.
Right. When Elaine thinks she's got $200,000 put in a reserve account, and I'm just asking you because I'm pretty sure I heard that money was spent out of that equipment fund, which I
Yeah,
guess
she
it
just
probably should.
used the general $200,000 that was voted last year, I believe.
Money
Well, you said $200,000, but there's not $200,000 in there at this point because some was spent. So there's some question. Why did you say $200,000?
Because each quarter, when they say reserve 200,000, each quarter when taxes are paid, 50,000 goes into that reserve account. So we're up to quarter 3, so that's $150,000 sitting in that account right now. I don't know what
They're saying some was spent.
You're saying the lease money? Well, I haven't done any adjustments, so you're asking me to.
No, they're not, right. Right, they just haven't done the adjustments yet. That's all. The treasurer is saying that adjustments haven't been done. However, the select board is saying all but $70,000 has been spent or $75,000 has been spent. Answer your question?
So $125,000 no longer exists.
That's what the select board is saying.
Okay, all right.
Again,
we'll
we're talking about setting up a reserve fund for the highway department.
That
We're
is
not talking
correct.
about money. We're
That
not
is
talking
correct.
about money.
Last year, we also talked about setting up a reserve fund, and we're getting told it didn't happen. So this is part of that same...
VCLT, just because VCLT recommended it be done this way. That's the answer to that question.
I'm not arguing about the way it's written.
Right.
Some of it's clarification in the money,
it's okay.
and we did say we wanted to set up a reserve.
Again, this is what we're... Yes, sir.
I just want to clarify on this one. This has nothing, yes, it was put in a reserve account in my understanding. It just wasn't titled the highway reserve account, and that is the intention now, just like we're going to have there's a vote on a fire pond reserve account where that money may have been in the regular general fund reserve account. That's all we're doing. We're just making a new line item to be more transparent in the budget.
Correct. And the next two articles we're going to vote on, $500,000 and another $80,000 almost. Clarify to me at least and make it black and white so I understand out of the 200 we gave you last year that you didn't create the reserve fund, which you should have done and you will do, you only have $75,000 left. Clarity. I'm not sure who gets to speak now.
Right behind you.
All right.
So my question is, why are we combining when we want to try to divide infrastructure from equipment?
That's the next article.
No.
Okay.
This would be establishing your reserve fund. So you would maybe could possibly amend it to have established a infrastructure reserve fund and a equipment fund.
Yes.
Not having it all as one pool under a reserve fund is have two reserve funds. You could amend that and get away with it. My question is why keep it together that way?
We could do that. We could also do it this way, the way that I believe when we spoke with Nemrick, they let us know that we could set up a single reserve and then have two different lines within that reserve account so we could track what is the monies for equipment and what is the monies for infrastructure. And as we have spoken to other towns in the area as well, that is something that is common as well, of just having a single highway reserve and then having these multiple lines. It's just differences of approach, and this is the way we proposed here, but it is valid to do either way.
Yes, right in front of you. There you go.
My question is there or will there be oversight by the select board to keep track of the monies in these accounts? In past years, monies have been taken out, put in, taken out, and it's not very clear as to where or why this is happening. Some of the figures aren't accurate.
It's my understanding that when Elaine changes reserves, she sends a sheet to the select board in the middle of the reporting year, basically. Like when you spend money for a fire pond, we hear about it and that it came out of the reserve because it's not being paid for by a warrant specifically. So that's how I understand it, that we are kept abreast of and then there's the yearly reporting in the town report. And if you find anything that's incorrect, please come and see us and we'll investigate.
Well, I've tried that in the past and all I get is lip service, so.
Any further discussion? Yes, over here. You have a microphone right there. State your name.
Yeah, Peter Hoyg, West Townsend. Seems like we got a lot of money sitting in reserves. Do we? Right now? A guesstimate. How much? Okay. Is that making 4% interest? Is it making 4% interest? Yeah. I think might want to look into that too.
In order to get interest, I'd have bank account.
In order to get interest, you'd have to put it in a bank account. So I'm just responding so people can hear.
Into a bank account or a money management account? Or a money management account?
For that.
Okay.
And currently, we use M&T for our general fund checking account.
Yeah.
And then we have 802 Credit Union for the money market accounts. There's like maybe 7 accounts within the 802 account.
Yeah.
And then we have 5 CDs that we currently.
Okay. Schwab right now is doing 4.2% on a money market fund, if you want to go out there. I have no, with M&T, I started with M&T when they were Vermont National, a long time ago. I have no allegiance to them at all. And I think if you look elsewhere, you're going to find places you're going to get a lot more money. If you're taking $500,000 at 4%, that's $20,000 a year right in your pocket. So I'm just throwing that out there.
Okay, we are talking about setting up a highway reserve fund. Is there any further discussion on setting up the highway reserve fund? Call it. Yes. Question has been called. Is there any further discussion? Although we can vote on the called question. Do we want to vote on the called question, or are we done discussing? Call the question? Okay. Seeing no other discussion. Okay, so we don't have to vote on that. Seeing no other discussion, we have a motion before us to see if the town will vote to establish a highway reserve fund to be used for highway infrastructure projects, as well as the purchase, current, and future leasing of the repair of the highway equipment in accordance with 24 V.S.A. 2804. A yes vote passes that motion. A no vote defeats that motion. Any further questions? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. Somebody call divide the house? Divide the house. All those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed, raise your hand. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. And that motion passes. Article 11 passes. For Article 12, to see if the town will vote to raise by taxation and appropriate $500,000 to the newly created Highway Reserve Fund with the following allocation: $200,000 to be used towards funding highway infrastructure, $300,000 to be used towards funding current leases for fiscal year 26 only, after which leases will be added as a budgetary line item, as well as future purchase, leasing, and repair of highway equipment. Now that I've said it, who would like to make that motion?
So move.
Okay.
Wait, we tried to do it over here.
What? Yeah, no, she made the motion. Yeah, Catherine and Nick. Okay, Catherine and Nick for the motion. Would you like to speak? Motion maker gets to speak first if they choose. Motion maker like to speak first?
Okay.
Just so you know, on bottom of page 21, they talk about the leases. There's just information on the leases. Bottom of page 21.
Okay. So I know this is a large sticker. It's a lot of money. And the other recommendation we had gotten from the VLCT and NEMRIC was to be as transparent as possible and to list what you were going to use these funds for. For number one, for the $200,000 to be used towards funding highway infrastructure. We have a lot of bridges coming up that need repair. We have received a grant for $200,000, a structures grant, that is going to go towards a bridge. It's due, or it comes due by the end of not this fiscal year, but the following fiscal year. So this was an effort to raise half of that money. Hopefully we raise the other half next year. We'll be reimbursed for $200,000. So it'll cost $400,000 for that bridge repair based on the feedback we got, but we're going to be reimbursed $200,000 for that. So this was the first year in a 2-year plan that we had to raise those funds. As far as the $300,000 go, we chose this year not to, because we knew that the leases were a big question on everyone's minds, and we chose not to add that into the overall budget and instead have the town vote on it here. So part of this $300,000 is the $90,000 and the, was it $32,000 for the backhoe and the grader leases. That way, because the feedback we were getting from the town was that they did not get the chance to discuss that in a way that they felt heard and wanted to have that larger discussion. So we decided to keep those lease payments out of the larger budget and put it in here. So that's what the mentality of the current leases is. And then hopefully next year, we'll just be able to add that into the regular budget and we won't need to vote on it again if the taxpayers allow. So that's why we broke this out in this way.
Okay, questions, further discussion? Yes, and get a microphone back there. Who's got it? Microphone, who's playing with the microphone? Yes, Laura.
Okay, so I'm on page 20, and according to what I'm reading, which I don't always get clear, the total amount per year for the lease is about somewhere around $30,000. Am I correct? Is that the yearly amount for the lease?
At the bottom of page 21.
On the bottom of page 21, in the box.
Yes.
In the box.
Bottom of page 21 in the box is the leases. Those are the leases and the payments.
Okay, all right. So it's around 130.
In the brackets is the total amount that's left.
In the brackets is the total amount as value is left.
Okay, but that's over the course of the next 3 years or whatever. Okay, so we're shelling out about 120,000 out of the 200,000 that we had last year, and you're asking for 300,000. So and we had supposedly we had $75,000 left over around that. So why do you think we need another 175,000 versus maybe going for 200,000 again?
So on page 28, that'll also add some more context in the highway report. There is a table there describing the various pieces of equipment that we have, the lifespan, and the estimated replacement year and replacement cost. So in the spirit of creating and funding this reserve account for the future and not just for the next year or 2 years, we did request an additional amount, not just to cover the leases, but to also start building that savings essentially for future purchases that we know are going to be coming up in the following years.
Okay. Further discussion? Is that? Yes, I know. I see. I'm looking at Jeremy. He's kind of holding the microphone. No, you good? Okay. Yes, Dale.
Just waiting.
Yeah, okay. That's okay. Just making sure.
I'm going to ask this, and I imagine we may not have the answer. How much is $500,000 affecting our tax bill, please? In addition to what we normally, we flat budgeted almost with this budget compared to last year. So how much is another $500,000 add to that? Last I knew, it was almost 10 cents per 100,000 for $100,000. So we got 5 times. So that's 50 cents and on top of our school stuff. So something to think about.
More. Warren? Anybody behind you? Nope. Stop making things up.
But I might be wrong with that number. If I'm not, I'd love to hear the answer.
Okay, any further discussion? More discussion? Yes, sir. Got the microphone, pass it on back up front. Where are they? Jeremy's got one there. It's 1, 2, 3. Okay. This poor guy's up here.
We have an age-old question here that has come up for many town meetings prior and probably will in the future, of whether it makes sense to raise funds by taxation currently for future expenses, or whether it's better to leave those tax dollars in the individual property owner's pockets until it needs to actually be raised for taxes to meet a current need. And here we've got a situation where you're saying you want to raise $200,000 now and $200,000 next year on the bridge portion of it. And on the equipment portion, looking forward to $123,000 to fund the leases that we already have signed, and then another $175,000 for unknown items. And I know you're saying that those will be future purchase of equipment, but it's not specified what those would be for. So given that and the substantial reserves we already have for other things, which as of June was over like $1,090,000, it seems to me that we're getting ahead of ourselves and raising money and obligating taxes now for items that are not currently needed. And with that, I would offer an amendment to this motion to amend the amount to be set up in the reserve to be $50,000, down from $500,000. So I'll make the motion to amend it to $50,000 from $500,000. And what I'm thinking on that in terms of explanation is that is the $123,000 to cover the two leases, less the remaining $75,000, $76,000 that was not spent from the reserve last year.
So he's just decreasing it to $50,000. Right, because you have other funds there. That's all. But it's $50,000. That's it. Just $50,000. We're going to say just right. Bob, he seconded it. Right, Bob seconded it, just so you know. Okay. Okay, now we're just speaking about the amendment. That's all we're talking about is the amendment.
I can speak to it. Is that
Yes,
okay?
you can go first.
Yep. Okay. So another recommendation that we got from NEMRIC. They told us that it's not recommended for us to be creating these reserves only to drain them, that the reserve accounts are for building upon year after year. So I can only talk on the amendment, huh?
Yeah, right
okay.
now we're talking about $50,000.
So, part of our mentality here was to not completely drain those accounts right away and was to create something that we're building upon.
I would just say that in explanation, the reason I'm saying to leave any reserve fund at all is we already voted on the highway department budget. And if we vote it down to zero, then there would not be money available to continue with the leases. So this is our option to fund the leases that we already currently have. So that's the explanation.
And this is the philosophical discussion I was talking about, to have whether or not reserve funds are appropriate in general when we were setting up the reserve fund. But that's where I was getting at. It's okay.
Well, this is more specific to the timing that we already passed the highway budget.
Yep.
Without the leases.
I just want to make clear in my mind. So the $500, the $500,000, $200 for equipment, for the bridge, $300 for the equipment. You're reducing the reserve request funding to $50,000, so no money for the infrastructure?
That was my intent, yes.
Okay. Further discussion on the amendment? We'll have a vote on the amendment eventually to decrease the $500,000 to $50,000.
Just for clarification on the bridge, when is that going to happen? Or when do we have to have money enough to make that happen?
So the bridge would have to be completed by the end of calendar year 27, not fiscal year. So we were hoping to get 2 fiscal budgets to raise the $400,000 needed so that we can get the $200,000 back through a grant.
But we could do that this year, right?
You say raise all $400,000 this
Are you
year?
saying-
And then we could do that. We didn't want to do that.
Yes, that can be done, and we're reducing it to $50,000. It's okay. Did everybody understand that? He was just asking. Well, yes, Eugene.
So if we don't raise the money this year, then we have to raise $400,000 next year in order to get the work done.
So that we can get the $200,000
So that we
back.
get the $200,000.
Right.
Can I say something? It's worth noting, in case anyone doesn't understand, that these grants only come in after we do the work. We don't get the money up front.
Right, okay.
Can I say
Yes,
something?
That is true. Who's saying that? Oh, yes, okay,
Keep
you're
in
still,
mind
he's still
that these are
grandfathered in,
just
wait.
estimates at this point. Those prices could go up after this year, after what's going on with, these tariffs and stuff, because the steel market has fluctuated so much. When this project, Steve might have when this project started, it was substantially less money, right?
That's part of it. The other part is by now the engineering studies are outdated. That's going to have to be redone. It's got to
Engineering studies are outdated, are going to have to be redone. You guys are having a discussion between you. Speak to us, please.
This project's been in the works for over 7 years now. The engineering study is going to be outdated. It'll have to be resubmitted. The cost for the engineering study alone is going to come in at about 25, 30 grand. I mean, it was $17,000 when we did it 7, 8 years ago. But it's going to have, and that's going to take 6 months to get an engineering study done. Chad, right? At least six months to get an engineering study on a bridge?
Okay, further discussion on the amendment to change the $500,000 to 50. Yes, Warren.
Could we possibly think about making your amendment for $200,000?
You can amend an amendment.
So possibly if we amend your amendment from the 500,000 to 50,000, if we go 200,000 this year, it'll cover your leases, it'll put some money in your kitty for your bridges, which will probably take another 7 years anyway. I understand that, but it's obviously now you're spending more money when you should have dealt with it before, but that's neither here nor there. So maybe you change your amendment to $200,000. We'll cover our butts on our leases. We'll have a little bit money in the kitty, and we won't all feel $500,000 in our tax bill.
The maker of the motion would be a friendly amendment.
What, do you want to change that? You can change it instead of having an
I said
amendment.
I'd welcome a friendly amendment if my second would agree.
Okay, so the amendment, we didn't have to amend the amendment. The amendment has been friendly amended. It is now $200,000. Is the amendment at $200,000? Do you have allocation numbers, or are you wiping that out entirely? On the original motion, $200,000 was allocated and $300,000 were allocated.
Your next line, your next article, we're going to give you surplus to the highway department.
No, I'm sorry. We have an amendment.
I can't tell you $50,000 is going to cover the leases you already buried us into.
As moderator, you're amending a motion. Your amendment is going to just say that we're giving $200,000 for the highway infrastructure projects, period. Is that the amendment?
Maybe we put it this way. If the town's willing to give you $200,000, figure out your total lease agreements that are going to be due, change your article on that line item out of this $200,000 to cover it, so we're not left out there. Take the remaining money, infrastructure, and then hope your next article behind it passes so you can put it in.
I'm not questioning how the select board is going to do their job. What I'm asking is,
you want to know, and there's two different line items under the article, and that's what you're asking. So does that need to be worded like that, or can you amend the article so it's back to what it was last year, $200,000 for or leave it as the infrastructure, telling the taxpayers?
Okay, I have a gentleman that made an amendment. What would you like your amendment to say, sir?
I was leaving it as blank.
Okay, that's what I was getting at. Thank you. Okay, so there's a period at the end of that. That's perfect. Thank you. Okay, so we now have an amendment on the floor. This article is now amended to say, to see if the town will vote to raise by taxation and appropriate $200,000 to the Highway Reserve Fund, period. We are now discussing that amendment. Yes, sir.
Can we just look at page 28 for a second? Page 28 is a chart that was put together by the town, basically with the equipment in stock. Look at FY27. I did quick math. it looks like $500,000 would be coming up in FY27. Looking forward to the future, maybe we might want to take FY27 into account as well, because that's going to be a banner year of spending based on this chart.
Protect your equipment, maintain it as best of your ability, and hope it succeeds. If you need 2028 or 2029 to do your job, we all live with it every day personally. So.
Further discussion on the amendment. Yes, sir.
I'd just like to say the town shouldn't have any reserve funds.
Okay.
That's all our money, taxpayers' money. You're not getting much return on our money. You get 3 or 4%. I go down to the bank to borrow money to pay my taxes. I pay 6, 7%. You're taking my money and losing 4% on it. And when you get ready to buy a piece of equipment, infrastructure, whatever you want to do, you go out and borrow the money from the state of Vermont, and you can borrow the money way cheaper than we can borrow it as an individual. So there's no need to have any reserve funds in a town that don't need to be spent.
Again, philosophical debate on whether or not reserve funds are appropriate. Any further discussion on the amendment? Yes, in the back. You have the microphone back there? Yes, we do need it. I can't hear you.
So if we do this to 200,000 versus 500,000, we'd still have $75,000 about left over from the lease rent agreements to put into a reserve fund. So unless something else came along that was like, who knows? It's not like we'd be up to $150,000 towards that $200,000 goal. That's the way my math is working.
Okay, further discussion on the amendment? Seeing no further discussion, we have an amendment before us. We will go back and vote on the main motion after we vote on the amendment. The amendment will change the main motion to read, to see if the town will vote to raise by taxation $200,000 to the Highway Reserve Fund. A yes vote will pass that motion. A no vote will revert the main motion back to $500,000 with the allocation numbers as listed prior. Does that make sense? Yes? Yes vote passes the amendment. No vote will revert back to the main motion. All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. Okay, divide the House, I assume. Do it by hands to begin with. All those in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand. Hey, all those opposed, please raise your hand. Justice of the Peace, you want to do it? Was it apparent, or do you want to do a better vote? Clear? Clear that what? Ayes have it? Okay, I'm not going to argue with that. Okay, I do believe the ayes have it. We now have a motion in front of us that says to see if the town will vote to raise by taxation $200,000 for the Highway Reserve Fund. Any further discussion? Yes, sir.
Peter Hoyt, West Townsend. The only reason I voted no is we don't know where we're going to be right now next year with the federal government. FEMA, for example, what's going to happen if the road gets washed out? We're stuck, aren't we? Yeah, and I'm very much for, I've always been this way all my life. It's just, I drive in a 2011 pickup truck. I can get a new one. The wife wants me to, but I like to prepare for the unexpected. And at the federal level right now, I'm scared as to what's going to happen to this country. So that's the only reason I voted no.
Okay, further discussion. Irv, microphone, put it up to your mouth. There you go. It's on, don't touch it.
I want to know if the select board is going to do like he did with some of the other reserve funds. Just stipulations is on them and they used it. And they're not supposed to use only just the interest on it. And if they don't do this any different than they did last year, who knows what the hell is going to happen.
Okay, further discussion. I saw a hand. Did I see a hand over here somewhere? No? Jeremy, no? Okay.
Well, I was going to try to clarify why we're trying to do this, because of what's happening in the political climate and this electric initiative and stuff like that. So I was at a foreman's meeting on Wednesday, and we had a rep from Viking come down and give us the whole spiel on what the future of buying trucks for towns is going to be. And it's not good. This electric initiative that's going to go in January 2026, dealers are only going to be able to sell a certain amount of trucks if that's allotted after they sell an electric truck. The electric truck market right now is just not feasible for what we do. You know, you get an electric truck that has a 75-mile range that's not running any heat, cold, you know. So after January 1st, 2026, it's going to be very difficult to buy trucks. Not to mention the emissions is changing, which is going to add another $30,000+ to the price tag of a truck. I think Dale can back me up on this. It's the future of just being able to go buy a truck is gone. You know, as of right now, the bodybuilders are 2 years behind because of supply chain issues. You know, and who knows what's going to happen with all the tariffs now. So this is something to think about. When you're not, like he said, you got to, you know, have a little nest egg for something, you know, like even a flood. If we don't have FEMA reimbursement, that's going to be on the taxpayers to cover that money. I mean, and it ain't cheap to rebuild a road. I'm just trying to give you some clarification. And
Okay, further discussion on the main motion of $200,000. See, yeah, we can still amend.
I would like to offer an amendment to the amount. Instead of it being $200,000, I would propose, let me just get my numbers right. So I would propose keeping the $200,000 for the bridges infrastructure and then changing the amount for the equipment to be $200,000, which would allow us to pay the grader lease and then pay the backhoe outright instead of continuing with the lease.
Okay, what was the first number?
200,000 on bridge, 200,000 on equipment.
Okay.
400 total.
Okay. I didn't see. My head wasn't up. What's your name again? Patricia Hatch? Okay. I never met you. Hi, I'm David. Nice to see you. Patricia, nice to talk with you. Okay. Okay, so now there's an amendment on the floor. We can discuss the amendment. Moved and seconded. To see if the town will vote, the amendment on the floor now changes to see if the town will vote to raise by taxation and appropriate $200,000 to the Highway Reserve Fund. We have an amendment that says to see if the town will raise by taxation $400,000 to the Highway Reserve Fund with the following allocation: $200,000 to be used towards funding of the highway infrastructure and $200,000 to be used toward the funding of current leases, as well as future purchase, leasing, and repair of the highway equipment. Did I state that amendment correctly?
I guess I would just add it would be to fund the current lease of the grader and to pay the remaining balance on the backhoe outright. I don't know if that's too much.
That doesn't, I mean, I guess I have to ask the town that. Does that change it? I don't think that does, because it talks about purchase, leasing, funding leases. So what he's saying is still funding leases. It's just a little bit more specific. So I don't think that would change the subject very much. Do you want to be that specific, though?
I don't. I just want to be clear.
Okay, so be clear, but don't put that in the amendment. Okay? Just that's, huh? Right. What? You want it to be that specific? Are you raising your hand? Okay, so tell me exactly what you want it to say.
All right, so for number 2,
Yep.
it would be $200,000 to be used towards funding the current grader lease and for paying the remaining balance on the backhoe lease. Right. I was only speaking about the equipment part, but yes, the bridge stays the same.
What was that, the backhoe lease or the grader lease?
Grader lease
Grader
and
lease.
paying the remaining balance on the backhoe.
Backhoe, okay.
Yes, that is in the brackets on page 21 in the box. Yeah. So 108,095 for the backhoe would be the outright outstanding balance plus the 91,000 on the grader lease would total to just about 200,000.
Great. We have an amendment before us. I need to verbalize this. We're going to continue to discuss. You're shaking your head. Okay. We have a amendment on the floor to see if the town will vote to raise by taxation and appropriate $400,000 to the Highway Reserve Fund with the following allocation. $200,000 to be used toward highway funding infrastructure and $200,000 to be used for current funding of leases and for the remaining balance of the backhoe lease. That's what I got.
Yes.
What?
Patricia seconded.
What? Oh, yes. Oh, okay. Now we're speaking about an amendment. We vote on this, then that becomes the main motion or falls back to the other motion, the $200,000. Yes, sir. Yes, please.
What if there's an emergency and you have no reserve fund? So now we're deficit spending.
Yep. That was the intention of the original motion, or the original article. But that is a very valid point.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
I'd like to speak about deficit spending. You can do it as a town. You just has to go on to the next future years and you have to make a plan. Jamaica's going through that right now. They have $2 million from flood damage back from Irene till the last few storms. They're actually voting for a $500,000 surplus because they were overtaxed last year by $500,000. They were hoping to put that into their debt reduction. So you would have to make a plan as a town. So you can, this board can deficit spend. It's only in an emergency case.
I was just bringing up a philosophical.
Yes. Yeah. Yes, Greg.
Article 5, we just approved the board's authority to borrow in lieu of taxes anytime they want for any reason they want. And highways are always our priority.
Yep. I mean, yes. So what you're saying is they have an avenue to get those funds if we do not have them in a reserve fund. That we just don't go broke and leave a road broken. Okay. Further discussion on the amendment? Yes, sir. Grab that microphone.
$200,000 for infrastructure, $200,000 to basically spend right out of that reserve fund because you need it tomorrow. We're going to pay off the backhoe and then we're going to pay for the lease on the grader. So you're going to put $200,000 in the reserve fund. I wonder why the select board in their motion making an article warning wouldn't have thought about maybe doing some of that as its own article to bring us up to speed for the debacle we were put in last year with the equipment failures. Make it easier. Because if we give you $200,000 like the amended motion to put in the highway fund, your next article comes up wanting to put surplus in. And maybe you can amend that to pay off your backhoe and add to your lease. But in true honesty here, we give you $400,000, you're only putting $200 in a reserve. The rest of it's going to vacate in a heartbeat.
Further discussion on the amendment? Yes, sir. Thank you for going for the microphone.
I'm a little concerned about the buy-off or payout on the backhoe because the lease payments originally have implied interest in them. So I don't know that not being able to see the lease, don't know what the buyout criteria is, whether it's an amortized value there or whether it is to pay that we're obligated to continue to pay all of the lease payments.
They're looking at the lease. Any other discussion on the amendment? Why we? Finding the answer quick or no? That's okay.
So just really quick, I'm going to keep reading, but there is a mention here that the equipment may be purchased for cash or may be purchased pursuant to the terms of the lease for a time price equal to the sum of all lease payments due and to become due thereunder and the origination fee. So I'm just going to keep looking.
That sounds like it does not allow for the refund of unearned interest, which I think is what he was asking about.
Exactly. It's whether we're paying for the interest, and which we are, there's no reason to pay it off early.
Do we have an answer? Do we need to know the answer? I'd move on, but that is kind of an important question to be answered. While we're waiting, I guess I just to restate, we have a motion on the floor to see if the town will vote to raise by taxation $200,000 for the Highway Reserve Fund. That's being amended to say to see if the town will vote to raise by taxation and appropriate $400,000 to the Highway Reserve Fund, $200,000 to be used towards the highway infrastructure, and $200,000 used towards currently funding the leases, and pay off the remaining balance of the backhoe. So I don't have to say that again.
Would you repeat the pay off the backhoe thing? Sorry. Would you repeat that?
What do you want me to repeat? $200,000 used to be used for current funding of leases?
Current leases, yeah.
And pay off the remaining balance of the backhoe.
Remaining balance of the backhoe.
That's what it was, correct? Oh, that was your amendment. Correct?
Short of having John Deere or a representative on the phone right now to get a clear answer, the best I can say is what I had read about the time price. And if we were just to multiply the remaining 4 payments by 4, that would be about $129,000. So we can get confirmation with John Deere. I cannot confirm that right now through the legalese of the lease contract. It seems that there might be still an obligation to pay the interest under the lease terms, but I cannot tell you with like any sort of legal confidence exactly how much would be due if we were to say, can we pay this off July 1st? So that's the best I can do right now. I apologize, I don't have a better answer.
Okay. Irv has got his hand up in the back. Question's been called for the amendment. Is there any, it's 2/3 vote to cut off debate. Is there any other debate? So I don't have to do that vote. Okay, no more discussion. Okay, we have it. We're going to be voting on the amendment, right? The main motion is still $200,000, but we have an amendment on the floor that we're going to be voting on. A yes vote will change the main motion to read to see if the town will vote to raise by taxation $400,000 to the Highway Reserve Fund with the following allocation: $200,000 to be used for current funding lease payments, and $200,000 to pay the remaining balance of the backhoe lease. No? $200,000 for the highway infrastructure and $200,000 used to current funding lease payments and remaining balance of the backhoe. Did I say that incorrectly the first time? Sorry, that's what I meant the second time. Okay, any further discussion on the amendment? You understand? Yes vote, no vote? All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? No. Okay, gonna have to divide the House. All those in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand. Justice of the Peace, you paying attention? All those opposed? I don't know if you could tell. Well, the next would be to stand and count, or to count the hands. Yeah, oppose. That's up to you. You want a paper ballot, or you want me to just count hands?
I'll make a motion to do it by paper.
Okay, who said that?
I did.
Okay, there's one. Show me five or six other hands. Okay, that's how we're gonna have to do it. Okay, paper ballot. This is just for the amendment. This is not for the final vote. A yes vote will change the main motion to read $400,000 for the Highway Reserve Fund allocated $200,000 for highway infrastructure and $200,000 for leasing. A yes vote will make that the main motion. A no vote will revert back to the main motion of $200,000 with no allocation. Make sense? Yes? Okay. The ballot box is now open. Okay. Okay, we have the results of the election.
So I think he's putting me on bad planes. He'll take the good ones and give you the bad ones. Yeah. Does he want to get rid of you, Sarah?
We had an amendment on the floor. A yes vote would pass the amendment. A no vote would defeat the amendment. We had a total of 57. Remember, there's 100 people here when we started. 57 votes now. Yes votes were 29. No votes were 28. The amendment passes. We now have a motion on the floor to see if the town will vote to raise by taxation and appropriate $400,000 to the Highway Reserve Fund with the following allocation: $200,000 for the funding highway infrastructure and $200,000 to use towards funding current leases and pay the remaining backhoe lease. That is the main motion on the floor. We now can discuss that further. Would you like to add something? Yes, would you like to add something? What? You okay? Okay. You okay? Okay. Any further discussion on the main motion on the floor? No? Yes? What, hand? Yes, sir.
I was talking here. What is the main motion?
The main motion is what we just voted on. The main motion is the amendment that we just voted on. That is what we just voted on, an amendment that became the main motion. I'll read it again. To see if the town will vote to raise by taxation and appropriate $400,000 to the Highway Reserve Fund with the following allocation: $200,000 to be used towards funding of the highway infrastructure and $200,000 to be used towards current leases and the remaining balance of the backhoe lease. That's what we just voted on and is the main motion. Any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, a yes vote will pass. You want me to read it again? Thank you. No, that wasn't the vote. A yes vote will pass that as a main motion. A no vote will defeat that motion. Questions? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hand. Oh, it's going to be one of those. All those opposed, raise your hand. You want to count, or you want to, what do you people want? You want me to just count hands? Count hands. Okay, all those in favor, yes, vote. Yes, vote. Okay, how are we going to do this, Justice of the Peace?
Can you count them? Or-
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. I say I got 30. 30 yes votes. All those, if I go by how many we had, no, we can't do this. No votes, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. I would say the yes votes out.
Please spend it wisely.
Huh?
Please spend it wisely.
Well, okay, everybody okay with me with that? Okay, and the only reason why I say that is that there was 28, 29 for the other one, so about 30 and 25 is the same amount of people. I just wanted to make sure it was pretty close, okay? Okay, so that motion passes. Article 12, that was amended, passes. Congratulations. We're good? Moving on to Article 13. To see if the town will vote to move the highway surplus fund of $75,000 into this newly created highway reserve fund.
Seconded.
So moved and seconded here. You have something to say? Yep. Something to say?
Okay, so this was another recommendation that we had from the VLCT, and I believe from NEMRIC on this one as well, where we expected to have $75,000 left of that $200,000 from last year. And we wanted to keep that in the reserve that we had to establish this year because we failed to establish it based on the feedback that we had gotten last year. So this was not asking for any additional funding from the taxpayers this year. This was to make sure that if that $75,000 remaining from the $200,000 that the taxpayers passed last year would be able to stay in that reserve that we had attempted but failed to establish last year. Does that make sense?
Discussion? More further discussion? Yes, sir.
Just a question, that if we were to not approve this, what would happen to that $75,000?
Elaine, what would happen to the $75,000 if we didn't move it into the highway fund, newly created highway fund?
Stays in the 200 fund.
It stays in the 200 fund,
Which is highway.
which is the highway fund, but it's just not in the reserve fund, is the answer.
Would it still be encumbered? Or does it go to become surplus at that point for the future?
Future surplus. Okay. Warren. That would be helpful. Thank you, sir.
Okay, so town treasurer noted the audit report highway. We had a $79,504 deficit, 2024, page 31. Is that correct? Yes? So how did the taxpayers cover that $79,504 deficit?
That was brought up earlier, I believe, in discussion. But it was mentioned that there was about a little over $128,000 in FEMA and federal highway grant money that is coming in this current fiscal year. Reimbursements, yeah, it's not grants. So these are FEMA and federal highway funds that are being reimbursed that are coming at the end of this fiscal year or by the end of this fiscal year. So that is how we are planning to cover that deficit that we went into this year with.
All right, so we're going to cover deficit by ghost money. Why don't we take that 75,000 surplus and cover as much as we can of your deficit from the highway and hope the ghost funds come in, and then we can allocate those funds and use them to great use.
I do think that is a way to do that. What we were trying to stay with was that last year what was passed was $200,000 for the equipment. So we were hoping to keep that remainder of those equipment funds, if it happened to be $75,000, towards equipment in this newly established reserve. I do respect the opinion that we could offset the deficit with that. I do think that's an option for those funds, but as it was allocated and voted on by the taxpayers last year, it was meant for equipment. We were trying to keep it as such.
So if anybody else wanted to speak, I'll bring him the mic.
Can I make an amendment based on Warren's previous statement that we use that 75K while waiting for the quote-unquote ghost money and then put that into the surplus?
I mean, the purpose of a reserve fund is hopefully in 20 years you've gained interest on it and you've accumulated money to help with the dent of the unforeseen that you have no idea is coming your way, right? Putting all this money into a reserve fund that's going to be yanked out in less than a year does nothing, right? So you're going to put this, you're going to leave us in the deficit, hope the ghost money comes in, and we're going to give you another $79,000 or $75,000 to put in the reserve that you're just going to yank out anyway, so we'll never gain any interest. It just...
But doesn't it decrease I mean, you're using it to spend it, so it would decrease your tax burden per se. It's not like it's just disappearing. Right?
No, because we're waiting for ghost money. So I've already paid you the $79,500 and $4,000 out of taxes, or we have accumulatively. Okay. So we've already gave you that money, and we're waiting for more ghost money. So now you want us to take the ghost money whenever it comes in and just keep kicking this $79,504 money down the road. I mean, you have the money, let's pay off the deficit, and when the ghost money comes in...
We have to be careful with the amendment because it has to kind of match the subject, the object, and the means. So you can't just... Go ahead.
Try to word it to see if we can move the highway surplus funds into the highway deficit, and when the grant money comes in, we put those funds into the highway reserve fund.
That's an awful lot of, and I think you're mixing things this here and that there. It's not going to be
I'd like to make an amendment.
Maybe. Go ahead.
I'll make my amendment. I amend to see if the town voters will move highway surplus funds of up to $75,000 to offset the debt of the highway funds of this coming year, of this year. And then I make that as a motion.
I'm making that as an amendment, but that's okay.
Amendment, sorry.
It's okay.
The way I understand it, that this isn't a normal $75,000 surplus.
Yes. I know, but nobody seconded it, and she's just trying to give some information. We're not discussing, she's just, fine. There's now a second, and we're discussing it. Thank you, sir.
This is not a regular surplus. This is the extra money that wasn't spent from the article that was voted last year, the $200,000 minus the 2 leases. This is the balance of that, which is in essence a surplus from that article, but it's not a highway end-of-year surplus.
No, you didn't ever put it in a reserve, so now it's under the 200 line item, correct? So it's highway money, it's not...
Warren, I don't speak to you that way. Please don't speak to me that way.
I'd like to speak on my motion.
Yeah, on the amendment.
The amendment, sorry.
No, it's okay. Go ahead.
Sorry, I get mixed up. The reason why I'm saying this is when you get the money from FEMA, you would be able then as a board put it into a reserve fund. You have that authority within monies that are above to put it in the reserve fund then. This way, we've covered our debt, and then when July comes, maybe the FEMA money's here, maybe the FEMA money ain't here. At least we're not going into the next year with a debt with that portion.
ahead.
I just have a question, maybe it's for Elaine. Do we have the right to take FEMA money and put it right into a reserve?
Well, the
Without the
money
voters'
that
approval?
currently could be coming in, if it could come in, is for items we've already expensed out. It's reimbursing the town for expenses that have already been expensed out. So if we have paid the bills and there's X amount left over, I don't see any reason why we couldn't. But again, that is a federal government, not a municipality thing, and I would venture to say that we should get in contact with VLCT on that, because I do not know, I'm not an attorney.
Just because the FEMA and highway money that's coming in could be contributed or attributed to the reason we have a deficit. So the reason we have a deficit could in part be because of the storms and the damage. So that's why I'm wondering if it needs to go back into the fund.
We're having trouble hearing you and understanding.
I said,
Okay.
the money that's coming in and the money that's going out could possibly be too from overspending. I'm just saying, it's not just one thing or another, it's a combination, so.
Okay. Charlie first, and then we'll right there.
I'm having trouble being unconfused. The $75,000 is already in the highway fund, correct?
From what I understand, it is. Not in a reserve fund, but
No,
in the
it's
highway
there.
fund. Yes, sir.
Approved by the voters, correct?
Last year, this is what's left over, correct?
For highway purposes, correct?
Correct.
Then why do we even have to discuss whether it goes in the reserve fund? The select board at a regularly scheduled meeting can decide what to do with this money, since it's already been voted on and already in the highway fund. They can go buy cones with it if they want to. I suggest we move on and disregard this article.
Are you asking to pass over? Because that... Yes. Okay. I know we have an amendment on the floor, but this is an incidental that overrides the amendment. Okay? There's no second. Wait, I'm looking it up to see how we. This is to pass over a motion or an amendment after debate has started is called postpone indefinitely. A second is required. Thank you, sir. And then this is debatable. It only requires a majority. Okay? Postpone indefinitely. Boop, 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 boop. Is a subsidiary motion which is higher than the amendment on the floor. No, actually, postpone indefinitely, amendment, substitute, debate both. Actually, no, it's not. We actually must continue to discuss the amendment first. After the motion has been seconded and restated, by the discussion has started. Okay, probably best to deal with the amendment first, according to said list. Sorry, Charlie. But we have to deal with that next. But we have to finish with the amendment first. We have an amendment on the floor that says, and now my paper's, I'm totally lost. We have an amendment on the floor that says, to see if the town will vote to move highway surplus funds up to $75,000 to pay highway debt. Okay. We have to deal with that amendment first, because subsidiary motions are in rank order, and the amendment is higher than the call the question at this stage. Yes, sir. Yes, you can call the question. Oh, that was what you're trying to do? Okay. Any other debate? Seeing no other debate? Yeah. Oh, yes, we had one more person to talk. I'm sorry, and his hand was raised But
the question too, I'm sorry. Thanks, Al.
yes, sir.
I was just, if we don't get the FEMA money, then this money could be used to pay off our deficit later. So instead of voting to pay it off now, it seems like it would be easier to allocate the money later, if it's just in surplus, to pay off our deficit if we want to do that, than to figure out getting FEMA money to then go into our deficit. Is that right?
Essentially, the issue is because we didn't have the reserve fund established the way we intended to in the last year. This money at the end of the fiscal year will go into undesignated funds, and then it would just be used as a surplus or whatever, counteract the deficit, right?
Right. So if we don't put it into the reserve fund, say we vote this down. Say we
If
just
we
did
don't
that.
put it into the reserve fund, it has to get used this year, whether that's to offset the deficit or whatever.
So if it's
so to put it into the reserve fund, that is allowing us to essentially earmark it for highway equipment, as as we just discussed the previous article, to fund the reserve. That is allowing us to use it in future fiscal years.
So if we vote yes to put this into the fund, we could then still use it to pay off the deficit? And if we don't,
No.
we have to, no.
It would go towards the equipment and infrastructure.
It has to
reserve
go to
fund.
equipment and infrastructure.
Yeah. So if we vote on this and approve it as written, it goes into the infrastructure and equipment highway fund, and then it has to be used for those purposes at any point in the coming years. If we vote no, then it stays unobligated, and it contributes to either.
And it could be used if the FEMA money doesn't come, but either way, it has
Not
to
with
be
the amendment.
used
Right,
this
I'm not
year.
talking about the amendment. I'm talking about the original motion, so that's my bad.
Okay.
Yeah, point of order, the 75,000 will stay under the line item of 200, which is highway, regardless of what happens to it. Not to be used for anything.
Right. Okay. Okay. We have to vote on the amendment now. Okay. And then the question's been called, and we'll deal with that next. So we have an amendment on the floor to change to see the original motion was to see if the town will vote highway surplus funds up to $75,000 into the highway reserve fund. We're going to vote on an amendment to see if the town will vote to move the highway surplus funds up to $75,000 to pay highway debt. Okay? Pay highway debt. That's what's going to become the main motion if we pass this. Questions? Yes vote passes the amendment. No vote defeats it. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. All those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed, please raise your hand. Pieces? What do you got? Too close? I'd say it looks like no, too. Noes, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. That was no. Yes votes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 17. So no votes win. Okay? We now have the main motion. Back to the original. The amendment failed just then. To see if the town will vote to move highway surplus funds, $75,000 into the highway reserve fund. However, the question to pass over now comes into play. Okay? And that requires, let me go back. It is debatable. Does anybody have any qualms about passing over this? You want to discuss that? Okay. Sure.
For the next select board, or the continuation of the select board. Article 14 or 13, you've got this labeled, move highway surplus funds up to 75 in the highway reserve.
We're talking about passing over. Go ahead.
I know, but it's really not a surplus when you've got a deficit in your organization. So in one hand, you've got a deficit. The next hand, you've got a surplus. And within the same department. So think about the wording in your articles, because it's
okay.
stinks.
Okay, we have a motion to pass over, and that was okay. That was okay. I'm sorry. You were okay to say that, Warren. That was okay. No, I'm just reading my notes. Is that yes, postpone indefinitely? You can debate it and go into the main motion. That was my fault. I was cutting you off because I didn't really think you can go in the main motion, but you can, so I apologize for that. No, oh, right. Yes, you can. I meant, right, my bad, but you were right. You were right. Any other discussion to pass over and just move on? Okay, this requires a straight-up majority. Yes, this is to pass over. All those in favor of passing over this article, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? Okay. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. We're just moving on. No direction is given to the select board there. Hopefully I did that right. Okay. Article 14. To see if the town will vote to raise $20,000 by taxation to be placed in the fire truck capital fund toward a future pumper. I believe the capital fire truck fund is on page 21. I'll entertain a motion. You got everybody? I got a Eugene over there. I got a Sean over there. I got a Charlie over there. Take your pick. Okay. Eugene and Charlie. How's that? Although Sean. Sean's the second. Perfect. Discussion. Yes, in the back. Can't hear a word you say yet. I can't. Sorry.
Okay, so I thought the ARPA funds were buying a truck, but somebody just told me that this is for a different truck? Is that...
What was that? I didn't understand the question. What was the question?
I said I thought the ARPA funds bought another fire truck, and I wondered why we were putting more money.
Nope.
We have currently a CD we've had for many years that is toward the purchase of a fire truck. And then when we got ARPA money, it was determined by Sherwood to put over $300,000 into that special truck that they were making, so.
But is this another truck that they want to get, or the same truck?
No.
That we're putting the
This
$20,000?
money, as well as the ARPA money, in order to purchase that new fire truck. That's my understanding.
Okay, hang on. Fire chief would like to speak. Why don't you hand the microphone right over to the fire chief right there? And he might be able to give some explanations there.
Glenn Beatty, currently the fire chief. So to clarify, I don't remember in the meeting if Sherwood might have made the motion to use the money for that or not. But it takes a whole board to make that decision. I have the minutes to prove it. So please keep that part correct. The money that I tell you guys this every single year, for over 25 years, the taxpayers have been told that $10,000 is not enough to buy a new replacement engine, okay? We had like $200,000 the last truck in 2020, and it used the entire fund to pay for that truck. As we all know, things get more expensive every year that goes by. So, hence, the replacement truck that has been ordered is pushing $700,000. Okay? In regard, that truck has been ordered. With the ARPA money added to the CD that the money is in, that truck will be funded in full. That means it doesn't raise the taxpayers' rates and what they're paying to keep their house one bit. There's no borrowing of any money. Does everybody understand that point? Does it cost you money to borrow money? Absolutely. This gives you a zero deficit. The truck will be paid for. When they gave out the ARPA money, anybody that was on a select board or did any accounting then knows that it took them about 2 years to figure out what you could use the ARPA funds for. Those funds had to be designated by 2024. So if people had wanted to use them for anything, they had to fit a very small category that the federal government finally decided they could be used for. That's how that came to happen, that one of the items that the federal government said you can use our federal money for is fire engines, ambulances, police cars, that type of infrastructure. That was one of the first things that they came out, wrote on paper that you could use that money for. So that was a select board decision to do that. So this money in the reserve fund goes for the next truck, because every 20 years you're supposed to take your frontline truck and move it to the back. Okay? So $20,000 in 20 years, there you go. Still isn't going to buy you a new truck. Half of us probably won't be here, so maybe that doesn't matter. I don't know what to tell you. I hope that answers everybody's question. But
Thank you.
It comes up every single year. It's the same story over and over.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Bob.
Glenn, I'm pretty sure we had around $330,000 in the ARPA money. So that money, that account is zeroed out according to the current plan, the town report. So that means that that money went as a down payment, I suppose?
So yes, the select board at that time, when they got done with, they had a couple other projects. I can't remember, one was cybersecurity, and I don't remember what the other one was for. So the remaining money, I think it was, I want to say $321,000 off the top of my head. That was used as a down payment, okay? That down payment goes to the company. They put it in a bank account. We gain the interest off of that. There'll be, by the time the truck is built, that down payment will have accrued $24,000 worth of interest. I think I heard earlier we weren't really investing any money, so there you go. You made $24,000 off of that to go towards a truck.
Yes, further discussion in the back about the,
I just have a question. Based on what you're saying, if we spend $750,000 on a new truck, in 20 years, that's probably going to cost us $1 million. So why aren't we putting $50,000 a year in account? I mean, that would make more sense if that's what you're trying to do. Just to be the devil's advocate here.
We'll just put $500,000.
are you making an amendment? Okay.
Can I?
Okay.
Can I speak to that, or would that be out of turn?
No, you could, I guess. Fire chief, town have a problem with it?
So the way it works is usually at town meeting, the townspeople have a very negative opinion of reserve accounts. To have something in there, even enough to put down as a down payment, is enough. But to, I think if we were to come out and ask for that amount of money, it would probably be shot down.
Any further discussion on the article? Yes, sir.
Is the money in the CD, is that going towards the truck that's been ordered?
The money in the CD now going toward the truck that's being ordered?
That's my understanding.
That's the understanding.
Okay.
That's correct. That
Where's
between,
the rest of the money for that truck coming?
Making money.
that's,
That's the ARPA funds.
Making
The
money.
ARPA funds that are already sent to the vendor.
That's the ARPA
Is that
funds.
going to be enough money to pay for the truck?
That's what they're hoping. That's what they're saying is that's what they're hoping. Yes. Those two
Who's
together.
hoping?
The fire department, the town, that they're doing this in order to purchase a new truck. So the assumption is that it's going to pay
And if it
for the new
doesn't,
truck. And if it doesn't pay for the new truck,
that's what we have a reserve fund for.
the reserve fund is going toward that now.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, yeah, that was the highway reserve fund.
Sean?
Just a quick point to what Glenn said. The fire truck is a capital fund, therefore we're earning interest, unlike most reserve funds that are just in stasis, correct?
That's what it sounded like, yes.
Okay, further discussion? Yes.
I heard the gentleman say we got over $1 million in reserve funds now, is that correct? How much did that earn last year?
21.
Excuse me?
How much did that earn last year, that $1 million?
I don't have a number that I can spew out to you. Even come on by and I'll let you know.
I'm done.
No number is able to be provided right now, but if you wanted to stop by town hall, they could calculate that number. Because it's in different funds, I assume, making different rates at different times. Yes, sir.
Last year I was talking reserve funds, and I went to the treasurer and asked her, and I could be wrong, but I think that $1 million raised about $400. Am I correct?
I don't recall it.
It was pretty small money.
Yeah.
Okay, any further discussion about $20,000 for the fire truck capital fund? Seeing no further discussion, we have a motion before us to see if the town will vote to raise $20,000 by taxation to be placed in the fire truck capital fund toward a future pumper. Although a yes vote passes that motion, a no vote will defeat that motion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Okay, rounding the corner, almost. Article 15. To see if the town will vote to raise $10,000 by taxation to be placed in the fire pond reserve account toward a future fire pond or maintenance of the existing fire ponds. I will entertain a motion. Who said that? Sean said it. Where we got a second? Who's the second? Second is Eugene or Irv. Got that? Okay, discussion. Let's talk about fire ponds. Reserve account is on page 21. It looks like it's $17,244. I don't want to speak for somebody, but that's what I think I saw. Page 21. That number is not correct, I'm now being told. See what the moderator knows.
Mr. Moderator.
Yeah. Yes.
You should understand these figures are of June 30th, 2024, not today.
Right. These are because town meeting's in March, and the fiscal year starts in July 1st. Things are always skewed when we're here. So, yes, you're right, Charlie, that this is as of June 30th, 2024, which is 8 months ago. And so numbers may change from now compared to when the book was made. But the book says $17,000.
Right.
I was just curious as to how it came from 1,700 to 17,000 in the course of 1 year.
Okay, in the course of 1 year, like I said, we've been redoing the books, setting up fund maintenance balance accounts for its specific use for sewer or for sidewalks or for fire pond reserves. I didn't have a separate one set up for the fire pond.
Do we know how much is in the fire pond?
I would have to go back to my desk and go through the numbers. I had a spreadsheet, an Excel spreadsheet, as the money came in for a grant or money came in for fire pond. I had separate accounts set up, and anytime I made a payment for something on behalf of the fire department for either the fire pond or a grant, it would be deducted from that number. So again, this number is incorrect. I apologize. And if Sherwood, Glenn, and Brian would like to entertain me and come in before the end of the 31st of March, I will be more than glad to get the numbers in order and either submit it to the board for them to have at a board meeting, or they can come in one-on-one and we can go through the numbers. Because I can do nothing from here, except for apologize for the number being wrong.
Yes, sir. Yes.
When she ever figures out how much money's in there to put in enough money to bring it up to $10,000.
Point of order. I think you have to have a specific amount of money.
Yes, yeah. You do need a specific amount of money when you're talking about raising.
Okay, because I was told in November there was no money in that account. The select board chair and the assistant were sitting there listening to the conversation.
But they've determined no matter how much is in there, they're only requesting $10,000. Right. Any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, we have a motion before us to see if the town will raise $10,000 by taxation to be placed in the fire pond reserve account toward a future fire pond or maintenance of existing fire ponds. A yes vote would pass that motion. A no vote would defeat that motion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. The motion passes. Article 16, to see if the town will vote to raise $22,388 by taxation for the support of social services as recommended by the Social Services Committee. I'll entertain a motion. Wait, we haven't even had a motion yet. You are moving way too fast. Yes. So moved, Christine. Second. Seconded there. It's been moved and seconded. This is on page 26 and 27. Before you make an amendment, would you like to discuss about what's going on, and then you could make the amendment?
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, there you go. It's always better to discuss.
More information before you go amending.
Wait. Who made the motion?
Me.
You. Okay, so she gets to speak first anyway. There you go. Sorry. You're off. You're on the.
Some of this is information we didn't realize you would want.
Okay.
Yeah. Some of this is information we didn't know you would want, and some of it I just got today. So, starting on page 26, the American Red Cross of Vermont did not serve any families in Townshend this year, which I think is good news. We didn't need them. They were in Bellows Falls, Brattleboro, Guilford, Jamaica, Londonderry, Putney, South Londonderry, Vernon, Wardsboro, and Wilmington. Area hospice served 5 people or families. Development Credit Corporation doesn't necessarily get addresses from everybody, but the Grace Cottage grants manager was there for several of their informational meetings. Food Connects served 360 kids. Gathering Place served 3 people. Grace Cottage Family and Health served over 1,000 Townshend people. Green Mountain Retired Senior Volunteers, 3 people. Green Up Vermont doesn't get addresses. Groundworks served a total of 99 people. 99. 99 Townshend people. I got Townshend information from each of these. HCRS served 35. Youth Services, 8. Mover gave 986 rides. No idea how many people that was, but it was 986 rides. Neighborhood Connections, 23. Senior Solutions, 75 calls and visits, and 5,274 meals. Arm's getting tired. Southeast Sevka does money. They gave me a big number for dollars saved, but they gave 4 families IRS help. Townshend Community Food Shelf doesn't get addresses out of people, but They're very local. Family Network is mostly online, so they don't take addresses. I don't have any information on the Commons. Visiting Nurses originally gave us that they had served 2 people, but then they called back and said no people this year. So we're going to have an amendment on that after I finish reading this. Windham County Humane Society doesn't count people, they count the animals. And they served 139 pets from Townsend. Now, if you bring in a dog and a cat, that counts as 2 as far as they're concerned. We have no idea how many families, but that was the number of animals. Winston Prouty, 58 families, children. Women's Freedom Center, 10.
Okay, so thank you for that. So hang on, before any amendments and stuff. So the reason why that just happened was because there was a question during pre-town meeting as in the future, what we would like to have in the town report is how many Townsend residents actually benefit from each one of these social service entities. So that's what that was. She was just informing us, and hopefully in the future that'll be in the town report so that people can make an informed decision on whether or not they want to continue to support these services. Okay, you good? Are you you're about to do something, or what?
Yeah, we have at least one amendment.
Okay, hang on. So that's that. Okay, so you have the floor. You want to make an amendment to the main motion?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Visiting Nurse Association didn't serve anybody this year. I'd like to take that back out, okay, which would bring the total down to 19,638.
Okay, it's been moved. We have an amendment. What? She wants to take out the Visiting Nurse Association and Hospice of Vermont and New Hampshire, Dartmouth Health, Home Nursing, Hospice, and Rehabilitation Services. They recommended, they requested $2,700. According to Christine, they did not help any Townsend residents this past year. So the amendment is to remove that $2,700. So the total would now be $19,638. We will now discuss the amendment. You good, Christine? Thank you for that. Did somebody second the amendment? I did. Okay, Eugene did, just make sure. Okay, discussion on the amendment. Yes. We're talking about this amendment right now. You can amend the amendment if you would like. Yes, sir.
Can I amend the amendment to get rid of the $1,000 to Grace Cottage? Or, get rid of the $1,000 to Grace Cottage. If anyone needs my explanation, it would be to the communication from Grace Cottage during the last 2 school lockdowns. We had no communication from Grace Cottage on those. We also have insurance. We have skid insurance. They get a lot of money from the foundation. That would knock off another K.
Okay. Second, it's been moved and seconded to remove that, but that's the amendment to the amendment. Let's just talk about Grace Cottage Hospital. That's all we're talking about. Yes.
I don't know that they can give information due to HIPAA.
Okay. They may not be able to give information. I believe they could give information. They could give numbers without names. I mean, that's possible. Yes, sir. The amendment right now is to the amendment to the amendment. Right now, we're discussing whether or not to drop Grace Cottage Hospital.
Yeah, he offered a reason. I didn't know the reason.
The reason is that they get money from the foundation. They get
money from our insurance. Their communication with our...
And their communication during the 2 lockdowns was very poor. So those were the 3 reasons that he gave to drop Grace Cottage. Any other discussion about Grace Cottage Hospital and their $1,000?
They don't pay property taxes.
And they don't pay property taxes either is another one that's been brought up. Any other discussion about what? I'm sorry? What? I didn't hear. Well, 18638. Well, right. Well, first we're going to vote on Grace Cottage. Then we have to.
You still have all the figures.
Right. Well, I'm just dropping Grace Cottage. I'm doing it that way. I'm doing it a little different. But yes, I understand. We'll come to the final number when we're done with these amendments, kind of thing.
We only have 2 amendments.
We can only have we can have as many amendments as we want. You can only amend an amendment. So you can only have 2 on the floor at the same time. We can amend this endlessly. Can you take another amendment? No. We already have an amendment to amendment on the floor. We must vote on whether or not Grace Cottage Hospital $1,000 is included or excluded right now. That's what we have
On
going.
the amendment? Sorry.
Go ahead.
On the amendment?
Mhm.
Yeah, correct.
Can I call a question?
Well, any other discussion? Hearing no other discussion, we have an amendment to the amendment to include Grace Cottage Hospital to include as an exclusion, right, because we're excluding things now, to exclude Grace Cottage Hospital. A yes vote excludes Grace Cottage Hospital. A no vote goes back to the original amendment, which just does the hospice, right, visiting nurses and hospice. Everybody understand? All those in favor of excluding Grace Cottage Hospital, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. You guys are killing me. There are not that many people here. All those in favor of excluding Grace Cottage Hospital, raise your hand. All those not in favor of excluding Grace Cottage, raise your hand. Pieces? I think no wins. Would you agree? You want me to count? Okay, we're going to do it. All those in favor of excluding Grace Cottage, in favor of excluding $1,000, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. 18 to exclude Grace Cottage. All those not to exclude Grace Cottage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. That's only 2 people. Would you accept my counting? Yes? Okay, so the amendment fails. We're back to the original amendment to exclude Grace Cottage, at this point anyway, is included. We have an amendment on the floor to exclude Visiting Nurse Association and Hospice of Vermont and New Hampshire, $2,700. Let's discuss that. Is there any discussion there? Yes, sir, in the back.
Just one question. If we exclude them, does that mean that if somebody needs hospice care or visiting nurse services, that they won't come to Townsend?
They haven't covered Townsend in over 2 years. So the fact that they even asked for the money they do not serve us at all, whether we give them money or not.
Okay. Answer the question there?
No, not exactly. My question is, my wife gets sick and needs visiting nurse services, well, I gotta come.
Can I speak?
So
Yes, screening service, yes.
When my husband needed hospice care, his nurse strongly recommended that he use a different service, VIII, because they actually send trained nurses, and this hospice service sent volunteers, and she felt that having trained nurses was essential for the kind of services provided.
So I guess the answer to your question is they may not, but there are other alternatives.
I just
Yes.
want to clarify, you're not, no one in Townsend is getting services from this organization. They do not serve this town. They do not come.
They will not.
They do not, this is just, we're out of their area.
Well, they have served us in the past, that's why I'm asking the question.
But I got a call from them saying we do not serve Townsend, and nor have we for the past 2 years. So if you got it from them, it was before that.
That's true.
Yes.
Okay, Christine? Yeah.
There's 2 hospices on this list. There's Brattleboro Hospice and there's Visiting Nurses Hospice. What we're discussing is Visiting Nurses Hospice, and we're told they don't cover us anymore.
That's right. So the Visiting Nurse Association and Hospice of Vermont and New Hampshire does not cover Vermont. Or at least Townsend, Vermont, because then nobody likes us. I'm just joking. That was just, makes no sense. Okay, further, right, on the other side of the state they may. Okay, any other discussion on the amendment? Okay, seeing no other discussion on the amendment, we're going to vote to amend to see if the town will vote to raise 19638 by taxation for the support of social services as recommended. Make another amendment? Sure you can. Let's vote on this just to make my life easier, because then you're just going to amend the amendment. Okay. What I would like to do is get a main motion, and then we can go back and adjust it again. Okay, all those in favor of the amendment, which means to drop the Vermont Visiting Nursing Association, which brings it to 19638. A yes vote passes that and drops it. A no vote includes it still, and we go back to the main motion. Understood? Just to clarify, it's 19688. Yes, sir. 19688. Thank you. All those in favor, yes vote, passes the amendment, and we drop it. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now have a main motion in front of us to see if the town will vote 19688 for social services. What is it?
638.
22388 minus 2700 would be 19688.
19688 is what he's saying.
19388.
38.
Okay.
It wouldn't be 38. Let's get calculated.
I got a calculator. Okay, keep going. Somebody has another amendment.
I have an amendment.
Another amendment.
That we drop Brattleboro Development Credit Corporation. Thank you.
Okay.
My thinking on that is they came to a select board meeting. We had many questions for them that they didn't have answers, and they were going to get back to us, and they never did. And I called them to remind them, and they still never did. So just wanted to
Okay, an amendment has been moved and seconded to, so 19668, you want to change the Brattleboro to minus 3873. Oops, I just blew it. So it is 19688. Okay, I'm sorry. If I subtract 22338 minus
Nick, what is the dollar amount?
2700, 19638.
No, I meant for that 1968.
Not 38.
Where's the 50 come from?
27, because it's 2638. It's 38. 22338 minus. Oh, I see. Wait. No. You're right. And this is what we got. It's 22388.
That's what's written in the article.
I mean, that's what's written in the article. That's different than what's written in the book. And that's what we're voting on. What's written in the book, not what's written on the article. Okay, you can fix it. It's okay. It's only $50. Nobody panic. Okay, so I got 19688 minus. We just went through this. Please go by the book. Please go by the article. Don't look at the book. Go by the article. Minus 3873. 3873 equals 15815 is what I get. Anybody back me up? Okay, we now have an amendment on the floor to see if the town will vote to raise 15815 by taxation for the support of social services recommended by the Service Committee, which drops the Brattleboro Developmental Credit Corp. Is there discussion on this amendment? Al, you going to do it, Joe? Come on up and say hi. Come on up and say hi. Go. Hi.
So, before Brattleboro, I don't know about the programs that the Select Board questioned for Brattleboro Development Credit Corporation. I speak only from a perspective of a school board member, and they run an extremely successful and valuable program through the high school where they allow high school students to explore alternative education pathways, essentially. And a number of our Leland and Gray High School students take advantage of this program, and where they develop a business plan, and we have had graduates from that who've won this competition and then start funded businesses with BDCC money to go on, landscaping businesses and things of that nature. This is super important for the kids who don't learn by sitting in a seat talking about history or whatever, because there are a lot of different ways to get an education and become successful in life. And that's just one of the things I know they do. That the kid that won, I believe, is still a Townsend resident. So they do provide some value directly to Townsend. As for some of their other programs, can't speak to it, but I know someone who can. But I encourage you to support this. It does help. It does help any of your children who go to school at Leland and Gray.
How extensive is the program? Do you know much more about it?
How extensive is it?
How many kids really helping?
I mean, directly Townsend kids, we probably have 8 or 10 kids a year who go into that and get something out of it. But they also run that program in the entire region, wherever they serve. So I mean, there are Brattleboro kids, Bellows Falls kids. It's a regional program. Okay. Thanks.
Further discussion? Al, you want to talk to it? Wait. Oh, yes, go ahead.
He made my point.
Okay. Point made. Thank you. Yes. Al was first, and then you can speak. Go ahead, Al. Yeah. You want to say something?
Sure. Sorry, I have a prepared statement, so.
Oh, make it, yeah.
A couple minutes, or such.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Yes. You're not supposed to read, but that's okay.
Okay.
We'll allow you. Town will allow you. And you're not allowed to speak for more than 10 minutes.
No, this is like 2 minutes.
Please. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep. So, good evening. No, I'm just kidding. I'm very close. I'm here to speak to the Southeastern Vermont Economic Development Strategies funding request, otherwise known as SEVIDS. I am an employee of BDCC, the Brattleboro Development Credit Corporation. SEVIDS is an organization associated with BDCC that supports programs that have a proven track record of building a vibrant regional economy. Townsend has funded us since 2021. BDCC is the Regional Economic Development Corporation for the 27 towns of the Wyndham region. We get a small amount of state support for this work, but thanks to SEVIDS and the regional work done to create a 5-year comprehensive economic development strategy, we were able to do so much more. BDCC's program supports business programs, such as supporting small businesses, business transitions, lending, and startups. Also workforce development programs, such as working directly with schools, as Joe had alluded to. Adult workforce and employers as well as community development programs such as technical assistance and training to help build local capacity for important projects and communities. Much of our program work is funded by grants. Municipal funding, what you are voting on today, adds a flexible source of funding that we are able to leverage many times over by using it as matching funds for those grants. But good programs are not always easy to fund through grants. Municipal funding can also be used to fill in gaps where grant funding is not available. We ask each town in our region for funding at the same level, $3 per person. We've done this for years. This reflects the regional nature of our work and our economy. In every town, there are residents who work all over the region and employees who commute in from elsewhere. There are residents who have businesses in another location and who also employ people from all over. The regional economy binds us together. BDCC and SEVIDs enable us to act regionally. The broad base of support by communities across our region is also important because it has allowed us to be more successful in implementing and funding programs. We want to work as closely as possible with every town and strive to do so. Last year, 22 towns, which make up 86% of our region's population, supported SEVIDs with funding appropriations. You can find out more information about our work in the Town Impact Report. I've left some on the back there, the Town Impact Report, as well as our annual report. And just, I understand that we want to know how many people we're impacting. We've supported at least 3 businesses in the town of Townsend. I can't say the names of the businesses. It's confidential if it was involving lending, et cetera. But we have supported 3 businesses. And that's up on top of so many other things. In the Town Impact Report, you'll see some of the programs that we have, such as BizConnect, Pipelines and Pathways, which is what Joe mentioned. We have the Reality Fair, which I know directly impacts a small number of students, but the Reality Fair is all kinds of towns around Bellows Falls, Brattleboro, all come, actually can congregate here at Leland and Gray. I think it's roughly between 200 and 300 students, so it's very high impact. We also have Southern Vermont Young Professionals. That's to support folks that are in their 20s to their 40s, just to get together and network as a group. We also have Welcoming Communities, which is for new Americans. And we also have a Southern Vermont Economy Project, which we have a economic summit coming up in May. Last year we had 300 attendees at that, so it's a huge impact, and that'll be at Mount Snow in May. So yeah, again, it's a small amount of money, $3,873, but we use it and we multiply it and really try to create an impact, not for Townsend as well as the region. So, thank you.
Okay, we have an amendment on the floor. Question? Yes, sir.
I had a question for Alan was, if the select board said they asked for this information, and was that just,
I would like to get to the bottom of that. I'm not aware of that, but I would be glad to, whatever it is that we need answers to, I will.
This is the information that we had asked about, and the gentleman said he would get a woman to call us back, and we called, and we still never got it. But we got it today.
Here we go. I'm the man who's getting.
Yeah, fine.
Sorry, yes.
Yeah, only about 8 months late.
Sorry about that. Try to be more prompt. Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion on the amendment? Okay, we have an amendment on the floor to see if the town will vote 15,815 by taxation for support of social services, which excludes the Brattleboro Developmental Corporation. A yes vote will pass that, and then we have a main motion of $15,000. A no vote will defeat that, and then we go back to the main motion of 19,68838, something like that. Okay? We'll talk about that in a sec. Everybody understand? A yes vote will eliminate the Brattleboro Developmental Corp. A no vote will keep those funds in. Make sense? Yes will exclude, no will keep in. It's kind of backwards. All those in favor of excluding, please say aye. Opposed, no? No. I believe the noes have it there. So we go back to the main motion to see if the town will raise to vote right now I got 19,688 by taxation for the support of social services. Any further discussion? Does somebody want to add up all those numbers and see? Yes, sir.
I wanted to just represent Neighborhood Connections, but I need approval.
Oh, are you out of town?
Yes.
Okay, so Neighborhood Connections, wait, here it is. Neighborhood Connections is second from the bottom on page 26. It's $1,500. A gentleman from out of town that belongs to Neighborhood Connections would like to speak. Would the town like to hear from him or not? Sure? Okay, so it's a 2/3 vote. If there's no objection, your name? Tom. We let Tom speak. No objection? Tom, come on down.
Okay. I will make this quick. My name is Tom Simmons. I'm the Executive Director of Neighborhood Connections. This is the first time we're appearing on your warning for funding, so I just want to introduce myself and explain to you how we got here and what we do for Townsend. We've been around for 16 years. We have a private transportation service. We do community meals. We do a lot of social work and financial assistance. But what brings us to Townsend specifically is the Meals on Wheels operation in this town, which has undergone a number of changes in the last year. Meals on Wheels, as I'm sure you all know, are delivered to the homes of seniors 60 and over who are unable to obtain food or prepare meals on their own. It is a very intense service to a very specific slice of the town. And of course, the drivers who are doing this are also providing an extra set of eyes and ears 3 times a week on our most vulnerable residents. The Dam Diner used to produce the meals for Townsend. The Dam Diner did this for 20 years. They were doing this. And of course, they closed up in the past year. During the 20 years that the diner was doing this, a lot of the federal rules surrounding Meals on Wheels changed. And the diner was pretty much grandfathered from those rules, which worked in their favor. Because meals are paid for partially through the Older Americans Act, which funnels money from the feds to the states and to the meal centers. We are now in the situation where with the Dam Diner closed, someone had to pick up the slack and run the operation. Neighborhood Connections, which is in Londonderry, picked up the operations for Andover, Londonderry, Weston, Landgrove, Wyndham, Winhall, Jamaica, Stratton, Wardsboro, Newfane, Townsend, and Brookline. And we did that all within the last year. The problem, of course, is that the revenue or the reimbursement we get from the federal government is $6.50 per meal. I'll be very, I don't mind being transparent. $6.50 per meal delivered is what we get. The cost to us of obtaining those meals runs between $6 and $7.50, especially because of the meals that are medically tailored, diabetic, gluten-free, renal safe, and things like that. Plus, we have a delivery drop-off fee of $66 a week. Plus, we have to pay for milk on top of that. The bottom line is, it all comes out to, we're estimating that we are delivering, at this point, 7,176 meals a year to Townsend, and we lose $1.19 on each of those meals. So in the course of the year coming up, by running this service, by delivering it, we're going to have a deficit of about $8,500. We're asking, and we're doing this in every town, we're asking this town to come up with $1,500 as kind of a town match to help us out with this. That still leaves us $7,000 in the hole, but we're committed to doing our own fundraising to make sure that we make up that gap and just can continue the deliveries. So that's the spiel I've been waiting since 9 o'clock to get here. And I have to say, I'm a little afraid of you all right now. But I know a heck of a lot more about highway departments than I ever thought I ever would. So, if you've got questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Well, yes, Bob.
Who does your meals now after the Dam Diner?
The meals are actually produced by a company called Trio Community Meals. They're a Rutland-based company. They do them on a massive scale. They do almost half of Vermont's meals, actually. And what's good about them is they're great on the medically tailored meals, and they're great on sealed containers that can't get contaminated, and can be put in an oven or microwave, which couldn't be done before.
Great, thank you. Oh, another question? Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you for coming in. And now you've learned a little bit. Now you've learned a little bit about Townsend's town meetings as a reflection of your moderator. Okay. We still haven't voted. We have an amendment on the floor. Oh, no, we have a main motion on the floor. The amendment already passed. So we have the main motion on our floor, on the floor. Chris, did you do numbers? I did numbers. I'm not happy. I mean, we could just vote on this, or I added them up, and we can amend it to reflect what I think are the correct numbers.
I'm suspecting that there's a $50.
It's more than $50 now, I found. Yep. If you add up all the stuff, it comes out to $22,188. If you add up all the stuff, it comes to $22,188. If you subtract the $2,700, which we already voted, it comes to $19,488. I'm just pointing out. I mean, we've had two people right here, boop, boop, add up all the numbers, and we both came up with the same sum of all those screening services entities. And it came to 21, yep.
If the total and the subtotal are off, can we let Elaine just do?
Well, if we have extra money, I don't know what happens with that. That's not my purview. I was just trying to make it match. That's all. And somebody would have to propose an amendment to fix that. That's all. But that's.
If it's all $50.
It's off 150.
Can you take care of that by yourself?
It's off 150. It's off $150. Would you rather have it correct, or would you rather deal with $150 extra? What's easier for you to do?
I'd rather have it be correct, but, you know, because 22,188 is raised in taxes, not 22,388.
You added them up too? Because I got 22,188 also. Oh, you listened to me, and you're trusting me. But Nick also did it, and he got 2188 as well. 22,188. What? Charlie?
Mr. Moderator, I don't think you can do it that way. The published amount is 22,388, and we subtracted the one we subtracted, and I think you have to go with that number.
Somebody can make an amendment right now.
You already got amended and approved.
Right? And then you can make an amendment ad nauseum. You can only amend an amendment twice, but you can have
I'm saying the posted figure was 22,388.
You can amend, I understand, but you can.
But we voted to subtract.
Right?
When we subtracted, whatever that comes out to is now the motion.
The main motion, which can now be amended to a different number if.
Let's not nitpick over 50 or 60 bucks.
It's $150. It's $150. Okay. Would you like to close discussion and just vote on that number?
Yes.
Okay, Elaine, you okay with that? You're going to have to deal with it. Okay. I don't know why we can't amend it again, but that's okay. The town would prefer not to. Yes, sir.
I would make an amendment to make the sum of the actual numbers on the paper equal the printed sum on the paper, which would be the number that you had of 22,188.
22,188, that's what we said. Okay. So now there's an amendment on the floor to change, to see if the town will raise 19,688 to 19,488 is what I got. That's what you got? 19,488. It's $200 difference. I know. I'm just verbalizing. We haven't voted. We haven't even discussed. Yes, we haven't done anything. Okay, second and move. Everybody. Easy does it, everybody. Let me do my job as moderator. Okay, we now have an amendment on the floor to change the total number from 19,688 to 19,488. It's been moved and seconded. Would you like to discuss that number? No? No. Okay, we're going to have to do this twice because this is just an amendment. It's okay. All those in favor of the amendment to change the number from 19,688 to 19,488, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? The ayes have it. We now have a main motion that says to see if the town will vote to raise 19,488 by taxation for the support service, social services as recommended by the Social Services Committee. Any further discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. And as my mother would say, Dave, you need to eat something, you're getting cranky. It's almost dinner time, yes, without lunch. Okay, moving on. Article 5, 6, 7, 17. To see if the town will maintain, oh boy, here we go. Patience. To see if the town will vote to maintain the current trash collection system with the following modifications. Institute an annual charge of $100 for the transfer station hang tag and charge $4 per town trash bag.
So moved.
We got Nick, and second was, I didn't see. Sean, got it? Okay.
Okay. I just want to give you all a quick background on this. The trash committee had met back when we were doing committee meetings in October, November, and we had come up with 3 viable options for moving forward with the trash system. The current system in place costs about $90,000 annually to maintain. We get some revenue. We get some revenue from trash bag sales. That's what I'm doing. That totals to about $30,000. So about $60,000 gets raised in taxes to maintain the transfer station as it is currently. The other 2 options that the trash committee had explored were shifting to a roll-off truck system as opposed to the compactor truck that we have there. So that would be purchasing a new truck, and then our own crew would be able to take that and take trash to Brattleboro or Casella. And then the other option was just to eliminate the town transfer station. And then folks would either be able to take their trash to Brattleboro transfer station on their own or hire private residential collection companies. There was a discussion amongst the board, and the final approved decision that went into the meeting, into the warning, was to maintain the current system. And then we had proposed some alterations so that we could increase the amount of revenue and decrease the amount that is raised in taxes to maintain the transfer station. Our compactor is about 20 years old. Is that right? Yeah. It's quite old. It's quite expensive. There's a very bad shape. There's a lot of maintenance expenses that go into it. It's had a breakdown in the last year alone. And then, so some of the changes are here where we proposed increasing the bag fees and proposed a hang tag fee to help offset. From our numbers, from our estimates, we expect, this is just estimates, we don't know exactly how many people are using the transfer station, how many people would be purchasing hang tags. We expect that could lead to about 60,000 plus in revenue. And so that would pretty much offset quite a bit what our transfer station cost is currently.
For discussion, yes, sir.
Is there any revenue from the recycling end of this at all?
No.
Recycle only costs us now.
It costs you?
It costs us a lot.
What is recycling? I used to do this a little bit and corrugated cardboard, called it brown boat. I don't know if that's true anymore. And 1, 2 plastics.
It used to be that we got money for recycling. Now we pay a lot of money. We pay, if you look at our bills, we pay almost as much as we do to throw away garbage. That's one of the reasons in the interim of this year, before we brought it to the public, that we started being strict with the hang tags, because we found out people from Jamaica were coming in on their way to Brattleboro. They'd stop here, oh, recycle's free. and they'd stop and leave it with us. And you can understand why they would think that, but we had to try to curb that. And we tried to figure out how many people, I mean, if there's 500 houses in Townsend, do 200 houses use this? Do 400 houses use this? And it's really unfair for the people who don't use it to pay for the people that do use it. So that we spent many hours. Steve was on our committee, Irv was on our committee. We had a big, Laura, we had a big trash committee, and we came to the fact of maybe we should just get rid of it, because other towns, we called other towns, they had gotten rid of it, and it was okay. But the board decided not to, as Nick said, and that's why we brought it to you for some input.
You've already spoken, so we're going to move over here. You can, again, yes? His hand was up in the way back, yeah.
I've got two questions. Number one, does the hang tag required for dropping off recycling?
Speaker's not on.
I thought you couldn't charge for recycling. How can you charge $100 for recycling?
It's your admission ticket.
It's $100 to use the transfer station, whether or not you're recycling or...
Support of the transfer station, and the Vermont Leagues of Cities and Towns has told us that now you can charge for... Vermont Leagues of Cities and Towns has told us that now you can charge for it, but then we were like, well, how do we figure out, do we have to have you put your recycles in a plastic bag so we know how much to charge you? And it got to be a little confusing that way. And we really want you folks to tell us what you want to do. The other thing that we have done that filters into this a little bit is we have worked with Windham County Solid Waste Management District to create a consortium of sorts to go forward and work with other towns. They have 17 or 19 towns, and if we all join together, and then we will be more attractive to, say, a Massachusetts hauler who will come and get recycle and garbage. And because we're not just little towns looking for service, we'd be a bigger account. So we're in the process of that because we didn't know how this was going to suss out or how we're going forward. We didn't know how this was going to go forward. So if you say keep it the same way and we go forward and we work with the consortium, as I call it, then we'll see how that susses out.
All right, so if I understand correctly, the hang tag is just in the yard.
Yes.
Correct.
And that costs $100.
It would if voted and approved.
Which is $60 a year for hauling your trash down there and free recycling.
Yep, and then you have a tipping fee down there.
No, we don't. I take my trash once a month to Brattleboro.
Okay.
And my recycling, we jump and recycle bin.
Okay.
And that, I pay $60 a tag plus my weight, and that's it.
Yep.
You want to keep in charge of the weight, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, you do have to pay for weight. Yes. Your microphone, is there a microphone right there you want to pass? Oh, you got it. Good for you. Thank you.
Yeah, I was on the committee, and I understand that it was really a difficult thing to figure out. But I was under the impression that if we charged $100 for a tag, that we were going to pay less in taxes, and that's not the case. So I'm just wondering if, I mean, Brattleboro, as he says, charges $60. So I just wondered if we could be a little less arbitrary with the amount for the fee, like maybe $50 instead of $100, because you know, maybe some people don't think $100 is a whole lot, but if you're paying $100 just to drive into the parking lot, and then you're paying $4 a bag, that's adding up a lot over the course of a year. And I mean, I know a lot of people in town don't seem to quibble about how much money they spend, but we certainly do. So.
Absolutely. Thank you. You are more than welcome to offer an amendment and change the wording in there. The reason why we can't show this as an offset on our taxes is because this is a special article. So we have to have the budgets separately next year. If this gets approved and this is implemented, then we will have some revenue figures from that. So we would be able to show what that would offset in taxes. This year we can't do that because we have to start the system. But you are more than welcome. Anyone is more than welcome to offer amendments if they want to change the figures.
Before we amend, let's continue discussion for a second. Yes, up in the back.
What's going to happen if we vote this down? Nothing will change.
Correct. Stays the way it is for now. Yes, sir. Yes, yep, go ahead.
I'd just like to say that part of the idea of a municipality is that we get together to do things collectively that make it easier on all of us. I mean, we don't all maintain our own roads. You know, we have collective roads that we maintain. And trash collection is one of those things that is a good municipal service to have. Looking at it to have everybody go back to an individual trash collector, which would be one possibility that was discussed, is going to cost more than having the service where we can get together, especially if there's opportunities to get together with other towns and maybe negotiate better rates. So maintaining the service, I think, is important. The question is, you know, where do we set the fees and what's a reasonable fee to have? $100 does sound like a lot and not competitive with what they do at Ferry Road. So I'd make the amendment that we lower the hang tag fee to $50.
Okay. Okay. Yep, no, that's okay. I just wanted to before we start amending, I just wanted to have the discussion on this because now we're stuck just talking about the amendment, and that's okay.
That's where I wanted to go, so that's why I'm making the amendment.
Okay. Okay, then we haven't. Nope. We have a second on amendment. We can only talk about $50 now.
And $4 a bag.
And $4 a bag, right? So it's down to $50, and we can only talk about the amendment. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Yes, sir.
Brattleboro. It cost me more to get a $50 tag at Brattleboro than it would to get a $100 tag here just in gas to get down there and back. Oh, every week. I mean, you're talking 20 miles maybe or something like that. It's ridiculous. And the other thing I like to just say is I use that place a lot, and I notice a lot of stuff belongs in bags that goes in the recycle bins. I mean, a lot of stuff. Styrofoam. Plastics, all kinds of stuff that, you know, you're supposed to do what 1, 2, and 5 or something like that. And food waste and metal tin cans. I've seen stuff in there. A third of the dumpster probably belongs in trash bags. And is there any way to monitor that?
Okay, right now, unfortunately, we're talking about the $50 amendment. We can go back and talk about monitoring once we deal with this amendment. Yes, more about the amendment.
Granted, you know, if somebody goes there every week, then yeah, the $100 doesn't seem like much, but there are a lot of people that try not to generate a lot of garbage and go once a month, you know, so watching people that don't go there a lot have to pay the same amount of people that want to go there all the time. It needs to be balanced out somehow, but I just think that...
You think you can be heard, but nobody can hear you. That's okay.
Probably just
okay.
not.
Okay.
I can yell.
Anybody else? Yeah, no, you've already spoken twice. Let's let people that haven't spoken yet speak.
I just wanted to say that, you know, not everybody goes every week. A lot of people
still can't hear you. It's okay, I'm sorry.
It's okay, no, I almost thought I had a really big mouth. Not everybody goes every week. You know, a lot of people go once a month, and a lot of people try not to generate a lot of waste products. So I don't think that a $50 fee is unreasonable. I think it's still going to help the town, and you know, help outlay the costs, and maybe people could step up and try to figure out a way to start collecting bottles again. You know, to help save costs to the town. You know, there's ways that we could do it that would still help everyone and not like hit our pocketbooks quite so hard.
Okay, we're talking about an amendment on $50 for the transfer hang tag and $4 for trash bag. Any other discussion on the amendment? Yes, sir.
At the town meeting last week, at the informational meeting last week, it was suggested that if you go and impose this much of a fee where you want people to pay this much up front, trash might start appearing on the side of the road. And it was pointed out that that has not happened in the past. Well, if you go and impose $100 or even $50 up front just to get into the lot, it's entirely possible that trash will start showing up on the side of the road. So I'm not in favor of a hang tag charge at all, frankly. So that's something to think about.
Okay, still have an amendment on the floor. Amendment, talk? Okay.
I was here when pay-as-you-throw was passed by the legislature, I believe in 2013, and we adopted that with Wyndham Solid Waste Management's advice. But the pay-as-you-throw bill that was adopted, and it's been modified since then, was basically so that people could get rid of their trash, but the people who got rid of their trash would actually pay for the service. It was incumbent upon government to decide how much that was going to be underwritten by the taxpayer, or to make sure that the taxpayer didn't pay for people who dropped off garbage. The big idea behind it was that recycling would be free, that everybody would have the opportunity to find the recycling bins and get rid of stuff and get it out of the waste stream, which was the big push for the whole idea behind it. As that was, the bags were ordered by me. Anita picked out the color. The tags were ordered by me. Everybody got a free tag just by putting their license plate and their name on it, and you could recycle for free. The responsibility was on the station attendant to make sure that what went into the transfer station recycling bins was recycling, and that the people who were using the facility weren't businesses, weren't unloading tons of cardboard or putting in styrofoam or building materials, and that what went into the actual compactor, and Arnold had to keep track of the bags, was actually Town of Townshend bags and not Brattleboro purple bags. That said, the bags were ordered in. They came in from North Carolina. They came in on a pallet. They're 200 bags to a box. The boxes arrived at the highway department. They were brought down by the backhoe. They went into the basement. They went into a locked case, and they were counted. They were numbered as they went in there. They were distributed upon request to the town clerk or to West Townsend or to Riverbend or to Harmonyville. And any business that used them could not make a profit on them. They had to sell them for what the town rate was. But the town rate was set at what are the tipping fees for the trash? What is the cost of the attendant? What is the cost of maintenance on the vehicle? And what does it cost to have a highway crew member drive that into town once whenever it needed to be? And annually, the select board would look at that, or the administrative assistant, and figure out what is the cost of a bag proportionally. And the numbers would change. Picking an arbitrary number like $4 a bag isn't going to cover the costs when you don't really know what your costs are. As the auditors say, there is not a control system in place which gives the auditors any confidence that money isn't going out the sidelines. As I pointed out earlier when I was at the Highway Garage open house on Saturday, there's an open box of bags sitting on Jeremy's desk. Anybody can take those. The highway department can use those. That's a $700 box.
The box had 4 bags.
Whether it had 4 in it or had 40
The
or 4.
box had 4 bags in it.
Okay.
And that was in case grandma comes
Okay,
without a bag.
we're discussing an amendment.
What I'm saying
We're
is it's
discussing an
incumbent upon-
amendment for $50 down from $100. That's what this discussion is about.
I don't think that $50 is appropriate if it's an arbitrary number. I don't think that any number is appropriate for a hang tag. Any resident ought to be able to drive into, if we have recycling, I think that is a government expense, and I think that should be a service to the public to provide recycling. And if it means that an attendant has to make sure that it is recyclable, then that becomes part of the job description of an attendant.
Are you making an amendment to the amendment, or? Okay.
I will just say the amount on the hang tag was not arbitrarily chosen. We did not just throw a dart on a board and say this is what it's going to be. We did look through the numbers as best as we could as to the number of households that are using the transfer station, the number of hang tags that are out there, and with those estimates, we found that if we charged, I believe our original numbers was about 75, then it would be around 30,000 just in the hang tag sales. So there was reasoning behind all of this. These were not just arbitrarily chosen.
And this is the discussion I would love to have before things are amended, so that an appropriate information would be given prior to amendments. There's a method to my madness. Okay, we have an amendment on the floor. Yes, would you like to speak directly to the $50?
Yes, I would.
Okay, you're allowed to speak twice toward him, and then it has to be a 2/3 vote to suspend the rules. So, well, let's just speak this one time. Go ahead.
I would stay with $100 for exactly the reason you say. If you go once a month to the dump at Brattleboro, it's going to cost you a lot more than $50 over the course of a year. I mean, $6 in gas. That's just there, plus wear and tear in your car. That's do the math that way, is what I'm saying. And as far as the recycling, nothing's recyclable anymore. So you're dealing with a premise that happened a long time ago, except for the food waste, which is, that's a great thing. I ran the loader down there for a while. What a stinky job. Anyway.
Okay, we have an amendment on the floor. The amendment changes the original motion to see if the town will maintain the current trash collection system for the following modifications: institute a $50 charge for the transfer station hang tag and a charge $4 per trash bag. Any further discussion on the amendment? Okay, a yes vote would pass that amendment. A no vote, and we go back to the original motion. Everybody understand? Which is the $100, and they can be amended again, but a yes vote passes the amendment, a no vote defeats it. All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. So now we have a motion before us to see if the town will vote to maintain the current trash collection system with the following modifications: institute an annual charge of $50 for the transfer station hang tag and charge $4 per town trash bag. We now can continue the discussion. Yes, sir.
I really don't have a right to say because I have my own dumpster and I pay for it. But I would say, as a taxpayer, I'd be willing to pay for some people that can't afford just the $4 a bag to dump the trash and have the town do it and have no tag price. Because I feel most of you here don't have kids in school, but you pay for the school, and I have a kid in school. So I feel it's the same thing with the trash. Same thing. If I lived on the main state highway, I would still be paying for the highway to get my road taken care of where I live off the road. So I understand that we're trying to recoup some of our costs for the people that actually use it, but I believe the law didn't change since I was here on the board when we adopted 174. I remember being on the Wyndham Solid Waste Board with Irvin as his alternate. I was his alternate, and we had to come up with these plans. And I would just like to say, I would like to make a motion to eliminate the cost of the hang tag.
Okay, now we have an amendment that's been moved and seconded to make that transfer hang tag $0. However, a motion that does nothing is out of order, right? So, well, because it already is $0. So basically you have a motion that does nothing. Okay, you're basically, but no,
hold on. I'm sorry, I probably misspoke.
No, you're right. We still have, that would, the part of increasing the per
bag price
is still there to $4.
Yes.
Right. Okay, but so we can kind of leave it together. The other option is to divide the question, right? To divide the question so that you got a hang tag question and you got a bag question. How far down the parliamentary nightmare do you want to go? Okay.
Motion, doesn't the article say a hang tag charge and a bag charge?
Okay.
So the motion,
Okay.
the amendment is to eliminate the bag charge, the hang tag.
Yeah, but that does nothing, right? Half of this does nothing. That's what I'm saying. You can divide it, which is probably the proper thing to do. However, do we just want to have an amendment that says $0? No. Is town's pleasure.
I don't
The amendment does not say.
Do nothing, is what you're saying.
As read, the amendment, if you read the entire article.
It will now say to see if the town will vote to maintain trash collection system with the following modifications. Institute no annual charge for the transportation hang tag and to charge $4 per bag. Right. But, yes, okay. Okay, fine, that's what we're gonna do. I'm not gonna sit here and try to explain it to you. Fine.
The bag charge from $3.50 to $4.
You can divide a question. Do you understand division of questions?
I don't see how it applies to this.
Okay. Town says it doesn't apply. It's okay with me. If somebody wants to question it legally, it's on the town's head. It's okay. It's okay with me. So we now have a amendment in front of us that says to see if the town will vote to maintain the current trash collection system with the following modifications. Institute no annual charge for the transfer hang tag and to charge $4 per trash bag. Discussion? Yes.
So if we vote yes on this,
It's not the main motion. Now we have to still vote on it again.
this is discussion. So we're voting on 0, right?
Yes. For hang tag.
You don't have that in the budget to pay, you figured the $100, correct?
We don't have any of this in the budget because these are special articles. So the budget is currently just reflecting the system as it exists, $3.50 for bags, $0 on hang tag. What we're doing right now is just voting how we want to change that, if at all.
So if this goes to 0, how are we paying for?
The budget stays the same. We still are expecting about 30,000 in bag fees, and we're still expecting around 60,000 to make up the rest in taxes.
Yes, sir, in the back.
So I've got a hang tag from years ago on my truck. And I don't know how many other people kept the ones that they had. They were used for a while and then they weren't ever looked at again. If you're going to go hang tags, you can get some data on who's using it, how many people, right? I mean, because I assume the attendant's going to now have to know the new number and you're going to have to prove yourself in some ways because I got a hang tag in my truck. So it's going to take a little bit of thought on somebody's part to hash this out. I mean, if you're going to go 0 on the hang tags, you're going to buy new hang tags, different colors maybe, it's going to be an expense. So there's definitely some thought that should go into this. It's just more informational. Or you could try to have people muster up the old hang tags that they had and save you some money, but does that cause you more confusion?
Can we vote on the amendment? One of the thoughts we had about the new hang tag, if it went through at any amount, was that we could not buy a new hang tag, but put a yearly sticker that you would buy on the current hang tag, so it would negate people getting new hang tags, the plastic part, and the expense thereof. That was just one thought.
Yeah, but I could share my hang tag with my neighbor if the attendant's not actually checking that it's me, right? I mean, I could share it with 7, 8 other people. So then I'm just, those are the problems that arise from trying to do this. Unless you're going to have a diligent system of identifying each and every individual that comes in to use the services in the system.
With the most respect, when we put out calls for taxpayers to come and help us on committees, I wish that people would come in and share their very valid ideas with us on committees, because that's what leads to things like this. And I want it to be that this is a government for all people, not us just making decisions that some people like and some people don't like.
There was policy in place, and the board has the authority to change the price of the bags any day it wants to.
I agree,
If
but
reality reflects that.
We have it. Yeah, I mean, we could, but somebody has the floor.
They have responsibility as well. Pay for them. People who drop off the trash, you pay for it.
And people who don't drop off the trash don't. Subsidize it for their taxes. But the recycling should be free. Charge me for a hand tag to recycle. Huh?
They changed the law. They changed the law. It does not have to be free anymore. Newfane has done away with it. And we could charge for recycle, but I can't fathom how we would do that. So if anybody else has any bright ideas in that area, let me know.
But it seems that requiring a hang tag is charging people for recycling, because a lot of people just use it for recycling purposes. In my case, I bring one bag about every 4 months because we don't generate trash. We get rid of it, we compost it, we do everything we possibly can without having to put it in a purple bag for $3.50. We're cheap. Well, we use the recycling bins all the time, and we buy products that will recycle. That said, if I'm charged $50 for a hang tag, I'm going to get together with 4 other neighbors who are going to give me $10, and I'm taking their recycling too. Now you've got 5 times the volume, but you're not getting the revenue for the tipping fee.
I think it's, yes, hang on. I think it's difficult to see how people are going to cheat. I mean, you're legislating cheating, which is difficult. Okay, and the question has been called. Now that he's done, the question's been called. It requires a 2/3 vote to close debate unless there's no objection. Is there any objection to closing debate on this amendment? Seeing there's no objection, the debate is now closed. We have an amendment before us that reads, we have a motion before us that reads to see if the town will vote to maintain current trash collection with the following modifications: institute a $50 transfer station hang tag and charge $4 per trash bag. An amendment that we're going to be voting on now will change that main motion to say to see if the town will vote to maintain the current trash collection system with the following modifications: institute an annual charge of $0 for the transfer station hang tag and charge $4 per town trash bag. A yes vote passes that amendment. A no vote goes back to the $50 in the main motion. Does everybody understand? All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Hands, that should be quick. All those in favor of the amendment, which is 0, okay, down. All those opposed? There we go. The ayes have it. We now have a main motion in front of us to see if the town will vote to maintain the current trash collection system with the following modifications: institute an annual charge of $0 for the transfer station hang tag and $4 for trash bag. Further discussion? Okay, seeing no further discussion, a yes vote will pass that verbiage that I just read. A no vote will defeat it. Any questions on that? Seeing no questions, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Okay, so that one basically says no charge for hang tag, and bags are going up to $4. Okay.
Does that take effect now, or would it do?
As soon as, nope, now. Now.
No. Purchase bag and stock up on
I did yesterday. I went to the store and bought a few rolls. Okay. To see Article 18, to see if the town will vote to authorize Select Board to acquire land by gift, purchase, or municipal forest to promote reforestation, water conservation, and good forestry practices. A motion. Okay, we got Kathy and Dale. You paying attention?
No, I'm sorry, I'm not.
I know. Kathy and Dale. Okay, discussion. Kind of boilerplatey. Seeing no discussion, there's a motion before us to see if the town will vote to authorize Select Board to acquire land by gift or purchase for municipal forest and promote reforestation, water conservation, and good forestry practices. A yes vote passes that motion. A no vote defeats it. All those in favor, any questions? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Article 19, to see if the town will vote to set the first Tuesday in March 2026 as the date of the 2026 Town of Townshend annual meeting. Okay, we got Nick and Catherine and whoever. Yep.
Sean?
Sure. All those in, any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of meeting again next year, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Transact other non-binding business. We have a birthday party. No? Oh, somebody brought up at the pre-town meeting that 2026 is the 250th birthday of the United States of America. And you want to say something? Oh, yes. Okay, somebody else is going to bring it up. Good.
Anybody who wants to join, who has some ideas about how Townsend could celebrate the 250th anniversary, give me your email.
I say we make commemorative coins. We could sell them. Any other non-binding business? People, non-binding. Don't want to save the world somewhere? Yes, ma'am.
Can we try to figure out a way to have better communication if there is an incident, say at Grace Cottage Hospital, that causes the schools to lock down to let neighboring residents and businesses.
A request has been made by town members, town people, town folk, to see if the select board will contact Grace Cottage Hospital and have better lines of communication in the future if there are various emergencies. Okay. They heard you, Kathy. They heard you. Okay. Any other non-binding business? Thank you for that. Anybody else want to? Okay. Hearing no other non-binding business, I don't want to delay it. Thank you all for attending the 2025 Townsend Town Meeting. I will in a second. Thank you. If there's no further business to come before the meeting, I declare the 2025 Townsend Town Meeting adjourned. A hearty thank you to all those that made it happen. And would all elected officials please come forward to get sworn in? Thank you all very much.